to the communities and can you hear better now, sir?
I was wondering if they could turn the PA system out.
There, can't. All right.
Is it the volume here?
We'll yell. We'll try to get to this. This is, again, just thank you for being here today. It's, I think, wonderful to have the opportunity for the State Loan and Investment Board, there we go, to be able to come to communities. So today is a very full day, Madam Director. I'll turn it over to you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I would suggest that we first convene as the State Loan and Investment Board. And in that regard, the first item on the list, we have some items from the Wyoming Business Council. So I would yield to Director Durrell.
Director Durrell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and thank you, Director Scoggin, for allowing us to present a couple projects today. Before we do that, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the previous meeting. I believe you have all of those.
Members of the board, you've had a chance to review. Are there corrections, comments, amendments? I believe these are the February 2nd minutes. If there are none, I would entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Please proceed. Director Durrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So today we have two projects, and I'm going to present a few pieces of information about the Business Ready Communities program ahead of those two projects, and then I'll turn it over to Noel Reed, who is sitting to my left. I think I'll first start with a little bit of our strategy. And if you think about the purpose of the Wyoming Business Council is really to build strong communities where our youth can come back and find opportunities, families can grow and really develop those communities. And so the way we do that is what we call the economic growth flywheel. And I want to take a moment to walk through this as well as a little bit of data about BRC because they match so well. And so if you think about what a community really needs to thrive, we look at things in terms of what is the binding constraint to growth? What is stopping growth in a community? And then how do we address that? And as we work through the flywheel, you'll notice that it's not about the project at the beginning. In fact, it's really more about that binding constraint, and then how do we address that with a project? And as you go through that, the other part that's important to mention is after the project is done, we want capacity to be built. And what that means is capacity could be seen in two ways. Capacity is not just the money that goes into the project and how it can help the community, but what we see is a level of know-how that is increased by these projects so that it makes the next project easier and the project following that even easier. There's also an element of the revenue that gets put into the community, and then the revenue that can be generated after that project is also a way to generate that local capacity. And I think it's important to note that we don't see this as a project and then it's finished and the money goes there and then it stops. We really do see it as a flywheel that can gain momentum, gain mass, and really begin to turn so that local communities can ultimately decide their own fates and have the ability to do that without or with state assistance. But ultimately, we want our local communities to be strong and to be able to do this on their own. If we jump to the next slide, you'll see that the number of projects, this is the number of projects that the Business Council has been involved with over the years. You'll notice a really big spike there in 2014. 53 projects came before Slib at that time. So we have two today. So I guess you're welcome that we only have two. But I think it's important to also as we go to the next slide, to overlay the investments that we've made as well. And you'll start to notice that we've really been much more strategic about the projects that we do. But we've also looked at doing bigger and bigger projects in those communities because we see a great opportunity to get that flywheel moving and really help the communities as best we can. I do think it's important to note that Obviously, 2023 was a big year in terms of the investments that we made. There were two very large projects during that time, one in the city of Mills and one in the city of Laramie, excuse me. And those two projects were quite large and very impactful. But again, you can see that we're looking at doing fewer projects that can make a bigger impact on the state. And then a couple more slides here before we jump in there. One thing to note is that we're working to become less and less of the percentage of a project. We want to assist, not fully fund projects. And if you look at the curve fit that we've done there, you can see that even though in 2023 we had one of our largest years of investment, that was also one of our lowest in terms of the percentage of the project. So we're leveraging a lot of other funds, and we are not the sole funder in those projects. And I think that's an important thing to realize, is that in those cases, we were less than 50% of those projects, and that's a really good sign. As we jump to the next slide, this is something that I know is near and dear to a lot of folks here. One of the things that we want to work on is really helping making sure businesses can thrive, and that we're creating jobs in the communities. And if you look at the pie on the far left, you'll notice that in 2004 to 2015, and then again in 2016 to 2019, those pies are essentially the same. We did a lot of, we did quite a bit of community enhancement, which is the dark red. We did in the orange as community readiness. Those are things like water lines and sewer and things that really help a community get ready for growth. And then we did a little bit in the green. You'll see those are business committed projects. So those are where a business is coming to the table with the community in order to create those great jobs and really be there. And that was about 38%. But you'll notice in 2020 to 2023, we've made a pretty dramatic shift where we have shrunk the amount of community enhancements. It's kind of the frosting, if you will. And we have funded much fewer of those. And then we've funded a lot more of the business committed projects. And that's important because those immediately create great jobs. And we look at primary jobs as well as the secondary jobs that are associated. And it also provides an opportunity, and if we jump to the next slide, it provides an opportunity for us to recapture the revenue, recapture the investment that the state has made. Now, this is a pretty exciting thing, because that means that we've put money out into the community to create those jobs, but then that money comes back to the community and to the state in a ratio of 75% of that revenue that's recaptured goes to the community for future economic development. And 25% comes back to the state that we can then again use in BRC. So that really helps that flywheel keep moving. And you'll see on this graph, you're looking at the estimated, which is the top graph, as well as the actual. And just recently, in the last month, we received another $2 million back from a project in Cheyenne. And so this is going to continue to grow. So the flywheel will be moving in our communities, but also that money will come back to the state for future economic development.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Josh, do you want to take the question at the end, or do you want to take it now?
Mr. Governor, I'd be happy to take the Secretary's question now, because this is the end for me, so.
Okay, great.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I got a couple questions. One is on the revenue recapture. And we've talked about this a lot. I mean, we ran a bill in the legislature in 2020, I believe. So right before you came on, I think. And it would have increased and put in statute the revenue recapture rather than set it in your rules. And it goes back to a management audit study that occurred in 2016 that really the state should be recapturing more of this. I don't think it makes sense when the state is making the investment for then it to go into this churn. And the thing is, the legislature has not yet really lowered the BRC amount, at least since the first half of the 2010s. So, and that's going to lead into my second question, but I guess I really believe, I've always believed that the state should be recapturing more than 25%. And so can you talk a little bit about if it's going to be going back to the local the local economic development entities in that 25-75 ratio, when the state's making 100% of the investment, why the state amount to the business council hasn't been reduced yet, because the whole idea on that is that's going to create churn and grow those projects locally.
Please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Governor. Mr. Secretary, really good question. The time lag is one of the reasons that it hasn't grown yet. I think the time lag between a project inception, when the money is invested, and the event that creates recapture, there's a significant time lag. You can see by this curve, there's a time lag. I think the question about the percentages is a good one. One of the things that we think about is whether it's money going back to a community or going back to the state, it turns out we kind of look at it as we're all one family in the state, and those communities need to have local control of their economic development and local control of their destiny, because their problems at that level are acute to them, and it's better to build the capabilities at a local level and still provide some money back to the state, but ultimately we want to build that flywheel in each community. So that's our approach to that. I appreciate what you're saying, and over the last 4 years, we've made a concerted effort to drive the amount of recapture that's possible up. You'll notice by the kind of the hockey stick growth there. We have really looked at how do we recapture more, period. But then that ratio between the state and the communities, that's a good question, good thing for discussion. I think it's an important one to continue to have. But as we see it, the best thing to do is to make sure that the local community has those capabilities and resources.
Follow up.
So, Mr. Chairman, looking at your sort of funds remaining in the business-ready communities, even if we fund both projects today, there's still going to be $40 million in the account. And, we're coming up here. We got one more meeting till the end of the biennium. And I commend you for that graph, really. I mean, there has been a dramatic reduction in the number of projects. I do think they're better and more focused on infrastructure needs on the front end rather than just handouts, frankly. I think there has been an improvement. I guess what I wanted to ask is, and I hope at the June meeting you don't come with $40 million and ask to, because it's going to go away at the end of the month. I don't anticipate you will. But when do you think you could go to the legislature with, you got 40 million left and just say, look, we don't need this much in BRC. The revenue recapture, you got 75% going back to the communities now, unless that changes. And the whole idea of that is that's going to revolve. So the whole idea is that's hopefully going to phase out BRC. So what's your plan to try to phase that out?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Secretary, good question. I guess first a point of clarification, at the end of June, that $40 million does not revert. So these funds do not revert. We get to continue to utilize them into future years. So the good news is we don't, quote unquote, lose that money in our budget. We'll keep that. And in terms of the timing at which we'll be able to say no longer do we need the funds from the legislature, the flywheel is moving in each community, that's a really good question, and it probably takes some pretty interesting economic modeling. In order to do that, though, the flywheel has to be moving in all of those communities. And I think that's one of the challenges that we face right now, is that the model that we've been using for the last really 4 years is how do we increase the amount of revenue recapture? How do we increase the amount of investment into the flywheel? And so it's too early right now for us to tell when that would be. I think that there are tools that our communities could utilize. Some do, most don't, to chart their own economic development course. Right now, those tools aren't being used. And so I think it's a pretty interesting time, but I don't have an exact date or a model that would say, in the next biennium, I'm going to ask for $0 for BRC. I don't think our communities are quite ready for that.
Please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What's the reason why they don't revert? Is that because almost everybody else reverts? Is that in your budget? Is that a longstanding principle? And then what are you doing to inculcate? I mean, I asked you in our meeting the other day to start listing out whether the jurisdictions that are applying for BRC whether they have gotten any revenue recapture, because I think it's important to inculcate not only on your board, on the WBC board, but also on this board, who has this revenue recapture available.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Secretary, yeah, so that's also a good question. The funds have always been able to roll over, so they have not reverted as far as I know for BRC since its inception. And then to your second question, we are continuing to push the local communities to understand what tools they have available, including the 1 cent sales tax for economic development, as well as the reversion funds that they have brought back. So all of those tools are things that we're bringing out, and you'll notice in your packet, we have begun to ask about the tools that they're utilizing to fund their own projects. And just a point of clarification also, you'll notice that we are a smaller and smaller funder predominantly in those projects as a result of us, pushing on that. We're not coming in and funding, 100% or 75% of those projects. So I think those are awesome questions. I really appreciate, the board looking closely at these, because this is not going to be a simple solution. This is pretty complex. I think there's going to be a lot of different things that are going to have to happen in order for our local communities to have that economic strength. So I just appreciate the questions and the discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Durrell, I just kind of wanted to push back a little bit on the criticism of the 25% share of the state, and for you to give a little bit of color on this concept of to get the state out from being, for lack of a better term, Santa Claus or being in charge of these projects for communities. We have to help communities to grow on their own in terms of economic development. And so wouldn't you say, if we were to increase that proportional share back to the state, we'd be moving away from that concept? Is that relatively correct?
Mr. Chairman and Madam Superintendent, I do believe that would be the case, because just as a function of math, we would be providing more money back to the state and less to the individual community that has got their flywheel going. So I totally believe that that's the case.
Thank you. And I very much appreciate the conversation. I do want to recognize that we have a number of people here who are interested and probably took time out from work. And I want to make sure we move along fairly quickly. This is much more of a conversation for the legislature. And I appreciate the comment, but let's try to keep it kind of on track. Mr. Secretary.
It's okay, we'll move into the discussion.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it over now to Noelle Reed, who will walk through the two projects we have before you. Both of them are community readiness, and as she gets ready to do that, just to note that those projects are intended to unlock potential. So the number of jobs that they create directly today may not be the factor, but it is unlocking economic potential. So these are things like water lines, sewer lines, and ways to make a community ready for business. So thank you.
Ms. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Noelle Reed. I am the Grants Portfolio Manager for the Wyoming Business Council, and I will be reviewing our two BRC projects for today. Total requests for these two projects equal about $6.27 million, and our recommendations equal about $5.5 million. We currently have about $46.7 million total in the BRC account, and as Secretary stated, if we fund these projects today, we'll have about $40 million remaining. The first project comes from the city of Casper. They are requesting a $5 million community readiness grant to complete the sanitary sewer system and stormwater system improvements to support the development of the North Platte River Park Subdivision Number 2 project. This development is 102 acres of vacant city-owned land located by Interstate 25, the US Highway 2026 bypass, and Poplar Street. It will be developed into 2 business-ready lots that can be further subdivided for private development. The Business Council Board recommendation is to partially fund in the amount of $4,168,000. The proposed project would enable the city to leverage the planned expansion of the Ford Wyoming Center and the Bureau of Land Management's National Historic Trails Interpretive Center, as well as the new Wyoming Sports Ranch, which is a 130,000 square foot sports complex designed to host youth and amateur sports tournaments and add to the community's sports tourism economy. The sports ranch is currently under construction and is scheduled to open in 2025. Some of the items that we looked at for when we evaluated this project were community engagement. The community engagement and planning process for this was thorough and compelling. The project, this specific project was specifically prioritized by the North Platte Park No. 2 Subdivision Simple Master Plan, which engaged community stakeholders and residents in developing a vision for the future use for this development. This engagement included a stakeholders workshop, public workshop, city council meetings, and a public comment period that all occurred from May to about September of last year. There are also several letters of support included in your materials from various potential partners as part of the project. This vision for the project also aligns with the community's economic development strategy. They have a Generation Casper comprehensive plan that this also falls under by redeveloping an underutilized industrial area to enhance the city's attractiveness as a tourism destination and ensuring land and infrastructure investments to accommodate future growth. This project also incorporates many partners, and there is a concrete vision for the development. Here is a conceptual site plan for that area. As we know, it is just a plan right now. We don't know if this is exactly how it's going to look, but this came from that master plan that the community completed for this project, which involved many stakeholders. So they have some commercial and retail space, destination retail, innovation employment, some more recreational facilities, some more facilities up here. So this is just kind of how they envision this development could look to support that tourism, sports tourism economy in the area. We also looked at state considerations. There is a potential for high economic output for this project. The city of Casper engaged with the University of Wyoming's Center of Business and Economic Analysis to conduct an economic impacts analysis for this project. Over a 5-year period, the construction for the project will generate an output of over $108 million for Wyoming, and then total post-construction operation impacts for Wyoming are expected to exceed an additional $51.2 million. The project also aligns with the state's economic development strategy by developing a culture of innovation that attracts transformative companies and people to the state, and also by supporting public-private partnerships. The compelling items that we found for this project were the potential for that over $150 million in economic output between the construction and post-construction operations. The fact that the community performed much due diligence to ensure that the project will be successful and create economic opportunities in the future, and that the plan was well done and considers many facets of the ecosystem needed to make the development successful. Some of the concerning items that we had is, at the time that the application was submitted, the maximum award amount was lower than what they were requesting. However, it was kind of a timing issue. They submitted their application on November 1st under the old rules, which has a $3 million maximum amount. Our new rules went into effect on November 11th. About 11 days later, they have a $5 million maximum award. So our current rules is $5 million. However, this application was submitted under the old rules, so our board did have to do a waiver of the rules for their ask, and the board unanimously did do that waiver. Local revenue recapture plans will not generate additional funds. The recaptured funds that the city plans to retain will be used for a new water tower within the project area. Most of the job creation will not be primary jobs, as it is very much related to tourism and recreation. And currently, the county has not implemented their economic development tax, as you can see in that chart that we gave you in your materials. The recommendation that
Do you want to go ahead and finish, and then you can take a note? And
Yes, this is my last slide on this
Okay,
one, Governor.
thank you.
So the recommendation that the Wyoming Business Council Board is putting forth is partial funding in the amount of $4,168,000. That is less the $832,000 for the proposed water infrastructure planning process, as that is a separate phase of this project. And so we pulled that out of this, and so that is the recommendation, is $4,168,000.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, so in terms of the revenue recapture piece here, I mean, I do think this is a valid infrastructure use of the revenue recapture. And so I guess, what is the guarantee that we have? Is it going to be written in the contract that's going to be used for a water tower? Is it just going to be sort of, is it in an application, or, is it, how do we know that's actually going to happen?
Please. Ms.
Mr.
Reed.
Chairman, Mr. Secretary, the revenue recapture plan we put into our agreement with the city, so they do have to abide by that as part of our contract.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
And what's the remedy if they don't?
Ms.
Mr.
Reed.
Chairman, Mr. Secretary, we could always cancel the project and pull the funds that have not been expended yet. We could do things that the city would not be an eligible applicant in the future. There are various things that we could do to hold them accountable if they do not do what they say that they're going to do in the contract.
Thank you. Other questions for the staff? Mr. Treasurer.
Do you want us to have a motion for these one at a time as we're moving?
Yeah, I think that probably is appropriate. But Mr. Treasurer, I noticed that Mr. Napier is here. I didn't know if anybody from the city of Casper wanted to address the board.
Right, okay.
That's okay. Further questions for the staff? If not, Mr. Napier, if there's anyone with you or you want to speak to this, please, we'd offer.
Mr. Chairman, do you mind if I turn to the mayor real quick?
Yep, and I saw the mayor here too, so, sorry, I just saw Mr. Napier's name all through this thing, so.
Bear with me, I've got bad ankles. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Governor, members of the board. Yes, today we have myself as mayor, Steve Caffey. We have Lisa Ingbretson, our vice mayor, Michael Bond, and Jenna Jensen, two of our council members. We have Tom Brower, our COO, Liz Becker, our community development director, and also we have Jessica Hastings, who is with the Wyoming Sports Ranch here. So we were here to answer any questions. If you feel like we don't need to make a presentation, we're more than welcome to go ahead and have you make the motion and vote in favor of it. And do.
Well, don't leave us in the dark, I'm sorry.
But we do thank you, and we appreciate your consideration for this. And we also thank the Business Council for their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are there questions for the city? Yeah, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question, and I think it's good the city's going to dispose of this property. I mean, I think it's been a long time issue, and especially the disparity with the property tax increases. I mean, the legislature has always had a hard time with the fact the city of Casper has been exempted largely from property tax, while we've seen the just double-digit increases here in the county that are just really a huge problem that still need to be addressed. But so I do think it's good that you're disposing of the property. In our meeting earlier this week, I tried to ask you about how the process was going to be conducted, because I think it's very important that we have a highest bid process. And, the perception, even from this building just a few blocks from here, that we don't want a perception, either reality or a perception of a sweetheart deal. And you had indicated that you were committed to a complete bidding process on this. But then I was looking a little closer at the materials here, and it says that the city plans to market the property for sale at the currently appraised value or at a discounted rate as an incentive to drive business and economic growth. And I'm concerned about that or at a discounted rate. And, you'd indicated in our meeting that it was going to be highest bidder and really a vigorous process. So could you talk a little bit about what the process is going to be on this? Because I think it's really important that it's vigorous.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Secretary. basically, we are planning on using a full-blown RFP process and going with the highest bidder. Normally, that's opposite of most government contracts where we go with the lowest, but we will be looking for the highest and most prudent development, and we will be putting specifics in the RFP to give guidelines and guidance to how we want to see the development going forward.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Follow-up?
Mr. Chairman. My follow-up's a little bit attached to that is, you have the master plan here, and I think you've done a lot of work on that. In our meeting, you had indicated that there would not be stipulations. You were going to sell it once and sort of hand them the economic analysis from UW and this plan that you conducted and sort of just go from there. Is that still your plan, or is it going to be sold in either segments or with some sort of stipulation or some sort of guidance as to how it should be developed?
Well, basically, it's in my packet, it's in your packet, but you have seen the, here on the board, and also in the packet was the colored display of the various breakdowns of how we envisioned. That is virtually what I was referring to as guidance to in the RFP, is that this is the way we foresee it, and see how they come up with their plan. So not going to specifically say you have to have X restaurants, X hotels, that type of thing. We aren't planning on going into that level of detail. This would be private business. It's up to private business to develop the project. This was our vision. What's your vision? And that will be weighed in the RFP process.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Further questions? Further questions?
No, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer?
I just want to commend Casper and the community development, and we had, I think, a great meeting with you, Mr. Mayor, and a couple of your council people and your development people, and thanks for the information that we got before we had that meeting, because it kept it down to I think we gained an extra half hour in my day because you were so prepared, so thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, I think that this community really should be followed in the way that they got the community development going, and they got the community input, and all of the different partners that you're going to have. And I'm glad you're allowing after this allowing this opportunity for the free enterprise system to work, and the folks that are coming in there, and they're gonna build something that won't have to be subsidized in the future, and will I think you're gonna have a great complex there, and I think it's gonna be well used. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move the director's recommendation of $4,168,000 for the city of Casper to facilitate their plan on this project.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. It's been seconded, I guess, by the auditor. Were you on? Oh, okay. So it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Congratulations, and thank you very much for being here. This is great.
We want to thank you on behalf of the entire city of Casper. We thank you for the project. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. How'd you let Carter off? How'd you let Carter off?
He handed me the mic.
Thank you all very, very much. So, Mr. Director, the next project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll turn it back over to Noelle, and she'll go through the next project for Hot Springs County.
Ms. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next project comes from Hot Springs County. Hot Springs County is requesting a $1.27 million community readiness grant to prepare the former Hot Springs County Airport property for reuse. This 105-acre site is located on a scenic butte adjacent to the golf course and state park trail system in Thermopolis, Wyoming. The recommendation is to fund in the amount of $1,327,895. You will notice that the amount that is requested or recommended is higher than the request, and I will go into a little bit more details on that during the next few slides. The scope of the project includes demolition of all liabilities still remaining on the site, preparation of the site for development, construction of a new access road, and that is part of the community's match for the project. The county commissioners recently purchased the 31 acres needed for the access road, and they will be constructing it as part of their project, as well as electrical infrastructure. There is much community support and partners have been identified for this project. There is some correspondence received for this project included in your materials. The marketing strategy that they completed is sufficient, but there is potential for it to be more robust in order to attract business to the community. In May 2023, the county issued a request for information to gather potential ideas for the development of this property. The received proposals suggested a wide range of possibilities, including a residential air park, outdoor recreation facilities, establishing a small engine repair shop, spa, health facilities, creating a business park, all around the area. The county plans to market the entire site as one business lot as the county seeks investors. Based on these items, the community's future plans and marketing strategy for this site are very broad, and thus there is potential for it to be more robust in order to attract the right type of business or development to the community. Finally, the community economic development plan that they currently have is 14 years old, but they are looking at re-engaging an economic development organization in the near future. The state considerations that we looked at include the fact that the project does align with the state's economic development strategy by adding value to core industries such as tourism and outdoor recreation, as well as empowering the community to develop their own unique economy. BRC funds are also only 53% of total project costs. They only needed to come up with about a 10% match for it, and so they came up with a much higher match than what was required for the project. So the compelling items for this project include that potential to add value to core industries in tourism and outdoor recreation, just based on where they are located, and the fact that the local match is 37% higher than what is required. The concerning items for this project are that the marketing strategy could be more robust in order to attract the right type of business or development to the community, and the project plan, economic development plan, and partnerships need a little bit of work. So the recommendation is to fund higher than the request is in the amount of $1,327,895 with the following conditions. The increase is an increase by $50,000 for the sole purposes of the county to complete a feasibility study for that property to determine what type of industry or business or development should go into that area. That feasibility study can be conducted in conjunction with the demolition and removal of the old air strip, as well as the road construction, as those two items would have to be completed no matter what type of development would go there. And then finally, any further funds would not be dispersed by BRC until the study is completed and reviewed by staff.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Are there questions? Are there questions? I don't hear any. Is there anyone from Hot Springs? Mr. Commissioner, Chairman, good to see you. Thanks for making the trip.
Thanks for moving to Casper so we don't have to go clear to Cheyenne. Mr. Governor and members of the board, I'm Philip Shale. I'm Hot Springs County Commissioner. Today with me is Commissioner Chairman Paul Ryan, Commissioner Tom Ryan, sorry about that, and Commissioner Paul Galovich, and our administrative assistant, Ms. Connie Guntley, who has done the heavy lifting on that application and worked really closely with the Business Council for this grant application. I think Noel did a great job of laying the project out, so I will stand for any questions of the board.
Mr.
Are
Chairman.
the questions, Madam Superintendent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, just wondering if you could tell us a little bit about your support for the feasibility study and if you think that that additional money is appropriate and that's the plan. I think one of my biggest questions with this was what's next? You know, is this just a construction project, but we haven't started the development? So if you could speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Superintendent. The $50,000 additional add by the Business Council for the feasibility study was received with open arms. The two constraints, as were outlined on the previous slide, were that the scope for what could happen at the former airport project is pretty broad. This will help the feasibility study get started. We talked already about selecting either marketing firm or engineering firm and how those two organizations might work together to go through a feasibility study to find potential users, as well as the other constraint was the lack of the local economic development company. That actually recently in the last 3 weeks, we have resurrected is not the right word, post-Easter, but put back together the economic development company with new board members. The county had actually offered some funding to that in our budget this year, and they still have some seed money left from the efforts that they had been back when they stopped being very active in 2019. So with this additional feasibility money and the local EDC back on track, I think this will be a great thing to help it not just be a small construction project that stops, but come to fruition with finding the highest and best use for the community.
Mr. Chairman.
And then please follow up.
Very quick follow-up. Just meant to mention before, I just appreciate the match amount that you guys have come up with and having the special purpose tax. I think those two things make our job a lot easier, and we don't always see that. So thank you.
Thanks. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Shield, the governor can take credit for getting you closer. I'll take credit for the weather. You're welcome.
Thank you.
So I lean towards, I'm excited about this project. I think Thermopolis has so much potential and has a lot of the building blocks, the critical building blocks that some of our other small towns don't have. It's utterly gorgeous. You have a highly functioning, great little hospital. You know, your housing costs aren't totally through the roof yet. Yet we've sort of seen some, like, the population is going in kind of the wrong direction and a few, you know, and I know that Thermopolis has struggled with some things like that as some of our other towns have. And I know this isn't necessarily the prevailing force, but I think sometimes there's this resistance to change or growth. And I'm from just down the road, so I know how this is. You know, sure, growth is fine as long as it's nobody from the East Coast or the West Coast or too far south or too far north. And help me, I mean, is Thermopolis all in on this? And how do you get them there if they aren't? Because this is aspirational. And again, I think Thermopolis has so much untapped potential and so many of the things that are hard to build if you don't have. There's a question in there somewhere, and you're a sharp guy, and I'm sure you're understanding what I'm getting at.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ms. Auditor. I think Wyoming small communities have something that is so special, and it is Wyoming tradition. Wyoming, this is the way we are. And after the pandemic, and for the past 3 or 4 years, we have seen the great migration from the coasts to places like small town Wyoming. I'm not saying that there is more or less resistance of that in wonderful Hot Springs County. I think I will agree wholeheartedly that Hot Springs County is a gem among the small communities in Wyoming. Well, we slam dunk tourism, we slam dunk agriculture, we slam dunk mineral, and that's Wyoming. We have so many opportunities to double down on those 3 core industries that Wyoming holds dear to them. I would say the community is all in on this. There's letters of support from different organizations, the Chamber of Commerce, community members. You've got the packet, you've seen the application. I'm here to tell you that Thermopolis and Hot Springs County is all in on this. It is aspirational. I love that word, it is. And I also think that right now, Thermopolis is at the precipice. There are some really amazing things happening in Hot Springs County. Josh's slides at the very beginning talked about, of the flywheel, what are the binding constraints? This is one of those things that will loosen those binding constraints. We have this project, we have the recent redevelopment of the Economic Development Company, and the amazing work that the legislature has been doing at the Hot Springs State Park. All of those things are just really getting that flywheel of action, economic growth happening in Hot Springs County, and this is a big part of it. So Thermopolis is all in, and we are right at the perfect time to just really kick that inertia moving flywheel into action.
Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner, thank you. Mr. President, I know this is an area that is near and dear to your heart as well. I don't know if you want to make a comment or.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Yeah, in the essence of time, I'll keep it pretty short. I think Wyoming loves Thermopolis. It truly takes, anybody that goes into Thermopolis can see the potential. And for a guy that's involved in tourism, not only are you a great spot, you're in the right places. You've got to stay a day. If you're in Thermopolis, you're going to be there for another day. And in tourism, that's what you want, someone to stay the day. So as you folks know, I've invested deeply into your community and will continue to do so. I think it's probably one of the best bets Wyoming has going forward on tourism as far as undeveloped raw potential. Thermopolis has had it in the past, and I have confidence you'll have it again. It tickles me to see you here getting down the road and moving on with it. We'll do our best to get everybody engaged as good as we can with you. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions, comments? Commissioners, thank you very, very much for being here. And if there is no further comment or question, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move recommended funding in the amount of $1,327,895 to Hot Springs County.
It's been moved by the auditor. It's been seconded by the treasurer. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Congratulations. Thanks. I hope it's a nice drive back.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the Wyoming Business Council's activities for today. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to stand for them. Otherwise, we'll move along.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? If there are none, we'll move along. Madam Director, thank you both for being here. You have other staff in the back as well. So thanks, Business Council.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is approval of the February 1st, 2024 State Loan and Investment Board meeting minutes.
Thank you, Madam Director. Members, you've had a chance to review the minutes. Are there changes, additions, comments that you'd like to make? If there are none, I'd entertain a motion to accept the minutes.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Been moved by the auditor. Is there support for the auditor's motion? Been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We next move along to letter B, which are the reports. We've provided the board with the usual reports behind tab B. We don't have anything to add at this time, but I believe Ms. Blackwell is online, and we would stand for questions at this time should the board have some.
Thank you. And recognizing Ms. Blackwell is carrying the state's flag in DC, God bless her, and we hope she can come back alive. So,
She is, Mr. Chairman.
are there questions for Ms. Blackwell?
Okay.
If there are none,
Okay. Mr. Chairman, we've provided the materials for this meeting to the board members in advance, and we've briefed each board member individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent agenda if the board would so desire.
without objection, please do.
Mr. Chairman, the following items listed on the State Loan and Investment Board agenda for April 4th, 2024 appear amenable for treatment on a consent agenda. E1, F1, G1 and G2, and J1. And I would note that we had originally proposed J2, but we are pulling that because I believe we need to make a tweak to the director's recommendation.
Members of the board, you've heard the recommended consent list, E1, F1, G1, G2, and J1. If that's up to your satisfaction, I would entertain a motion to make a consent list.
Mr. Chairman, I would move a consent list of items E1, F1, G1, G2, J1.
Second.
It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We have a consent list. I would entertain a motion to approve the director's recommendations on the items on the consent list, E1, F1, G1, G2, and J1.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Been moved by the auditor,
Second.
been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Madam Director, is that J2? Is that the next item?
Mr. Chairman, the next item is actually H1. And H1 is consider one application for a Chapter 3 Emergency Mineral Royalty Grant for the town of DuBois, Wyoming. I'll just quickly provide a little background on this, and we do have, again, Ms. Blackwell online, should there be questions. The town of DuBois is requesting $461,749 in emergency MRG grant funding to replace a section of water main under Highway 26 that they believe is restricted. Back in December of 2014, there was a large fire in DuBois. To fight the fire, the east water tank was completely drained, while the west tank experienced very little drop in the water level. Following the event, it was evident to the town that the water flow was restricted between the east and west sides of the town's water system. And during the summer of this past year, 2023, they determined that the restriction to the transmission main was actually located under Highway 26. The town believes the project qualifies as an emergency because it must eliminate any future firefighting deficiencies. And the town's, with respect to the town's water supply, only one of their 2 wells has a backup generator. This project will address the supply flow restrictions by constructing a bypass to supply water to the opposite side of the highway. The requested amount is 84% of the total project costs. The town is proposing to match the requested funding with $87,952 from their Water Enterprise Fund. Our staff believes that the town of DuBois's project is a good project, but it simply fails to meet the definition of an emergency, as it will not alleviate an emergency situation which poses a direct and immediate threat to health, safety, or welfare of the community. The referenced fire occurred more than 9 years ago, and to date, the water main system has been sufficient to supply the town's needs. Both of our sister agencies that review these types of applications, the DEQ and the Water Development Office, do not recommend emergency MRG funding for the town's application. As I mentioned, staff believes this is a good project, and it's our recommendation that the board deny the emergency MRG application and instead defer this application to the June 20th, 2024 Slib special meeting to be considered for regular MRG funding along with all other applications we've received.
Thank you, Madam Director. And I would note that when emergencies occur, they jump to the front of the line. In this this is an example of one that may meet perhaps more of that kind of, let's look at the whole landscape of projects and figure out where this fits.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And Mr. Chairman, if there are specific questions about, I think we have Ms. Blackwell online. Should there be other questions about emergency MRG versus the regular MRG funding? But you are correct in your analysis.
Thank you. Ms. Blackwell, anything you want to add?
The only other thing I would add, Mr. Chairman, is moving this application to the regular meeting, the town will need to come up with 9% more in match funding. One of the other benefits of emergency funds is they allow a higher percent of the project cost to be covered by the program, up to 100%. With regular funding, we can only go up to 75%.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Questions for the staff? If there are no questions, is there anyone from the town of DuBois here? Please come on up. Thank you for making the trip as well. Yeah, anywhere you want. Yeah, that'll be great.
Matt Ellis, town engineer for Du Bois.
If you, yeah, there you go.
I'll do it again. Matt Bowers, town engineer for town of Du Bois. I have with me the mayor and public works director. I guess in our eyes, in discussions with, I had a bunch to go in the description, but that got taken care of. In our mind, we do have a little bit of an emergency situation. We had a significant fire several years ago. Basically drained one of the tanks. Luckily, the fire department was able to get the fire under control before we ran out of water completely. There's been concerns with the fire department every year since. Our biggest issue was we have about 6,600 feet between the two systems. So determining where we had this restriction was not easy. We didn't really want to go and replace over a mile of water line, not really knowing where it was. It's taken us a few years, but this past year we were actually able to figure out where the restriction is. And so that's why now we feel as the town, from a citizen safety standpoint, now that we know there's a restriction, we know that we have firefighting limitations, it's something we have to address. So the request for the funding was to try to limit that impact onto the citizens. We just had a rate study done through Wyoming Rural Water, and they came back and said that our rates are actually pretty high, and so we have a lot of fixed income into citizens, and so anything we can't get, we know that we have to do it, and it's going to get done. The project's basically in the permitting stage. It's designed, so we're going regardless. We're just trying to lessen the impacts on the citizens of Du Bois.
Thank you, Mr. Bowers. If memory serves, that was also sub-zero weather, and there was a lot of trouble. I was curious if that was part of the problem.
New Year's Eve,
I
30 below.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bowers, as you may be aware, we've struggled with emergency MRG funding this year because the legislature has cut it over time, and so had to be, have a really high threshold for what qualifies it as an emergency. So can you give us a little bit of detail of why now versus the last 10 years? I think, as you know, next month we'll open up to general MRG funding, which could give you an opportunity there, and wondering if that might be possible.
I answer the last part. Yes, I mean, we're emergency because when you say 9 years ago, we knew there was an issue, we couldn't find it. We spent a lot of time trying to find it. We knew we couldn't replace over a mile of pipeline just because there was an issue in there somewhere. After finding it last summer, we now know where it's at, and in our mind, having restricted firefighting capabilities within the town is, we consider an emergency. So that was the reason for coming for this grant, basically. Mm-hmm. And just basically the need to move the process along as quick as we can. We don't want to lose a construction season.
Thank you. Further questions? Mr. Treasurer.
Quick, there is going to be probably oversubscribed in the MRGs. I don't know whether you've had an opportunity to look at some of the drinking water funds. I think the interest goes clear down to 25, a quarter of a percent. But have you had a chance to look at any of those other funding alternatives?
Not specifically for this project, we have for some others, yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be appropriate for you to spend some time with the state lands and see, because with some of the things that they've reduced the interest and they've made it a lot easier to get into, although it does take time, and the sooner you start, the better. And I think this goes for anybody else that's got infrastructure out there. To the superintendent's point, we used to get $36 million and change a year back when I was on appropriations, and now it's maybe 25% of that, or they're less than that. Yeah. So, as far as being able to handle the infrastructure and the emergency needs, Slib board doesn't have that capacity anymore. But there are some other federal programs and some state revolving programs that were put in place in the 90s. I know when I was on the department, I'm not at the department, but the ag committee, we put one of those in. But that, I think, is something that everybody's going to have to start looking at and looking at early. Because, it's when times got rough, the cuts were made, but they never were basically put back in as far as the mineral grants. So just kind of a heads up on the lay of the land.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on that point, just Ms. Blackwell, if I could ask you if you think that this project would qualify under the Clean Water Program. I did notice that Mr. Bowers mentioned that they've got high rates, which, is one qualifying factor in that. So wondered if you had analyzed that or not.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, those items are reviewed when it's reviewed through our partnering agencies. DEQ's letter, I believe, references the SRF program. It would be an eligible project under probably the drinking water program or the clean water program. However, we would have to identify a different purpose other than increasing fire flow, because projects through the SRF program just for fire flow purposes are not eligible. So it would be the wording of it. It would be creating a redundancy or consistency, something along those lines. But we would be able to work with the community to do that. I do not believe they are on the new intended use plan for the year coming up. That was opened in January and closed in March. So right now, they would have difficulty in that sense that they're not on the intended use plan. And just a bit of information, we've received 20 applications for the regular MRG meeting, totaling 16 million, approximately 16.5 million.
Ms. Blackwell, do you have any idea on ARPA funds or others that would maybe be available?
Mr. Chairman, you hold the purse strings to the ARPA funds, is my understanding. So I believe that we could work with this community and get it so that it would simply, like I was saying with the Clean Water Program, get it to a point where it's eligible for the use of ARPA funds, since meeting SRF requirements is part of the eligibility for ARPA funds.
Thank you. Mr. Bowers.
I want to go, I believe, and I wish I had Sandy here to ask the town clerk, but I believe we presented this for an ARPA, maybe Beth might remember. I thought we did, but maybe I'm wrong. And we were turned down on the ARPA funds on that, or the application. Am I wrong, Beth?
I have slept since then. Let me do a little
I know,
digging.
I'm sorry. I feel like we went that route, and I thought that our application was turned down.
And it may have been how it was drafted. Like I said, if it was drafted specific for fire flow is not an eligible use of SRF funding.
And Mr. Bowers, just to be clear, if we turn something down, it doesn't mean it's permanent. We can bring it back, we can reevaluate it. But sometimes, just because we try to be as economic as we possibly can with regard to the emergency funds, that is a great example of projects that have come back to be fully funded, so.
And then going to the IUP, this project was not, we have other projects in the town we've put on the IUP. This one we did not because of this. We were going through this process.
Fantastic, thank you, thank you.
There were several folks that got turned down on ARPA because they didn't have the qualifications of the drinking water revolving fund. And so that's why you get in there, you get early, you figure out how you write the grant, because these things are really categorical to a certain extent. But you can actually say what you're using it for, but there are some things that if you put it on there, it almost throws it out. So these guys are really good at getting you qualified, but you just got to start early.
Ms. Blackwell, do you want to opine a little bit? I think your comment that is still ringing in my ears is we can work with these applicants to make it eligible. Did I misquote you?
No, sir, you didn't. My staff, as well as DEQ and water development staff, all of us work together on the SRF program, and we can work with the community to get it to a point, get a project description that's appropriate for SRF funding that would meet our BET funding.
Thank you. Further questions? I did want to ask if rural development, sometimes they've come to our meetings. I don't know if rural development is here. If not, never mind. Thank you. Further questions, comments? If not, members of the board, I would, whatever your desires are.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, based on the conversations we'd have, I would move that we follow the director's recommendation to deny the town of DuBois's emergency MRG application, and that staff work with the town to identify other funding sources.
Okay, the motion's been made by the superintendent. Is there support for the motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? No. That motion carries. I want you to know I'll take personal interest in this and do whatever I can to make sure that we get to the funding that you need. Thank you. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, what's the plan for the Wheatland Water Tower? Because, this is an emergent need, and, I keep getting different answers as to when this is going to be addressed. So is this going to be on an agenda with an emergency application? Because I think it should be. We have an emergency application that is before us, and it was said when portions of it were denied that it was going to be rolled through the legislature. Well, then there was a line item veto on the legislative portion. So what's the plan on the Wheatland Water Tower?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, Secretary's correct. We did have an emergency MRG application from the town of Wheatland. This board funded the emergency portion of that project, which included getting the wells pressured up to the right pressure to meet the EPA requirements. But the non-emergent portion was not funded. Now, I do believe, and Ms. Blackwell, you may want to jump in here, but I do believe they have put in an application for regular MRG funding for the tank. Is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. The the emergency part of the project was funded in January, which included updates to the wells and to the system so that they can meet EPA requirements to provide this appropriate level of service, as well as the demolition of the current leaking water tank. So those were the emergency parts that were funded. What is not funded is the construction of a new tank, and that was partially funded through legislature through the Water Development Omnibus Water Bill for construction projects. And they have submitted a $1.8 million application for regular MRG funding that will be considered at the June 20th meeting.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just very perplexed. So we just denied this and said they could roll through federal funds for this. But on Wheatland, we said we're going to roll them through regular MRG. Why wouldn't we use the federal funds which are expired on the Wheatland water tower when this board has been saying for a year and a half and beyond that the legislature is not providing enough state funds for emergency and regular MRG? That makes zero sense to me.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I do believe that Wheatland water tank is very much on the mind of this board, and it will proceed to do its best to make sure that it meets the requirements.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I want to make a pitch here because it was just said that you have the total purse strings on the federal funds to just reverse the line item veto with your authority and other portions you did not line item veto, and to just do it with federal funds, because the board has been saying that we don't have enough in MRG for a year and a half, and yet there's an opportunity, which we just did to Du Bois, to say, well, you can roll it through federal funds. So I feel like some of these arguments get a little bit circular sometimes, and we just need to be consistent.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'll take your thoughts into consideration. Appreciate it. Thanks. Further comment? All right, Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is J2. And you may recall that's a change in scope request for the town of Lusk. And we are recommending a tweak, if you will, to the director's recommendation. Nothing has changed with how they're asking to use the funds, which is described in the board matter. It's just the director's recommendation. Some of the wording may be a little misleading. We just want to clarify it. So I'll just read along and then I'll tell you where the proposed change is. The director recommends that the board approve the town of Lusk's request to use funding previously awarded by the board to the town under the ARPA 1030 grant for the water and sewer system infrastructure project for phase 3 of the project. And here's where the change comes in addition to the first 2 phases originally approved by the board. And then the next sentence is fine. Furthermore, the director recommends the approval be conditioned on the final design and plans being reviewed by OSLI and determined eligible for the ARPA funding. And the reason for that is the ARPA grant was originally awarded for phase 1 and 2 of this project. And so they have outstanding reimbursements that need to be taken care of with those phases. We just want to make sure that we're not precluding that by adding phase 3 and saying instead of phase 1 and 2. So we think that this will clear that up so that there's no misunderstanding. So that would be the recommendation on J2.
Very good. Mr. Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman, if there's somebody that wants to testify, that's fine, but I think that's very good qualifying language, and it was on the consent list, and with this language, I see no reason why we just can't vote it up.
So, Mr. Treasurer, that's a good suggestion.
Mr. Chairman, we got Lusk here. I do have a question on this, so.
Okay.
Do you have a question for the staff?
I have a question for the town of Lusk.
Well, if welcome the town of Lusk to come up.
Yes.
Thanks very much. Good to have you here.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for having us, and we're welcome to take any questions you would have. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks for coming, Mr. Chairman. I've enjoyed working with you on this and appreciate your fastidiousness and getting this right. You know, I've long thought on these ARPA funds that really, rather than the fluff that we see a lot of time in state government, focusing them on these sorts of infrastructure projects, these needs across Wyoming is really important. So I think it's an important project. I want to make sure, because I know the staff is very concerned about the timing on this, that we're not going to be able to get this bid by, I believe, the deadline for, you know, having it encumbered is December 31 of this year, and then the spend deadline is in 26. But then they put this sort of in the recommendation that they're going to require you to go through them for a bunch of approvals. And I do think it probably is appropriate, but I want to make sure. They told me it's probably going to, they think it's going to take them about a week to get the approval. Obviously, we don't know when you submit it to process that. I just want to make sure on your timeline, do you think you can get everything done? Because I don't want to set up this sort of circular thing where we're never able to get this done, and then it, you know, it doesn't go to the needs where they're really at. And this is a very important project.
And thank you very much for that question. I apologize. I'm Mayor Doug Lytle with the
Right, I
town
was
of
going to
Lusk. I
say,
forgot
Mr. Mayor, you'll have to identify yourself.
I apologize about that. I have no question in my mind that we'll be able to get the funds appropriated. We plan to go to, plan to set it out for bid we are working also with USDA, SRF, so it's a multi kind of interagency type of funding for this project. We have had approval from USDA for phase 3. We've had a change order for phase 2. What's happened in this project is we've had to take the scope of these projects clear down. The project has increased in cost by about 76% from pre-COVID numbers. So what we originally planned to do in six different phases has now probably turned into 10. It will take a little bit more time, but we are committed to continually improving the infrastructure for the town of Lusk, as it is very needed, which we have talked to the board before about the water and sewer and the importance of that. We have changed our scope a little bit of that project on the fact that we were replacing all the streets as we went over them. As what was happening with that is you tear up 60% of the street, and you only recover that through water and sewer. Your operation and maintenance of that actually goes up quite a bit. We were replacing it all. As we said right now, we will be going back to saw cutting and going back to that 60% with a 30% remaining, and we'll have to overlay that at a different time just because of funding issues through CCL and our debt limit ratios. We have recognized most of these problems and we continue to work through it. But as far as being able to get this going on your question, I believe we're, and this is Desiree Matthews. She's our town deputy, she's our deputy clerk. I'm sorry, she's our clerk treasurer. I apologize, she used to be our deputy clerk treasurer, but she's our clerk treasurer, and she can speak more on timeframes and how the project will be funded. Go ahead.
Welcome, and please.
Chairman, Mr. Secretary, we are planning to go to bid in May on our phase 3, and then we'll have it awarded by June, I believe is the, we have our engineer on the phone as well, so he can address that question closer, but yes.
Mr. Chairman, with you making the drive, I just wanted to make sure you're okay with it, because, you know, just make sure we're all on the same page, because that is in the motion. So that's the main thing I wanted to do. But if you're all okay with it, then we're ready to go.
Yeah, I guess my concern right now is we're working through the contract from the November meeting. I guess we haven't received the contract for the 1.2. And so hopefully we can get through that process pretty soon, where that contract from the second round of ARPA funding is available for us to be able to kind of put those funds to that, towards the numbers we have. So we thank you very much.
Thank you. Further comments, questions? If not, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation as amended and ask for the board's favorable consideration.
It's been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Congratulations. Thanks for making the trip. It's good to Good to see you.
Thank you for having us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the agenda for the State Loan and Investment Board, and when you're ready, we can convene as the Board of Land Commissioners.
Members, what's your pleasure? We're at 10:22. Sometimes we may take a break, sometimes we keep going. With a short break, we'll be back at 10:30. Mr. Secretary, if you could come. We can proceed, and
Okay.
I'm sure the Secretary will join us shortly.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. The first item on the agenda for the State Board of Land Commissioners is approval of the February 1st, 2024 State Board of Land Commissioners meeting minutes.
Members of the board, you have had a chance to review the minutes. Are there comments, suggestions, changes that you would entertain? If there are none, I would entertain a motion to accept the minutes of the February 1st State Board of Land Commissioners.
So moved.
It's been moved by the superintendent. Is there a second?
Second?
Been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next item are the reports under tab B. Again, we've provided the board with these usual reports. We would not have
Chairman, I
anything
have a
to
question.
add, but I believe we do have staff, and they could stand for questions.
Okay, Madam Director, the Secretary has a question before.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to ask this at the start of the State Board of Land. I apologize, they're talking out there, and you can't hear the start of the meeting out there. What's the plan for public comment today? Because I asked you about yesterday about the gravel pit, and I appreciate you on there giving public comment there, but there's some concern on the Sheridan County exchange. There's a lot of people down here. This has been on the before the board a few times, but I think it's very important we provide the opportunity for public comment on that. So what's the plan there?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'll let the director kind of walk through what our anticipations are, and then I would like the board to consider what they need to do on that. I know you will want to have public comment, but we have had multiple opportunities to hear from this issue in Sheridan, so I think the board has the opportunity to make some determinations on that matter. Thanks for the question. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, we had talked about potential public comment for the H2 matter, which has been tabled. Of course, that would first have to be taken off the table, as well as for the sand and gravel. And I would just remind the board that the Sheridan County exchange was proposed back in 2019. And since that time, we have done the detailed analysis. We had public comment in 2021 from April 12th through June 14th of 2021. It was first introduced at a land commissioner meeting in August of 2021. It's appeared again on several agendas since that time at which public comment was taken. Deputy Director Crowder and I went to Sheridan and conducted a public comment session at Sheridan College on November 13th. So there has been significant public comment, both written and verbal, in that matter. I'm not sure if there is much to add at this point. I think the only thing that has changed since the last time this was on the board's agenda was we were instructed to come back with a third appraisal, and we have done that, and so that's what we're here to discuss today, and hopefully resolution of the matter, as it has been pending for quite some time with quite a lot of public comment opportunities to date.
Yeah, and I think, Madam Director, really what I was saying is if we could have kind of an overview for the meeting so people that are here can kind of have an expectation of how the run of show will go. And I think that was what the Secretary's question really was coming to, but.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. The order of the agenda is kind of the historical way we've always viewed these meetings since I've been here, but I'm going to recommend that the board take a few things out of order, specifically have the State Forester, Ms. Norris, give her forestry and fire report first, and then move to D.
If somebody could mute their, oh, sorry. Jason. Deputy, okay.
Oh, and then move to D18, which is a matter for your conflict counsel, and then take up the Sheridan County matter out of order, which would be prior to the sand and gravel. It's my understanding that there are quite a number of people here for the sand and gravel, so it would be to take those matters prior to and leave the sand and gravel for the end of the agenda so that we could have as much participation as possible there.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman, my question is there plan for allowing public comment? I mean, you've been clear on the sand and gravel, that's going to be allowed, but on the Sheridan County Land Exchange, will public comment be allowed?
And what I guess I was thinking, Mr. Secretary, but you want to raise the question now, to the members of the board, do we want to take public testimony on the Sheridan issue? Recognizing that probably will delay sand and gravel pretty substantially. I do know Mr. Clark has indicated he has new material that he wants to share. There's an analysis of the statutory requirements and so on and so forth. But
Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Secretary, I guess I'm responding to your request, which is you would like to have that testimony, and I guess I'm giving it to the board to be able to say yes or no on that. I appreciate your perspective.
Yeah, well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to clarify, though, a change was just made through the director to move sand and gravel behind Sheridan County. On the agenda, the way it was sent out, Sheridan County is behind sand and gravel, which I think would be appropriate. I think people came here early thinking that it would be above the Sheridan County thing. I think we should keep it there. And then I think public comment should be allowed on all of it.
So, Madam Director, let's take this to the board. Board, how would you like to proceed? Let's walk through the agenda piece by piece. I would recommend that we get rid of the consent list items that are potentially there, just so that because I'm sure we'll probably spend some time on these other topics. So if you want to just kind of get rid of the housekeeping pieces, we've done them.
Mr. Chairman, we have provided the materials to the board in advance of this meeting, and we have briefed each individual board member prior to the meeting, and at this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent agenda for consideration by the board.
Very, very good. Please do that if there's no objection.
The following items listed on the Board of Land Commissioners' agenda for April 4th, 2024 appear to be amenable to treatment on a consent list. D1 through D17. With the E matters, we had originally proposed E1 through E7, but I've just been made aware that there is an attorney online that would like to comment on E2. So we would pull that and propose E1 and then E3 through E7, F1 through F5, G1 through G3, H1, I1 through I4.
Members of the board, if there are no objections, I would entertain a motion. Yes, Madam.
May I remove D2?
D2
And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to remove F1.
and F1. Okay. All right. With that, I think a proposed consent list would be, and correct me if I'm wrong, D1, D3 through D17, E1, E3 through E7, F2 through F5, G1 through G3, H1, and I1 through I4. Any objections? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the creation of a consent list as you enumerated previously.
Okay,
Second.
been moved and seconded. And again, D1, D3 through D17, E1, E3 through E7, F2 through F5, G1 through G3, H1, and I1 through I4. That is the motion for the consent list. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion's been carried. I would now entertain a motion to accept the director's recommendation on the matters on the consent list.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation on the consent list items.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there support for that motion? Is there support for the motion? Second. It's been seconded by
Mr.
the
Chairman.
treasurer. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to note for the record that on item E7, while I have no direct benefit at all from any of the companies on here, but there may be a perception of a conflict, that I will just recuse from any of those purchased by Kirkwood Oil and Gas. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to support this, because there's some important things on here, but I really want to note, I've noted this to the staff, I really think we need to move away from these consent lists. I think that's part of the reason we're up here right now. I think there's a lot of problems with them, and I think we just need to go thing by thing and get narrative at the meetings on these, so move more towards that direction. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. So we have a motion on the floor. Is there further comment? If there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? And with the understanding that the superintendent has abstained from the matters in E7. Thank you. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned, I was recommending that we would take a few things out of order today just to sort of expedite and move it along. The first out of order item I would recommend is to have the state forester provide our forestry and fire report.
Okay, and what I'm gonna do here is, because I think the secretary's point is he wants to have an agenda approved. So that's the first recommendation. Where would you go from there?
Then we would go to D2,
D2,
then D18,
D18,
then E2,
D2,
then F1,
F1,
and then I would recommend we take the Sheridan County H2 following that, and then the sand and gravel F6 after that.
all right. The members of the board, you have heard the recommended agenda. If there are changes.
Mr. Chairman, to amend it, do you want a motion first, or can I just amend it?
There's nothing on the floor, it's a
Okay.
recommendation. So if you want to move F6 in front of H2, is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
Okay, members of the board, what is your
Mr.
interest?
Chairman,
Yeah,
I think in the recommendations that we have before us, without the amendment, we're leaving F6 to the end of the meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman, I think that's a good place to have it, because that's where, if there's a lot of debate, you'd have a little bit more flexibility, perhaps in allowing more debate, because we don't know how much time it's going to take to do H2. Then you might have to cut off debate early to make sure that we could finish H2. But if we got H2 finished, then we can just go on with the F6 one and take it to its conclusion without any perhaps premature interruption.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would agree with the treasurer. I want to leave as much time for the public here in Casper to be able to comment on that topic. And as a reminder, with the Sheridan County matter, we have heard hours of testimony on that and received thousands of emails. So I think that would be prudent. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, can I respond to those points?
Of course you can.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple things here. I think it's very important to follow what was noticed. And, I think people came with that intent. And so I think it's important to do the sand and gravel first for that reason. I also think that the notion that we're going to build our time around the 1 p.m. stop time, we've gone till 6 p.m., we've gone till 8 p.m., we've gone very late at times. It's just aspirational. And I think that the idea that we're going to cut off any of them is problematic. And I think we should have public comment on all of them. I guess we're taking that point second, because, I don't know if that's understood here, whether there's going to be public comment, because if it's understood there's not, then I'm going to go ahead and have an motion on that. But I definitely think that we should have sand and gravel first as before the Sheridan County thing. I think that's the way it was noticed, and I think that's the understanding here today. And I'm kind of very confused to this notion that we're going to build a time with an understanding there's a 1 p.m. stop. It's almost like trying to cut off public comment on both of these matters, which are both very important.
Mr. Chairman, is there
No, go ahead, Madam.
Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that there's not a 1 p.m. stop, is that correct?
I think it was within the notice, but I don't think we've ever
Thank you.
cut off anybody's discussion. And so people can be prepared. We have stopped at 11:30 and 11:45 at night. We'll try to keep your time, we want to respect your time, which is why I think we'll put, some time limits on the testimony that's there. The Secretary has made a number of points here. Let's start with the agenda. I think we have a view on what the agenda should look like from one person and another view from a couple of others. I'd like to do that first, then we can take the public debate piece later. So if somebody wants to make a recommendation on the agenda, we have the recommendation forest first, B2, B18, D2, F1, H2, and F6 finally.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if you need a motion in an affirmative, I guess I'll make the motion in affirmative of Director's Recs as modified.
Is there support for that?
Second.
Thanks. That motion is on the table.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to amend the motion on the table to move H2 behind F6, so to switch F6 and H2 in line with the way the agenda was noticed. That's the way it was noticed. That
Motion to amend. Is there support for the motion to amend? Is there support for the motion to amend? Is there support for the motion to amend? Mr. Secretary, your motion fails. The original motion is on the table. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? We have an agenda. We have an agenda. And now take up the matter at the Secretary's request about entertaining public comment on item H2.
So, Mr. Chairman, you had indicated yesterday that the comment on F6, you were going to put parameters on that. What are the parameters that you're putting on that? And I sent you a letter that I don't think there should be any parameters on it, but you had indicated you wanted to put parameters on it yesterday.
I was making a recommendation, Mr. Secretary, and thank you. It's nice to have this discussion on a regular basis with you. I was making a recommendation that we try to limit comments to 5 minutes, and we would kind of do that along the lines of what the county commission had done.
Okay.
I certainly think we have tried to do that before, and we have allowed latitude. Our intent here is the reason we came to Casper was to provide the opportunity for people to fully talk to the board and to receive the comments. And so I really appreciate you all being here. And I do apologize that we seem to be bouncing through and not allowing you to do that, but we'll get along with it. So,
Mr. Chairman, do you have an issue with doing that for the Sheridan County issue as well? I mean, just being consistent? I think if that's the understanding, I think that's fine. We don't need a motion, but I'm just trying to get an answer on how we're going to proceed on comment there, because there's been some questions, and also staff seemed to suggest that there wouldn't be public comment on that one.
Mr. Secretary, I think the point you make is you would like to have public comment fully open at that point. I think that point is made very clear. I have also said at the beginning of this conversation that it was up to the board whether they would allow that. So I'm going to put that before the board. I'm assuming you're making a motion to allow full comment on the Sheridan matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's the motion, yeah.
Okay. Is there support for that motion? Is there support for that motion? Is there support for that motion? Mr. Secretary, your motion fails. So, Madam Director, if you would like to kind of walk through how that goes, we'll take the matters in order. Thank you. We have a board that has an agenda in front of it. It's been approved, and we have a process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the next item will be State Forester Kelly Norris, her forestry and fire report.
Ms. Norris, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I provided each of you with a copy of the State Forestry's 2023 annual report to review. Before I begin my report, I want to introduce you. Okay, he's here. District 2 District Forester Brian Anderson, who is currently located in this building. Brian has worked for State Forestry for over 33 years, working all within District 2, so the northern part of the district, the Laramie Range. Brian contains a wealth of experience and as well as that and knowledge, and we take advantage of him every chance we get. And I just want to thank Brian for his years of service. He has served under almost every state forester except for our very first one, which was Carl Johnson. So thank you, Brian. So with that, I'm going to kick off my report with the wildland fire update. Currently, we have Crook, Weston, Laramie, and Natrona counties under level 1 or level 2 fire restrictions. Platte County recently rescinded their restrictions earlier this week, but are planning to bring them back in the next week or so. Fire activity will continue to fluctuate and be short duration events. Prefrontal winds and warmer temperatures present higher fire risk conditions, and areas lacking snowpack will likely remain to have elevated fire danger up until green-up. So far this year, Wyoming has had 55 wildfires, approximately 18,697 acres. Last year, we only burned a total of 10,789 acres. And by March 1st of this year, Wyoming had already burned more than we burned last year. And Laramie County ended up with the highest amount of acreage so far. Wyoming has one approved EFSA and FMEG fire, the Happy Jack fire, that burned towards Cheyenne on March 1st. FMEG stands for Fire Management Assistance Grant, and the funding from this approved type of fire emergency allows state forestry to recoup fire suppression costs, which will be put back into our EFSA account. This was Wyoming's first FMEG fire since the Mullen Fire of 2020. Throughout the end of February and beginning of March, we had our staff and engines responding to numerous wildfires, helping support our local county responses. This includes our inmate hand crew, who assisted with 4 different fires in 3 different counties. Moving on to a quick G&A update. We recently hired the Medicine Bow Route G&A Forester, who will start this June. That position will be located in Laramie. House Bill 43 passed this legislative session and gave state forestry the authority to hire up to 3 more permanent G&A positions and 2 more at-will contract employee positions. We have been meeting with each national forest and Region 2 G&A program staff, working on how to modify or develop new agreements to accommodate this opportunity for future growth in this program. Wyoming's Capital Arbor Day event is scheduled for on Wyoming's official 136th Arbor Day, which is the last Monday in April. This year, we will be planting a tree at the Charles L. Beatty House on the morning of April 29th. An official invite has been sent to each of you, and my only request is you bring the same warm, sunny weather that arrived last year at that event. Lastly, I want to give the board a few federal policy updates. The BLM Newcastle RMP draft is out for cooperating agency review. As this RMP covers the heavily forested Black Hills area of Wyoming, State Forestry is planning to provide comments on this draft, which is due April 26th. The draft RMP will be out for public review this summer. Forest plan revisions are progressing. The Black Hills National Forest will be coming out of their assessment phase into their planning revision phase in the next month or so. The Bridger-Teton is expected to share their draft assessments within this month, kicking off their assessment phase. And the Medicine Bow Route National Forest Plan has been pushed back a year, starting in 2025, as half of the Mountain Service Planning Group were redirected to work on National Old Growth Forest Plan Amendment EIS. State Forestry and Wyoming County Commissioner Association, along with some help at the governor's office, teamed up to create 3 different NEPA forest plan revision training courses over the next year to educate county commissioners, state agencies, and conservation districts on NEPA processes, including project-based NEPA with BLM or Forest Service, as well as 2012 Planning Rule Forest Plan revisions. The first training is scheduled for May 2nd and 3rd in Saratoga. And with that, I will end my presentation there. You have a very long schedule ahead of you, and I will open it up for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Forrester. Are there questions for Kelly? Any questions? We're going to let you off easy. I hope we don't have to use any more resources, but this is a very dry summer. Thank you very much for your work. And I also want to say thank you also for your leadership in so many of these issues where we are seeing federal policies that we have to push back on, and for your leadership on shared stewardship and good neighbor authority. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Your shop is a great shop.
Thank you.
Thanks. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is D2, which is to consider the director's decision in a conflicting lease application. I will yield to Mr. Booth to provide the basic overview of that situation.
Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, D2 pertains to the recommended issuance of a grazing lease that was up for renewal in 2024 that was conflicted. What sets this apart is Lynn and Pam Jensen, the renewing lessees, had been subleasing without board approval from the years 2020 to 2023. In this situation, they were given a 30-day window with which to exercise a preferred right to renew their lease, should a preferred right exist. At the December 7th, 2023 board meeting, the subleases were approved within the term. In consultation with our legal representation, we believe that that made them eligible for a preferred right to renew their lease. And then they exercised that preferred right to renew that lease by matching the conflicting bid. And so here, I would also like to point out that with regard to those subleases, there was no excess rental owed to the state. And then further, staff have not identified any concerns with the resource management and use of this lease. So our recommendation is to issue the lease to the renewing lessee, which is Lynn and Pam Jensen. And with that, we'd be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Are there questions? Are there questions? Are there questions? Thank you, Mr. Booth. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's rec.
It's been moved for the director's recommendation. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Motion's before us. Your
Mr. Chairman?
discussion. Yes, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be a no vote on this, simply because we've talked about this, several times over the last few months. But stand by that the language of the statute provides that you have not violated the lease, and thus there's not a cure for this. I recognize that this continues to be an issue and one I think we need to work through with subleasing, and what parameters are around those, what constitutes as violating the lease, and any changes in statute. And so I've started working with Mr. Magagna of the Stock Growers Association. We are gathering a group of ag operators to discuss that, what a plan might be. But for now, I stand by the language of the statute, and will be a no. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, just looking at the second page here, and I hope I'm on the right one. This is the, okay, and the conflicting bid was for $8,700, is that right?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, it was $8,702.40, correct?
Right, then the I want to be sure that the annual rent paid by the preferred lessee is going to be for that same amount.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that is correct also.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate the superintendent's points. I'm not sure I disagree with them at all, but I do recognize that we have, the board over the years has struggled with these because real life and the lack of flexibility given by the statutes certainly are in conflict. And I would just, and this is public, we've got multiple cases in court over this. And so I think we'll get some guidance one way or the other ultimately. So I think today I'll be a yes on this, but it is a tough one because we all know the statutes are very difficult on this.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm looking through the board matters. I believe how often are subleases approved after the fact by the board? Like today, we had how many before us?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I would defer to either Deputy Director or to Mr. Booth. Do you know?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I can pull it up and determine how many that we have in front of us today.
Well, it's a lot. And so I guess I just pose a question to the superintendent. Is your position that anybody who's ever had a sublease not approved by the board, approved after the fact, which has become a huge practice, because they were in violation at some point in their lease, they can't exercise their preferential right to renew?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you for the question, Secretary. Not opposed to approving subleasing. What I'm opposed to is the clear language of, and not even opposed. I think this is something, again, I've spoken to Mr. Magagna at length about the need for flexibility in this. The fact is, when the statute is as clear as it is, and you go against that statute, as we will likely see in this court case, you will lose. We have to follow the law. And so to me, it's not a matter of, there's a very big difference between approving a sublease and the preferential right to renew.
Mr. Chairman, I think what is actually more inconsistent is not approving this lease, because, we can't operate anymore if we're going to say you can't have subleases approved post the sublease being entered into, and then we're not going to allow them to exercise their preferential right to renew. It doesn't work, so.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, I will move to the vote. So all in favor of the motion under item D2, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? No. That motion carries. Thank you. And I would note, just in passing, I think we have done quite a bit of work on these statutes, and I think the superintendent's point is well taken, but I'm hoping that we've found some latitude. And, when Mr. Magagna was in your position, there was quite a bit more latitude, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item for the board's consideration today is item D18, which is to consider Stark Ranch LLC's request for hearing on exceptions to recommended order on cross motions for summary judgment regarding state lease number 3-6890, OAH docket number 24-022-060. And I believe your conflict counsel, Mr. Chris Brown, is online. There he is. I would yield to him.
Mr. Brown, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, members of the board, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Terrific. and I will be very brief with regard to this matter. You've got a full day. Just very shortly, this matter is an appeal from a director's decision to conditionally award a vacant grazing and agricultural lease to Starks Ranch LLC on June 22nd, 2023, after first conditionally awarding the lease to Robin and Kate Wiltshire on February 8th, 2023. The Wiltshires then appealed that conditional award to Starks Ranch. The matter was referred to OAH. On March 11th, 2024, OAH issued a recommended decision in the matter. Both Starks Ranch and OSLI subsequently filed exceptions to that recommended decision. On March 21st, 2024, Stark Ranch filed a request to this board for a hearing on the exceptions and the recommended decision, requesting that this board schedule a date and time for a hearing on the recommended decision and those exceptions. On March 29th, the Wiltshires filed an objection to the request for a hearing, asserting just generally that the hearing would be unnecessary, unwarranted, and duplicative of the matter that was already in front of the administrative law judge at OAH. You have both the request and the objections in front of you. Wyoming Statute 16.3.109 provides that this board has discretion whether or not to allow oral arguments pertaining to a recommended decision. So my recommendation to you is kind of twofold. First, we need a motion whether or not to allow the oral arguments and therefore grant or deny Stark Ranch's request for a hearing on the recommended decision and the filed exceptions. If the board decides to allow the oral arguments, then I would recommend setting those oral arguments for the board's next meeting on June 6th, 2024, reserving about 15 minutes for each party's arguments and directing the parties coordinate with the office director to set a time on that day to begin the arguments.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. One quick question. What weight would this board be required to give the decision rendered by the Office of Administrative Hearings?
Mr. Chairman, the decision is a recommended decision. The final decision is this board, so the weight you give it is up to you.
Thank you. Members of the board, what questions do you have? Mr. Treasurer, did you have a question or?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think because we have a limited exposure to this, I'd rather continue it over to the June 6th meeting and have the testimony from, I guess, a mini hearing at 15 minutes and 15 minutes.
Okay, I think you need to put your,
Okay, so.
Sorry, I couldn't hear
So
you.
is that the director's rec? I'm trying to get back to it.
Well, not the director, but that's the recommendation.
Yeah, I would move the recommendation, Mr. Chairman of council.
Okay, that motion has been made. Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't provide a recommendation to the board whether or not to grant the oral argument. I didn't know whether or not the board thought that they would benefit from the oral argument. And so I didn't recommend one way or the other. My recommendation was
Mr. Brown, we have a motion.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I would clarify it and just move that we would hear the oral arguments at the next, at the June meeting.
I'm sorry, you were weighing in after the point, so the
Okay,
treasurer's
so,
motion.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, that remove the director, the council's recommendation, but basically say that we're going to hear the oral arguments at the June meeting in the case of the Wilshire Starks matter.
Okay, and that's the seconder's intent as well. All right. Further discussion? Further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to E2, which is to consider a State of Wyoming oil and gas lease term extension for lease number 15-00247 for Bison Oil and Gas 4 Properties, Wyoming LLC in Laramie County. I will yield to Mr. Booth. The reason we had recommended pulling this off the consent list is I understand that there's an Alicia Kissling from Crowley Fleck that would like to address it online, but perhaps Mr. Booth can tee it up for us first.
Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, E2 pertains to an extension that's authorized by Title 36 and Chapter 18 of the board's rules and regulations. The applicant requesting this extension is Bison Oil and Gas IV Properties, Wyoming LLC. This is their 4th extension. The whole premise behind this extension is another operator holds the APDs for all prospective zones and formations. And as such, per Wyoming Oil and Gas Conservation Commission's rules and regulations, Bison is prevented from applying for APDs. So they have a couple of options ahead of them right now. They can contest operatorship to produce the wells authorized by these APDs, or work with the operator that has the APDs to produce this lease. So Bison asserts it is trying to work with the other entity to produce this lease. So for factors outside of their reasonable control, they have requested this extension. Happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Booth? Any questions? Hearing none, I'd recognize, and I'm sorry I missed the name of the attorney.
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's Alicia Kissling from Crowley Fleck.
Ms. Kissling.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the remaining members of the board for the opportunity to address you here today. I am here on behalf of my client, Longs Peak Resources LLC, which is the operator that holds the APDs in the drilling and spacing unit that encompasses this state lease. Christian Walters is here on the Zoom call as well. He is the VP of Land and Business Development for Longs Peak. And he would like to provide a little bit of background and some comment from his perspective on the board for the board's consideration. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, I would like to turn this over to Mr. Walters.
Mr. Peters, is there any concern with doing that? Please, go ahead then.
Okay, yes, hello. Yes, hello, hi, this is Christian Walters, VP of Land of Longs Peak Resources in Houston, Texas.
Welcome. Thank you for addressing the board.
Okay, great. Am I coming through?
You are.
Terrific. Thank you, Chairman. Once again, just to reiterate what our counsel, Alicia, has stated, Longs Peak is the operator of the subject DSU that contains the subject lease in question here today for extension. We do, generally have an open protest against this extension for numerous reasons. The first of which I think everyone noted, this is the 4th extension request for a term of an oil and gas lease that has already extended its initial 5-year primary term. Thus, we believe ample time has been provided, and thus the next in line should have an opportunity. Secondly, Longs Peak, we were nominating this parcel. If the parcel does become available to be leased at the next competitive public lease auction. And with that in consideration, we would note that potentially there's a monetary gain here on behalf of the state to allow that to occur so that the lease may be competitively bid on. And the final point is that, yes, Longs Peak is the record operator. And here, if this subject lease were to be extended, I would like to remind everybody that is a date from December of 2023. So therefore, if a one-year extension request is granted, we're already 4 months, almost, here we're already a quarter down. So we're talking about a lease that's less than 8 months if the extension were to be granted. So therefore, we feel like this request should be denied.
Thank you. Questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Just to get an understanding of what's going on the ground, is Longview producing any wells in this area now?
Thank you for the question. That is, no, sir, these lands are undeveloped at this point in time. However, Longs Peak Resources does hold the valid subsisting application for the permit to drill. And therefore, we are the designated operator per the WOGCC designation and rules.
To follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Please, Mr. Treasurer.
Can Long Peak, can Bison get a permit to drill in that area without, I guess, your blessing or your operation, or how does that work?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. That is a great question. Once again, this is kind of transcending into rules with the Wyoming Oil and Gas Commission. It is my understanding, pursuant to those rules and operatorship, which qualify a designated operator of any potential subject lands, that has to come by and through the application process, which at this point in time, it is my understanding that our company, Longs Peak, would be the only designated operator pursuant to the rules. So I believe that at this point in time, even if an application was made, I believe that pursuant to those rules, commission staff would probably not accept, likely not accept that application.
I think I'm beginning to get a pretty good picture of how that works, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Madam Auditor, did you? No. Madam Superintendent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious how this is falling in line with, the rules that we updated through the Oil and Gas Commission so that companies cannot hold those APDs for long periods of time. I mean, is this, Deputy, if you could speak to that a little bit.
Well, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you, Director. This is Christian Walters. Once again, is that question directed to me as the lessee or as an operator?
I think the director was prepared to answer, and so the director.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, with the 8M process now, there is the ability to challenge for operatorship after a couple of years. With respect to our rules and lease term extensions, applicants are allowed to do that up to 5 times, I believe, and this is their 4th request to do that. But it's my understanding from Bison's application materials, and Cody, please correct me if I'm wrong, that right now Longs Peak controls the applications for all the zones. So they're kind of trapped right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, that was 8M is kind of my recollection of that and how many times, and I couldn't remember exactly. So we're kind of not to that point yet in which they would challenge, but after this extension, they would be able to per those updated rules.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, Cody, is that your understanding that they're in line then to challenge at that point in time? That's my understanding from the materials. I don't have it sitting here in front of me.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, I believe that's the case. That's what's been asserted to us, but I haven't looked at the rules.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I only bring this up because I think that was, we worked really hard on those rules and gathering when you could contest these, recognizing that they're not always ready to drill on an APD if they haven't collected those from the feds or whatnot. And so I do know that that's part of the process, and maybe to ask, the gentleman on the line of his response to that, and why not let those rules play out in that sense.
Mr. Walters.
Yes, Chairman, thank you. Yes, those are all great points and all great things to highlight here in this context. Here in this particular circumstance, we believe that as application for the permit to drill for Longs Peak, that time for protest under the 8M rule has passed. These are fresh permits. So on the timeline, we've filed our permits in the month of November, ahead of the term expiration of this lease. At that point in time, it is my understanding, pursuant to the 8M rules, any contestant or protesting lessee or operator would have 15 days from that point in time to make the 8M and file the 8M protest. That timeline, came and passed many months. And we feel like at this point in time, there would not be, it is my understanding, the interpretation of the rules, there would not be another opening or an opportunity to protest until we have either renewed our permits, which keep in mind the APDs are only valid for 2 years. So at that point, upon a renewal or a new filing of a protest, it is at that point in time where any contestant or protesting party would have the opportunity to do so. And you're right, that is in a manner consistent with, so as not to perpetually maintain and hold operatorship of subject DSUs for, perpetuity. So at this point in time, we feel like, that affordability and that time under the rules have come and gone. And we've, had no reach out by the other party. And thus, we have gone through the next steps of planning and preparation with various commission docket matters that embrace these subject DSUs for, future development here covering these lanes. So I hope that answers the timeline and the questions regarding the 8M.
And
Mr. Chairman, sorry, one more follow-up.
yeah, no, that's fine. And I'll just note that the director also is there, but please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just I'm trying to refresh if I'm understanding this correctly. It's been a while since we worked on those. That until there's the renewal, there's no protest period. Is that correct? I'm seeing the director shake her head yes. Okay, so they just haven't had the opportunity to protest yet.
Mr. Chairman, it's come to my attention that Bennett Meyer with Bison is actually on the line too. And so that's the entity here that's seeking the lease term extension. Perhaps he can give us an idea of where they are in the protest.
Thank you.
And I was going to ask you that because, thank you very much. Mr. Walters, before we turn it over, one quick question. What if it's not proprietary, what are your short-term drilling expectations?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is a great question. Short-term, right now, we're in, the development and planning phase to create the optimal spacing for these lands in this DSU. So right now, that has a front lead time, at least minimum of a year. I would say at the very earliest, we would be looking at development in this area probably like next summer. And so that is right now as best timeline I could, provide. And then once again, with the caveat of, hey, if this lease truly is expired by its own terms, we would always welcome and encourage the open bidding for when this lease comes back onto the competitive lease auction sale. And if at that time, any prospective lessee is truly desirous of these lands and they can compete, in a public market, just as we would. And that would be our next step, honestly, as far as the lease is concerned, that in the event that this lease is denied for extension, then surely it perhaps may appear on the next quarter lease auction. And at that point in time, I think that would be a better gauge of our timing for development.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Director, I think you said Mr. Meyer is online.
Mr. Chairman, correct, Mr. Bennett Meyer.
Yeah, can you all hear me?
We can, Mr. Meyer, you please, I guess, identify yourself for the record.
Yeah. So this is Ben Meyer. I'm the land manager for Bison Oil and Gas 4. So a couple things I think are relevant here. I did want to highlight that this is actually Bison's first year of ownership of this lease. I know that we talked about this being the fourth extension, but we did recently acquire this lease from Kaiser Francis. So I do think that's relevant. Another thing to highlight, the docket number that created the spacing for the Codell formation and the density that these APDs were filed under was a Bison docket, and then Longs Peak preempted us. So we had plans to get a rig out here and develop these lands ourselves. Did enter into a surface use agreement that is of record in section 13, again, with the intentions of drilling this ourselves. So ultimately what we're trying to do here today is just preserve our ability to do so and preserve our rights under our lease. All of that activity took place prior to the expiration of the lease. And then we were preempted with the APDs by Longs Peak. And I, again, just want to highlight that this is nothing new for the state of Wyoming, for the Wyoming Commission. I think there's multiple of these on the docket this hearing as well. So again, feel like we're just following the rules as they exist and would like to preserve our ability to ultimately see this lease developed.
Thank you. Further questions? Further questions? Further questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
I'd move Director's Recs, Mr. Chairman.
Treasurer's moves the director's recommendation. Is there support for the treasurer's motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there any further? Yes, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to point out, I mean, I understand the reason for contesting this and wanting to drill. I think that's the reason why, this was in my prior life, that we updated these rules and created the 8M process to be able to contest, because we don't want operators holding on to APDs for, years on end. But I do think, we need to let this process run through that was meant to, and then allow them to protest once it's up for renewal. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thank you both for coming to the board. Madam Director, I believe
Thank you,
that
Mr.
takes
Chairman.
us to the next matter.
Mr. Chairman, the next matter is F1, which is to consider renewal applications for sand, gravel, borrow material, and riprap rock lease.
Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is a renewal board matter for sand and gravel leases. I'd like to point out that there's 3 leases on here. The first and the third have a status of production, and then the second one is still prospecting. And so at this point in time, we're recommending that these leases be renewed.
Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got a couple questions, and I think there's a lot of lessons. History always teaches us lessons, and I think we need to ask more questions on these, and also want to renew my request for us to get maps on these. I think we need to start doing that. So they are renewals. My main question is on the first one in Laramie County. Have there been any issues with neighboring landowners and residential areas?
Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, not to my knowledge, but I will provide a little bit more context because I was able to speak with the DEQ in length about this lease in anticipation that it might come up. So happy you asked the question.
Yeah, thank you.
In speaking with the DEQ, this lease is in place for a little over 20 years. They have a limited mining operation authorization from the DEQ for 10 acres of disturbance. They have an air quality permit that authorizes certain mining operations within guidelines, of course, on how they should conduct them safely with what they're trying to do out there. And they have a permit through the Water Quality Division for the DEQ for stormwater. So at this point in time, the pit is permitted through the divisions of the DEQ, through us, and is compliant with both DEQ and OSLI.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, are we aware of any issues with it being near residential water sources?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I am not aware of any concerns at this time.
Thank you. Further questions? Further questions? Further questions, comments? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's rec.
Been moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer to remove the director's recommendation. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? The motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that brings us now to the H2 matter out of order. And in order for the board to consider that, it would first need to be untabled. It was tabled at the December 7th, 2023 Board of Land Commissioners meeting.
Members of the board, you've heard the director's comments. Matter has been tabled. We would have to remove it from the table. It has.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to remove H2 from the table.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded by the treasurer and the auditor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. We have the matter before us.
Mr. Chairman, just by way of background, I know it's extensive, but I will be brief. Columbus Peak Ranch LLC proposed to exchange certain real property located in Sheridan County for state trust land, also located in Sheridan County in a value for value exchange. The proposed exchange we refer to, or have been referring it to, as the Columbus Peak Exchange. It contemplates disposal of 560 acres of state trust land for 628.35 acres of private land. This exchange was nominated on August 6th of 2019. It was moved to the Category 2 list in accordance with the Board of Land Commissioners rules and regulations. On October 2nd of 2019, the board directed staff to complete a detailed analysis. April 12th of 2021, we made available to the public and Sheridan County Commissioners the detailed analysis. There was a public comment period that ensued from April 12th of 2021 to June 14th of 2021. A public hearing was held via Zoom during the COVID pandemic on May 13th of 2021. This matter was first introduced at the August 5th, 2021 State Board of Land Commissioners meeting. Many public comments were received by the board at that point in time. Then Superintendent Balo asked the applicant and the community to kind of get together and further discuss some of the common ground and otherwise on the exchange. This matter appeared again on the October 7th, 2021 meeting agenda, but a motion to untable the matter failed. The matter was then placed on the agenda for the April 6th, 2023 board meeting, where it was moved to be untabled, but there was no support for the motion. The matter was again placed on the agenda for the August 3rd, 2023 meeting and postponed to the October 5th, 2023 meeting. It was further then postponed to the December 7th, 2023 meeting.
Kicking this can.
Deputy Crowder and I, at the request of the Sheridan County Commissioners, held a public hearing in Sheridan at Sheridan College on November 13th of 2023. Then at the December 7th, 2023 board meeting, staff was directed to obtain a third appraisal related to the exchange. The board moved to delay consideration of the exchange until the next regular board meeting after completion of the agreed-upon additional appraisal. That third appraisal has been accomplished, and I will yield to Deputy Director Crowder to explain the results of that appraisal and the updated status of the transaction.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As indicated by the Director, the third appraisal was completed. The appraiser was reviewed by the office and our internal staff to ensure that the appraiser was qualified to do the job, was certified. All the appraisers underneath their company were certified to do the job, and they met that muster. We provided them with a letter of authorization and instruction, the exact same letter of authorization and instruction that was provided to the two previous appraisers, and they conducted the work and the report under that. They entered into an agreement to do the operation, or to do the report with the applicant, Columbus Peak. Columbus Peak paid for that report, and it was completed. We received the draft report and reviewed it for USPAP compliance, as we did all of the previous reports that have been received. It does meet the requirements under USPAP to be an appraisal that can be accepted by the office and the board. And so we are offering it to you today as the third appraisal as was requested. Some of the details around the report are that the values are largely within the ballpark of the most previous one that was done in November. Just for numbers, the appraised value of the state trust land in November by TBH appraisal was $3,360,000. Elk Ridge appraisal in January of this year appraised it at $3,530,000, so roughly a $200,000 increase. And then the value for the Columbus Peak parcel, or the deeded property, is in November was $2,639,000, and in January now with the new appraisal is $2,985,000. So roughly a $300,000 difference there. Both appraisers indicated a change in value, a very recent change in value, and that's not something that we provide the board. We like to go to the National Agricultural Statistics Service to give you a broad range of appraisal or appreciation rates, and that rate has not changed since our last meeting in December, and that's 3.52%. So over a 10-year period, we expect this type of property to go up at an increased rate, maybe go up at a decreased rate, possibly even go down. And this most recent report actually indicates some values in Sheridan County have dipped below a positive rate. But on the average, for a 10-year average, that's 3.52%. We expect both properties to appreciate at that rate. The other difference the appraisal presents to us is in the cash equalization payment. As you're aware, the existing statute allows for up to a 25% cash equalization payment to create a value for value exchange. The appraisal in November indicated that that amount would be $721,000. However, with the change in values in the second appraisal, or the third appraisal, the most recent one, that has dropped to $545,000. And what has functionally happened is that the increase in the property, the increase in value of the property the board would acquire in this transaction has been valued higher or has appreciated at a greater rate compared to that appraisal done previously. And we're becoming more in line, and the values are becoming more similar, I guess, and dropping the need for that cash equalization payment and the value for value transaction down to $545,000. The net benefit to the board and to the beneficiaries has not changed, however, due to the appraisal. As we mentioned in December, the applicant has offered two things for the board's consideration in this transaction. In light of the cash equalization payment required and the maximum amount being 25% of the highest appraised value, they've offered to increase their cash equalization payment from what was originally $721,000 to what was the maximum of $840,000. I just explained that that's the needed amount for that payment is $545,000 $800,000 with the most recent appraisal. They're still offering to pay the board the full $840,000, which means the investment income that we presented to the board has not changed. Obviously, that casualty equalization payment will be deposited into the permanent land fund and invested by the state treasurer's office, and the expected return on an annual basis from that investment is 5%. So that amount has stayed the same, meaning that the revenue has stayed the same. Also, the use income that we are expecting from the property has stayed the same. The property that we are acquiring has good access, and we expect to be able to offer the grazing rights in a competitive way, generating something more than the board's minimum AUM fee and something closer to the market for AUM fees. So we have not changed that, which would let the Columbus Peak parcel return an annual revenue, the use plus the investment, between $43,000 and $47,000 on an annual basis. Again, one of the benefits from the Columbus Peak private parcel is that it does have amenities that could lead to future development or at least drive up the value of that property. Those being electricity on site and natural gas on site, and it's accessed by a county road. In contrast, the state trust land that the board currently holds does not have those amenities close and doesn't have that driver in increased value or future development potential. So for the net benefit, again, this hasn't changed since December. We are expecting an increase in annual revenue of $42,000 to $45,000. We're expecting a net increase in total acreage of 68.35 acres. And again, as we mentioned in briefing, the board pays attention to how much land it has under ownership. We created a baseline in 1999, and currently the board sits 3,300 acres under that baseline. So an increase of 68 acres moves us closer to the baseline. Also, there's a net increase in publicly, legally accessible acreage of 148.35 acres. And that brings me to the second concession or offer that the applicant has brought to the board, and that's to put a deed restriction on the property that the board would dispose in the transaction and allow the public to enter that property after the exchange is approved for hunting purposes. So if there is an individual who holds a hunting license and there's a hunting season available, the applicant has offered the 80 acres in the very northwest corner of the property to be accessible for those purposes. This is a slight change from where we were in December. As you recall, we talked about reserving 98 acres for this purpose. That 98 acres was derived from a fence line boundary. The applicant feels that may be short-term or short-sighted, and that fence line may be changed, and it would be hard to enforce, it would be hard to define, and to keep people from trespassing when the fence is moved. It would be cleaner if we could describe that in aliquot parts. So we've taken the whole northwest quarter, half of the two adjoining quarters. That's 80 acres, and that's an easy thing for us to describe and for he and the Game and Fish Department to enforce. So that has reduced it down to 80 acres for no other purpose than that. Mr. Chairman, that is the highlights or the relatively no change that the new appraisal has brought to the transaction. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have you reviewed Mr. Clark's letter dated March 28th?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, we have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow-up?
Please.
What do you make of his paragraph, about this anecdotal report about an adjoining landowner turning down an offer of $5 million for 81 acres of his agricultural land in October 2023 from an anonymous buyer? Did that account at all in the appraisal?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, it did not, because the appraisal is done to USPAP standards, and the standards created around how appraisals are to be done. That's through the Board of Realtors. Everybody who does appraisals pursuant to that have to have a certification, and they're educated in that way. What they are trying to do is come up with an opinion of value based on the facts that are presented to them. An offer such as that, a private offer, is very hard for the appraisers to validate. It was an offer, it was not accepted, therefore could it be determined to be an actual representation of the value of the property. Those types of things happen everywhere. In fact, Wyoming being a non-disclosure state, even the legit completed and closed transactions are hard for appraisers to get their hands on, and this whole world is developed on relationships to provide that information. But when the information comes, it comes with validation, it comes with buy-sell agreements, it comes with closing documents. So when we have an anecdotal description, as you've described it, that's not anything that we can validate, that's not anything that's closed, and the appraisers, this one included, could not use that in any of their reports.
Mr. Chairman, I have another follow-up.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, did you make any attempt to call the adjoining landowner or try to reach out to that adjoining landowner, the office, not the appraiser, but the office, to try to get some meat on the bone on that claim?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, we did contact the adjoining landowner for a different purpose, but this topic came up in that discussion, and he did reference this to us, yes.
Mr. Chairman, do you believe that happened? Or have you thought about that at all?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, we have no reason to believe it did not happen.
Okay, very good.
Good. Further question? Mr. Treasurer.
Just to be clear on the deed restriction, would that be, I guess, a retention of the hunting rights on the described acres by the state?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we have not written the exact deed restriction yet, but as it's been offered, the property would be open for access to an individual who holds a valid hunting license during a valid hunting season.
But that would be, but the way that is that that's a retained right of the state, property right of the state, or is it a transferred property right after the transfer of the property?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, again, we haven't written it yet. We're envisioning it as, for lack of a better word, a deed restriction. So it's not anything the state or the board would continue to maintain, but it would be a requirement in the property description within the patent that the state would provide to the applicant. This is a restriction of the use, or
Yeah,
it's a
Mr.
restriction
Chairman,
of his use
Yeah.
in addition of the public's use.
Yeah, I guess I'd prefer a retention of the state's rights versus a gifting or a transfer of the other rights. To me, that's a little bit more permanent than a transfer of rights. You never can tell what may or may not happen. Of course, you never can tell what's going to happen to the state. We've been kicking this can down the road for about 2 years, I think. Mr. Chairman, and I like that. There's one thing, though, that I know that during this process that there were a lot of negotiations about having access to the state's water right on that reservoir, and for the purpose of fishing. And at some time, Mr. Chairman, with your leave, I'd ask I guess a consideration of trying to allow easement around that on the state lands to that reservoir and access to that easement.
Mr. Treasurer, thank you for that. I'm not sure exactly if that's before the board at this point, but I think your recommendation to think about it, I'll turn it.
And I think at the proper time, if there's a motion, I would probably make a motion to amend.
Okay. Further comment? Further comment? Further questions? One more time. Further questions? If there are no further questions, what is the pleasure of the board?
We got some comment out there, public comment.
And we said no to it. We decided not to have public comment.
We decided not to have public comment.
That is correct.
That's the way you voted.
That's the way we voted, yes.
That's the way you voted. Mr. Chairman.
I thought it was open to comment, public comment.
No,
I misunderstood that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion again. If the treasurer seems to be changing his mind, I'd like to make a motion to open this up to public comment.
Okay, there's a motion to open up for public comment.
I'd second on that, Mr.
That
Chairman.
motion-
I misunderstood the motion.
That's been seconded.
Mr.
Any
Chairman,
discussion? Madam Superintendent?
do we have any indication of how many are here for public comment? Or could we?
So we would have, fair to say, several.
Mr. Chairman, I have no opposition to public comment. I mean, I've read through all the emails, we've met with them, we've heard various times. I mean, I think there's perhaps members on the board who have told proponents that they know public comment would change their mind. But I mean, I suppose if we kept parameters, I just want to make sure that we have enough time for everyone here in Casper to be able to speak, knowing that we have discussed this as many times as we have and taken hours and hours of public comment.
Well,
So,
Mr. Chairman.
anticipating that there may be a vote here on.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I'm perplexed because there was a vote to move the Casper issue behind this, which doesn't make sense to me. It's almost like it's an attempt to run the clock out on
I
both of
think
those.
that's been asked and answered, Mr. Secretary. I thank you very much for the.
But I believe we should allow public comment on this. Not allowing public comment at the last moment, it's unconscionable. And it really flies in the face with what I think that we should be doing on this board. We have to hear from the public, and we need to have that vibrant discussion. So I encourage an aye vote to allow for public comment and reverse the earlier decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I think it's reasonable to limit the time of each speaker, though, because as has been discussed, if it isn't really anything new to the process, because we've heard a lot of discussion, you know, we probably try to be as brief as they can be.
So, Mr. Treasurer, members of the board, we have a motion in front of us. I'm going to call for the vote. And so with that, all in favor of opening for public comment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
No.
That motion carries. We are going to open for comment. I will,
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Superintendent, just a second. I'm going to sort of exercise discretion and try to limit the comment to some degree. You know, kind of in keeping with this, so let's say 5 minutes. If you can get 5 minutes faster than that, this is fine. And as I say, we are going to finish all of these matters today if it takes us till tomorrow morning. I want to make that clear. So.
Mr. Chairman, just a comment on that before we begin. I just want to be very clear that any assertion that a vote to change the order of the agenda to run out the time and not let people hear my hometown, my friends are here, people have known me my whole life, people I hunt with on the weekend, and so that kind of assertion I find offensive, and I want to note that for the record. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
You know what? Let's stop. Let's stop and let's go to the testimony, please. Thank you. So with that, I think it's only fair, and Madam Director, I appreciate your flexibility, and for the members here, I appreciate, and people that are here, appreciate your flexibility in this. We have heard a lot of public comment. It does appear to me that Mr. Matthews is here. Mr. Matthews, I want to give you the opportunity to address as we would normally. If you or anyone to be a proxy would like to address the board, please feel free, and then we'll open it up to other comment afterwards.
Thank you, Governor and Chairman. I think that you've probably heard everything that I have to add and everything that the public has to add numerous times. I would say that I commend the opposition for their tenacious attitude, and that for over 3 years, they've put up all kinds of objections, which have mostly been debunked. And every time their ideas are debunked, they come up with a new one. This certainly just seems to me like a delay game, but hopefully today we'll have a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. So with that, Mr. Clerk, I think you would like to address the board.
check. You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for having me. Thanks for all the support from the community, and thanks to Mr. Matthews. As always, welcome in my house. I'm not an attorney. I'm not an expert on law or real estate. However, I had some people point to something called statutory law. They said you need to check that out. So I did. I've also consulted with Rex Arney, a former state delegate, and he has looked at my arguments, and he said they're marvelous. I don't know if that's lawyer talk for not marvelous, but anyway, that's what he brought up. So anyway, look at the statutory law here. I passed it out, the corrected version of my 7-page letter here. Under statutory law, state lands may be exchanged upon the board's finding exchange necessary to make lands more manageable, where the lands are not otherwise manageable. Briefly, there's more argument here, but these lands are probably won't be more manageable for a number of reasons with the exchange. But with Mr. Galloway and his wife offering and legal access or easement for the state to manage the properties, there will now be 2 access points, one for the public and one for the state. And the one for the state is at the south end of the property, which is where we're always hearing is so difficult to get into. So that'll be very easy for the state to go in. From there, they can go up the top of the bench, which is the highest point in the state land. They can see a couple miles to the west. They can see all the way down Smith Creek Road. Any other agencies or biologists or whatever need to get in, they'll be able to get in there. Take a look at the second under statutory law is to meet a specific need of a school or community for land. Frankly, this the school and the community and is not in favor of this at all. We've seen it. It's opposed by our state delegation. It's opposed by the board, our county board of commissioners. It's opposed by our mayor and the town council of Dayton. There have been many, many letters written on that. People don't want this land. It's not a desire for land. Now that's left out of the trust land management objectives is land, but the statutory law does not appear to jive with the management objectives. Number 3, and there's more there, and I hope you'll review all of this. Number 3 is about multiple use objectives for the benefit of the trust, and it must fulfill that requirement, and that requirement is not written in the trust land management objectives, so I don't really know how to treat that, except we don't believe it satisfies those objectives, whatever they may be. If they're Forest Service objectives, whatever, that doesn't apply on state land. Number 4, under state law, the exchanges the exchange is necessary to, and it's necessary that the exchange realizes a clear long-term benefit. That is also left out of, to the trust, and that is left out of the trust land management objectives, clear long-term benefit. And of course, we would argue with market conditions, appraisals, irregularities in the process, that's not happening. Under market conditions, the Horseshoe sold, and these are from appraisers, these are actual sales on open market. It sold for $9.6 million in 2018. It's within just a few miles. It's similarly located. It sold for $9.6 million in 2018 in open market. Excuse me, I'm a little frustrated here, but in 2020, its sale price jumped up to $21.3 million, okay? So it more than doubled in 2 years. That's a 61% increase. And we would argue that on the open market, the Columbus Peak Ranch, or the state trust land adjoining the Columbus Peak Ranch, may have gone up. We don't really know. According to the appraisals, it's gone up 15% with those appraisals, but those aren't open market. So there's a huge question, not an answer, with the appraisals as to what this land is really worth. Of course, we've seen what's going on with the Kelly parcel in the open market. Not comparing this to the Tetons, but this is land that is sought after by some of the wealthiest families. That's not me, by the way, in the United States. They've been moving here for a long time, whether it's Coca-Cola or the owner of Jack Daniels, or we can go on and on and on. But that's what people like here. So what is this really worth? Knowing those kind of people would be interested in it, we can't really say. It's not a clear long-term benefit under statutory law. As far as the appraisals go, I've heard quite a bit about that. I respect everything Jason's ever told me. And so that's not the issue, but there are some problems with the appraisal. The appraisal claims the land is 3 or 4 miles away from the forest boundary. It's only 2 miles away. It's actually only 1.5 miles to BLM land, which you could argue is on the face. So this property is being appraised using appraisals. The average distance for all 5 comps in this recent appraisal was 9 miles away from the face. That's the average. 2 comps they used were 15 miles away. I called in another appraiser besides ours. I said, what's your opinion of this? He said, this is crazy. He said, you don't appraise these properties along from the interstate or the other side of the interstate. You can't make those comparisons with this land along the face. And so that's kind of where that has ended up in our mind. We kind of feel like, the process is a problem here. These appraisals should be independently appraised, not going through one party or the other. They should be done independently. And that appraiser told me, you will never know. You'll never know what that property is worth until it's on the open market. And so is this a clear long-term benefit? We have to argue no, and I think it's pretty clear that it's not. There are also irregularities in the land evaluation process. You're still arguing about on the elk on the land. And it's clearly to us, we see elk, we did PowerPoint, sent it in, 6 different days in January, we have pictures of elk on that land. Yet it's still out there. Elk weren't mentioned in the evaluation. No one there are folks who believe that the land is far away from the mountain. The view shed in the evaluation is described as just being hilly or whatever. No mention of the Bighorn Mountains, which when you're standing on that bench, reach out, you almost feel like you can touch the Bighorns.
And Mr. Clark, you're at 8 minutes. I'm giving you latitude,
Okay.
but I just want you to know you're at 8 minutes.
Toward conclusion now, we just feel there should be no confusion about the status and the value of these lands when exchanged. But obviously there is. It should be obvious and apparent what the lands are and what they're worth. If there's not, there is no clear long-term benefit to the trust. And I think, the Wyoming Select Committee, state lands suggested that land historically has increased in value. It will help protect the trust against both the risk of inflation and fluctuations in financial investments. And furthermore, retaining trust lands will provide future options for reaching the clear long-term benefit under statutory law. And there is no constitutional obligation to sell or exchange state trust lands. So anyway, in closing, we feel that the public will support you in voting this exchange down, and you have the right to do that under statutory law. And as far as an exchange goes, this one does not fulfill statutory requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
I have some questions.
Please, feel free, Mr. Secretary.
You know what? It's okay.
Thanks. Who next would like to address the board? Please go ahead and step forward. Mr. Benson.
Mr. Chairman, Board, thank you. Bill Bensel, Sheridan County. I'd also thank Mr. Clark here for bringing a lot of transparency and information about this particular sale exchange. If he hadn't done so, this would have snuck through, I believe, 3 or 4 years ago without the public involvement that you've gotten and the darn good information that you've received that should counter this sale. At the hearing back in December at Sheridan College, a wonderful thing happened. There was Democratic leaders and Republican leaders in our county who are unified in rejecting this sale. They want to see the state land maintained there for the future good of Wyoming. You've seen a lot of information about the valuations and elk and the drastic differences between the exchange parcel and the state parcel, and that is all so true. Historically, state land sales and attempts at moratoriums have traveled a rocky road, but there has not been much transparency historically, and I hope we were changing that, but I hope we deny this sale, Mr. Chairman, for all the reasons Mr. Clark has mentioned and others, but above all, the public, who are the ultimate beneficiaries, have opposed this overwhelmingly. Your constituency, your voters, your Wyoming people have opposed this. If you want to go with a few that may be more influential, I've seen this happen before, but I trust in your wisdom you will go and listen to the majority who want this stopped, and we would like you to vote against this sale, and I would hope your wisdom brings us that outcome. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Board.
Thank you, Mr. Bensel.
Chairman, Board, my name is Clifford Reed. I'm a Dayton lifelong resident. I am the mayor of the city of Dayton. And I want to dispute a few things that was said here earlier about as far as the natural gas being available. While it is true there's a natural gas line running down the county road that borders the north end of this property, it is not available. I want to make that clear. The town of Dayton and Ranchester owns that transmission line, and it is off limits to anybody that lives outside those two municipalities. I mean, off limits. And the electricity, there was originally a house built on the east side of this state land, up on what we call the halfway lane road, just off the county road, maybe 100 yards maybe. His nearest electricity was down by Billy White's place along the Tongue River. It would have cost him $115,000 to run electricity up to his house just on the halfway lane road. But what I'm really want to say to you all today is that I, as an elected official from a small town of 850, I was elected to represent my people. And as such, each one of you here tonight was elected to represent your constituents, to represent the people that voted for you. And that's what I'm asking you today, is to represent the people that put forth all this information and did a very, very good job in bringing this to you, getting it to the public, and bringing it out from the darkness. And so I appeal to you today to represent the people up in Sheridan County and specifically the people in the state of Wyoming. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next.
Hello, I'm Chris Corfanta. I live outside of Manchester, and I've visited both parcels of land. I love the Columbus Peak public land or trust land. And I accidentally had gone on the other land before the fellow bought it to exchange it with the Columbus Peak. And it is not the same quality. And yes, if you want to put up a parking lot in a subdivision, yeah, maybe that's worth it to the state, but there's things way worth more than subdivisions and parking lots. It's our quality of life, our access to the outdoors, habitat, protecting land into the future for future generations. We have no ill feelings toward the fellow wanting to buy the land. If I had lots of money, I would be buying up land so I could save it for future generations and for access, for our quality of life. For many reasons, I think this should be denied. And I want to reiterate that it will not improve the manageability of the state land as a result of the Galloway easement offer. It does not meet the need of a school or community for land. It might help buy new seats in the Capitol, but we don't need those. It does not meet the multiple use objectives of the trust, and it does not bring long-term benefit. I want to read, and I know you have it, but I just think that so many people put work into the letter that Rick Clark wrote, and so many of us have come to so many meetings and written that I think this needs to be restated. Rex Arney, who was a legislator, was on the State Land Board. In 1996, he wrote that land historically has increased in value, and as a part of the state land trust portfolio will help protect the trust against both the risks of inflation and of fluctuations in financial investment. And two, retaining trust lands will provide future generations. And as a retired teacher, I am all for future generations, for increasing annual revenues to the state land trust when the value of additional land uses are established. The value and uses of these lands in the future are impossible to predict. Trust lands should not be sold except in instances demonstrating a clear long-term benefit to the state trust. Now, if this were a really good proposal, it would have been voted for a long time ago. But here, meeting after meeting and us having public input, it obviously wasn't a good idea. And there's still very much frustration among the public that it's not fairly represented nor fairly evaluated. Thank you for all your work, and thank you to those of you who acknowledged our letters. So many of us write and we don't think anybody cares. And I know a lot of people are here for the gravel pit issue, and they need to be heard. We're in this time period where there's a lot of lack of trust in our public officials. Please, please listen to us.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Corfanta. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I had a question for Ms. Corfanta. Thank you for being here. You said something about the money from a potential sale or exchange going to buy new seats in the Capitol. I was just wondering if you could expand on what you meant.
Well, I understand this money is going to the permanent fund, and so we could use that for things like buying seats in the Capitol.
So,
not for school, not for the benefit of schools, specific K through 12 schools.
Mr. Chairman, I would just state for the record that this benefit specifically would benefit the University of Wyoming's College of Ag. So I just wanted to correct that for the record, that it would not be going to Cheyenne. And please correct me if I'm wrong. I
understand it's also for the Capitol building. Am I incorrect?
I think, Chris, you are, but,
Okay, well,
no worries. The
I'm
point's,
sorry.
the point's well made. The point's well made. So,
Money's fungible, right?
yeah.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board. My name is Lucinda Jan, and I live in Dayton, Wyoming, and I too am an elected official. I'm a GOP precinct committee woman for my town, and I've made huge strides in the last 2 years that I've served to walk all over town, get to know my neighbors. I couldn't do that because I had a full-time, full-on federal USDA Forest Service job as my career. And I ended here in the Bighorn Mountains above Dayton. And so as soon as I retired, I was able to get into my community and meet my neighbors and get more active. And that is the reason I come later to the table to learn about this land exchange. I didn't come here today to stall out the good people of Casper who are coming here to hear their case. What I'm hoping is you will listen to the people of Sheridan County and Dayton, just like you will listen to the people of Natrona County and Casper who are opposing activities. I did take notes to remind you that all of our Sheridan County legislature delegation did all sign a letter. I was told by my senator the other day that it has been a while, but that's 2 senators and 5 representatives. I'm here to pull forward that the Sheridan County commissioners passed a resolution, Resolution 23-11-19, a resolution opposing the proposed state trust land exchange with Columbus Peak Ranch. I will tell you, these commissioners do not always agree. They voted to oppose. The town of Dayton, which is not in the records that I could see, but yes, our wonderful town of Dayton unanimously passed a resolution of opposition to this exchange on March 13th, 2024, signed by the mayor and all 4 town council. The reason the town council and the commissioners are doing this is because they're hearing from the people who live here. I will also add that I do pay attention to legislative committee meetings. I will add that on a revenue committee meeting in October 3rd and again November 13th, the morning, while I was at the hearing, I went back and listened to it. There have been proposals by the Wyoming Lands Board to add a new clause in Wyoming statute to add "and residential" as a use of public lands. And in that committee meeting, I also reviewed it the other day, and it shows all the need for promulgating rules for annexation, subdivision, infrastructure development. That is really why I would oppose this trade as well. Not only would you not listen to the people that live there, but the fact that the land that could be traded for the beautiful land you're hearing about, but the land 1.3 miles on the outskirts of Dayton is the beginning of the 638.5 acres that is very suitable for something for the state to do. It has 1.3 miles of county road right on the edge, very accessible, and I would not like to see a subdivision there for quality of life, but again, property taxes. With that acreage being shown in the assessment at 4,767 acres right now, raw, what will it turn to? What is the value? There is no affordable housing in that trade. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any others? Any others? Mr. Mayor, again.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think I need to vote. I was remiss, and I hope you all forgive me for not acknowledging this opportunity to speak to you today. With all due respect, you guys did not have to do that today. I appreciate this opportunity very much, and I thank you for that.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. That was a comment you made about the process being opaque. I want to just counter that a little bit. This has had probably more testimony than I can think of in any of my, and I hate to say it, very long time serving on this board. The process is the process. The notification is the notification. I'm delighted that people took an interest the way they did, but we have provided a tremendous amount of opportunity. I just want to make that clear. Is there anyone else? If there's any. And then, well, so I will close it. I do want to make, sorry, Mr. Bump, we have people online. I'm sorry, we are open. So online, we have, I don't have that in front of me, Mr. Bump.
Mr. Chairman, Marguerite Herman.
Ms. Herman, it's always good to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I apologize for background noise. I'm in my car driving to go watch the eclipse in a few days. But I just want to comment extremely briefly that I respect all the people who oppose the sale for all the many reasons they've said, and I do not trivialize their concerns even one little bit. However, I have the temerity to remind the board about all those other considerations are secondary to the prime directive, which is to manage these trust lands for the beneficiary, which in this case is the College of Agriculture at the University of Wyoming. And I'm usually an advocate for the K-12 trust, but the principles still apply, that your trust duty comes first. And as described by Mr. Crowder at the top of this discussion, there are many, many ways that this exchange will benefit the beneficiaries. And so I encourage you to approve it. And if you want to ask questions, fine, but I think I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, Ms. Herman. And we have another person, Mr. Bump?
Mr. Chairman, Gail Smith.
Mr. Smith. Or Matt, I'm sorry, Madam. I'm sorry, I thought you said Dale Smith.
No, you guessed.
Is it a guy?
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can.
Well, thanks for having me, and I appreciate all the time, effort, and energy the board has put in on this matter. I know you guys have worked tirelessly on this, and a lot of you I've talked to personally, and you've had some internal battles on this. And I don't want to bring up a lot of old information, but the only question I have, and I haven't been able to wrap my mind around this because I really want to try to get the total perspective of these land exchanges, and I understand the responsibility that you all have here. The biggest question I have, and it's one of the questions that the community has, is why does the applicant get to choose, hire, and pay for the appraisal of not only their property, which is fair, but the appraisal on the state trust land? I don't understand that. It makes no sense at all. And what that leads to is, in my opinion, sandbagging. Obviously, if you want this exchange to go through, what are you going to do? You're going to tell, and we've all had appraisals done. I'm sure everybody sitting in this room right now has had appraisals done. And a conversation you always have with the guy that you hired to appraise is, the appraiser asks you, how do you want this to look? How do you want it to go? Yes, they're professional, but they're also working for you. And in this situation, what's the applicant going to want to do? He's going to want the price of his private property as high as possible and the state land trust land as low as possible. And it's been very predictable. When I've looked at all three appraisals, this is what's going on. And this is why you have so much opposition. I've asked this question twice, and it'll be a third time. Isn't it concerning that there's this much opposition? And I've heard from board members, well, anytime there's state land involved, there's opposition. I don't think there's ever been this much opposition. And if there is, we better be looking at why we're doing these state land exchanges. And I've actually had board members tell me, and when these Zoom conversations, that all the good land exchanges have been done. And in its inception, they've been great. To take landlocked state land, give it to the landowner, and open up more access to the public, those are the good land swaps. This one doesn't make any sense. You're gaining, and I'm going to look at the old detailed analysis because that's the only one that's got stuff written down. You're looking at generating $17,000 a year off of this land exchange. Are you kidding me? For public schools, one student in the state of Wyoming receives $14,000. This land exchange is going to cover it's going to cover one student's education. And it doesn't even go to public education. Half of it goes to the College of Agriculture, and the other half goes to state capital construction. It doesn't even go to public education. This doesn't amount to a row of pins, as one of my old friends used to say. This doesn't accomplish anything. And when you look at the latest appraisal, you can see exactly what's going on. 4 comps that are very similar to this piece of property, and I'm talking about the State Land Trust, it's only 2 miles from the mountain, were thrown out. Why were they thrown out? Because they would have raised the price of the State Land Trust value. Why do we have to go with someone from Teton County to tell us what this land is worth in Sheridan County? We had a Sheridan County appraisal. Do it. A professional, certified, knows what the value is worth in Sheridan County. And he basically showed that this is an illegal land swap. This is why you have so much opposition. Okay? This is why this process needs to be relooked at. There's no reason why the applicant should tell me what the state land is worth. If you and I are exchanging vehicles, we're going to make a trade. We're going to trade 2 vehicles. The person I'm trading my vehicle to is not going to tell me what my vehicle's worth. I will tell you what my vehicle's worth. And if you don't like it, we'll walk away from this trade. And that's what really should happen right now. We need to walk away from this trade. This is not a good deal. And again, I appreciate all your time, effort, and energy, board. You've got a tough decision to make, and I look forward to seeing how this vote turns out. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bump, is there anyone else? Okay, thank you. We can now go to close. I do want to make a comment because I think at the last meeting, I recognized that I have used the appraiser that had done one of the appraisals before, and I didn't want to have an appearance of a conflict of interest. I did not realize that appraisers can take umbrage to the suggestion that somehow they're corrupt in the way that they do their work. They are certified and they have to meet standards. And I think Deputy Crowder, if I remember correctly, when we did the Pilot Hill exchange, this board rejected a couple of those appraisals because we did not feel that they were handled correctly. And I actually say that you, as on the part of the Office of State Loans and Investments, have to agree to whether those things are correct. And I don't think it's proper to suggest that somehow you're in collusion with people who want to exchange. I just want to make it clear that there is a professional standard that appraisers have to meet. And to whatever degree I insulted Mr. Hirschfeld, I apologize because he has an impeccable record in that regard. And to Mr. Smith's point, yes, of course, there's always going to be people who have different opinions, and they always would question where the comparisons are. And that I understand, but I don't want to suggest that the entire profession in any way is corrupt. So, thanks. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to save some commentary for discussion on a motion, but I would make a motion if you were
Sure.
ready. We do not. And Mr. Chairman, I know we prefer to generally not make negative motions, but I think one of my goals today is to have this done and have no question as to whether it's done or not. So I would move that we reject the proposal for the trust land exchange in Sheridan County. And if someone would second, I'd like to have a
It
little
has been
discussion.
seconded. This is now, I think, if not the second, maybe the third time you've made a motion, and this one was seconded. So,
10th. And
very good.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. With a little bit of leeway.
You got the
I-
right answer this time.
Yeah.
Mr. Treasurer.
Now, I guess that essentially means that any discussion as far as modifying the proposal that's before us that might be palatable to most of the parties is precluded from even having a discussion on it, because if I get that passed on it and the motion fails, it has absolutely no relevance whatsoever. And so I'd like the opportunity to look at the proposal of, I think, a reasonable alternative. But with this motion proceeds, then that is essentially negated because it's a negative motion. And that's why you have positive motions in all legislative actions, because that precludes anything happening other than just disposing of it.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Treasurer. And of course, we are not legislators, so.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
And I think I can capture a little bit of that in my discussion. And again, if my motion fails, we can proceed with another one perhaps, but.
Well, Mr. Chairman, on and against the motion.
Wait, hold on just a sec. Let the auditor was speaking,
Okay.
Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I don't disagree with the treasurer's concern that this sort of shuts off alternatives for compromise. I think we have been trying to compromise for 4 years now, and it's not worked. And I do not have faith that it will work. I want to talk a little bit about what has happened over the last 4 years. Back when we first took this up, the board directed the parties to try to work together. And I don't know that that was a bad idea, but I don't know if it was a realistic expectation. It ultimately, to this point, has not been fruitful and has had multiple courses to run, and it has been very fraught with a lot of finger pointing and from both sides, frankly, and letters and whatnot. And again, here we are with no compromise. So that's why I'm sort of ready to stop that process. I voted to not allow public comment today, and I want to talk a little bit about that. We have had as people have mentioned, probably at least a dozen hours of public comment on this issue. I think we've taken it up officially at least 3 meetings and allowed again for everyone who had shown up to speak. In addition, I've just glanced back, I've had a minimum of 6 meetings each with both the pro and anti parties. Those are just the ones I could come up with on my calendar. Also drove to Sheridan and hiked in the public way to this section, so I've seen it with my own eyes. So I just want to make sure, partially for the Casper folks in the room, that we all want to allow public comment to its fullest. I really appreciate seeing some faces with names this time. But again, I would tell you that I don't think we heard anything new today or groundbreaking that we've heard over the last 4 years. So I appreciate that, but that was my vote on that. So again, I do think this exchange had potential. I think that to the governor's point a little bit, there can be legitimate differing opinions on these exchanges without it being nefarious or unethical. And I find it really unfortunate that what I think was ultimately a disagreement on whether we should move forward become a lot of slinging of accusations of being unethical and I don't mean to dredge that up, but I do think it's a little bit unfortunate. at the end of the day, this one just doesn't cash out enough for me. And so that's the reason I'm where I am today. But Mr. Governor, we have a long day in front of us, and so I'll stop there and.
All right, thank you, Madam Auditor. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Mr. Chairman, I think there is a possibility for a compromise, but I think often boards or even legislative committees or procedures force the compromise on people who are unwilling or have gotten to a point where they can no longer negotiate and get in necessarily in an effective way. And I agree with the auditor that that point has come, that the parties can no longer negotiate in an effective way. However, I think there is a road where the major concerns that I have seen in this is the access to hunting and the access to fishing. And the way that you can, I guess, enact that compromise is through the deed restrictions. As far as not getting enough out of this, we're getting fully over 10 times the return that we are getting currently off of this parcel. So I'm not sure what the total return would be across the state if you got a 10x. But I tell you, if you have a investment and you've got your investments, I think most of you would rather have 10 times the return on your investments that you have in your 401ks or in your investments than you have what you're getting today. And so the premise that this is not returning enough is frankly, to me, a 10x return over what you're getting on your investments is more likely than not better than most people in this room can make from their returns. And so I think that it's a reasonable return. But I think that we can affect this by putting a deed restriction in there. And this really isn't anything new. This work was worked on very diligently with Mr. Clark and Mr. Matthews. And so what I'm bringing up isn't too far away from what they had just almost particularly agreed on until we had a situation where a lot of folks that got into the process that maybe didn't know exactly what the land was like or other things, but there were some things said, and I think some hard feelings prevailed in that, in the negotiations broke down. So, Mr. Chairman, all I'm asking for is an opportunity to essentially affect that process where you have basically we retain the fishing and the hunting rights on certain land parcels and put in easements to get to those on others. And make it a limited basis managed by the Game and Fish. So that can actually be walk-in areas. And so you keep the access to that. You have the Game and Fish manage it so it isn't overfished or overhunted. And anybody that can draw those on a limited basis can actually have access to good fishing and good hunting. And I think that's what the sportsmen would like to have. And so, Mr. Chairman, I would say that it's not a hard thing to do. You essentially in the section 22, you around the lake, you carve off the northeast of the north-south. In section 23, you carve off the northwest of the northwest, which is where the state land is on our water rights there. And then you take the south half of all of the top sections up there over to the part that's been reduced, I guess, carved out for hunting access, and that's the easement to the fishing areas. And so, Mr. Chairman, I think that does that as far as the neighbor that borders this, as far as access to the state. You know, that's if they want to do that, that's fine. And I think in return to that, Mr. Chairman, we do just a straight 800,000 rather than 840. And that cuts it to 40,000 from 42,000 as far as return. And that's a return on a, basically, Mr. Chairman, on a basis of a spending policy amount of 5%. The actual return on this, if it would put in long-term investments, could probably more than double that if it were put into private equity or private credit or other areas or infrastructure. So that 5% return is a spending policy return, not an internal rate investment. You could get internal rate investment of over 10% in double digits. So, Mr. Chairman, to me, that's, I think, what would be a reasonable compromise. The public doesn't lose any hunting access. There's a limited amount of I guess, the number of people could be there, so it's managed by the Game and Fish, so you know that you've always got a quality experience. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I would say that I would ask that we would vote this down and that we bring it back up and affect that type of an amendment that would force a compromise, because that compromise was at hand until the process got kind of larger than what could be expected to come up with a compromise with the number of people in the process.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further comment?
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. You know, I think it's important to note here that I'm glad we have a negative motion on the table this time, because this is a forever decision if it was a positive motion. But this negative motion just allows us to reject this. I think as you go through, as Mr. Clark in his very well done letter lays out, as you go through 36-1-111, it's very clear that this exchange is not in line with the statutory regulations this board has. And you look at the criteria for exchanges laid out in 36-1-111, Romanet 1. Make state lands more manageable where the lands are not otherwise manageable. Well, this exchange makes the successor state lands in that area less manageable. And we have this offer on the table from the Galloways to help with the manageability of the parcel in question, of the land in question. Romanet 2, meet a specific need of a school or community for land. Well, I think we can just go to the public comments for that. 97% opposed, over 1,100 letters we've received opposed to this. I attended the public comment hearing at Sheridan College. And, you know, I want to address a little bit earlier why I fought so hard for public comment, and I had no issue if it went after the gravel pit as the agenda originally called for, and I apologize that a lot are having to wait here. I fought to keep that where it was, is that based on the December meeting, I was talking with my policy advisor after that December meeting, it appeared the board, I was the only no vote on this anymore. Maybe that was a wrong impression, but invite anybody to go back to that December meeting and the discussions there, and the fact that we've only received positive motions on this at the 3 or 4 meetings this has been heard as long as I've been on the board. And so I thought it was very important that we hear public comment, and we won't know the other, what would have happened if we hadn't had it, but I think it made a huge difference here today. And I think that addresses Romanet 2 right off the spot. Romanet 3, better meet the multiple use objectives for the benefit of the trust. And it's clear with the recreational opportunities on the land in question that multiple use is clearly in alignment with keeping this land. And it's unclear what we would do with the land that we would receive. The only thing I've heard is develop it. I've never seen the state successfully develop anything. The other option I've heard is dispose of it. The state does not have good track records on disposals. Just look at, Representative Harshman's back there in the back, former speaker. He always talks about some of that land along Outer Drive that was just sold for pennies on what it ended up being worth. Excuse me, out on Second, and on the east side of town. So I just think the state doesn't have a track record here on these exchanges or disposals. And then Romanet 4, realize a clear long-term benefit to the trust which substantially exceeds the present and probable future benefit from continued ownership. And for me, you know, the Mr. Clark, the letter from Mr. Clark where he talks about this offer, and if you amortize that offer to the land in question, this could be worth 87 million. So, and I asked Mr. Crowder, is there anything to believe that this offer that he discussed, that verbal offer, which was rejected because the accepted, is there any reason, do they believe that was a fantasy? And he said, no, there's no reason to believe that. So I think that makes clear that looking back at the past track record and the appreciating land values in this state, that in terms of the long-term value of the trust, that keeping the land is clearly in line with that. In addition to the diversification discussion that was heard earlier, I mean, Rex Arney, he does not agree with me very often, but Cowboy State Daily is one of my biggest critics in the comments section when I check those out. But we're totally in agreement that we need to diversify beyond the stock market, and our land holdings do that. I mean, we don't know. Look at 2008 when you saw those asset values fall precipitously overnight. It's very important for us to diversify with the track record of equities being in a bubble in our country's history. That's just a reality. Doesn't mean we shouldn't have holdings in equities, but we need to diversify, and our land holdings allow us to do that. You look at the market conditions, the pricing, the disagreements in appraisals. It's just very clear that where the value is keeping us in the state. And this is a pristine piece of land, and this is not in the best interest of the state. And I just want to make sure before we vote, I want to ask the auditor, so the intention of this, you said reject, is that it goes away forever, or at least this proposal goes away.
Mr. Chairman, my intent, and this might address a little bit of the treasurer's concern, this proposal as presented is dispensed with. It's actually a positive motion to reject it. That does not preclude, in my opinion, the same landowner from proposing a different swap or a swap with different accommodations or compromises. But this issue, as it stands, will be no longer before us. One more note, Mr. Chairman, I intentionally did not include any obligation onto the Galloways in my motion. I think that is wonderful, and if they are offering to do that, that would be lovely for all parties involved. But I just want to state that I am intentionally not including that in my motion. I just don't, that's very new, and I don't know enough about it, and I don't want to wrap anything in there. But I do hope, I believe that was a meaningful and legitimate offer, and so I would hope that we would pursue it.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, can I clarify one thing on that question?
Yeah, Mr.
All
Chairman.
right, what I'm going to put an order in here. The secretary wants to respond to the auditor, then I'm going to recognize the superintendent, then I'll recognize you, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you,
So-
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for commenting. I just want to make sure, and this is basically what you said. I just want to be 100% sure for the public that our intent on this motion is very clear, that any future proposal would have to go back through the process entirely. And the proposal before us is rejected entirely. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would also like to echo comments, particularly those by the auditor of thanks for all the public comment. I've read every single email that's come through, have met with everyone, well, not everyone, but dozens of folks on this issue, and that's helpful in this, and really appreciate it. Also, I'm grateful for the updated appraisal that occurred. Might push back on previous speakers that the folks had minds made up in December. I explicitly said, we need an updated appraisal. It was pre-COVID pandemic, and I think, while we see that the net benefit remains the same, I think that was really important, because at the end of the day, with all of this, we have a fiduciary responsibility to, and I quote, maximize revenue our beneficiaries. And in fact, you know, I think it's always good to remember when we talk about this as we work together on these state land issues that, you know, state lands aren't public lands, but we do also have to maximize those in perpetuity. And so we work together to do this and recognizing, you know, it wasn't until 1992 that the public even had access to state lands. Multiple use is good, and we want to continue talking about that and what our state lands look like and how we appropriately develop them in perpetuity. But that maximizing, you know, also doesn't mean that we just, you know, we set precedent and we have swap after swap or sale, or that we don't take into account, you know, our precious state lands. And in the future, boards far beyond us, when we are all in the ground, that will be in charge of managing these incredible, precious state lands that we have. And so it's a balance in all of that. And I think for me, looking at the benefit, at the net benefit, and it's the same thinking that I had with the Kelly parcel and why we have a working group that's working on maximizing from the feds the Kelly parcel, not just having a simple sale at or a little bit above the appraisal, is because we can't have just softball deals on these things. And as I've said with the first appraisal, and then now I'm saying with the next appraisal, is that for me, similar to the auditor, 840K isn't enough. And I know that we have, additional access, and I commend the proponent for bringing other alternatives to that as well. But it's just not enough. And that's something where we've got to fully maximize if we're going to have an irreversible change to our portfolio of state lands, that clear and long-term benefit. And so thank you for the time. Appreciate all of the comment and the time that we've spent on this. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I want to address some of the questions.
We can't hear you.
I know. I got my water down me. I can do it now, guys. Let's look at the top of it here. To make lands more manageable where the lands are not otherwise manageable. That's why we take lands that are landlocked and try to get county access or road access. Essentially, that's what happens in this case because it's closer to a county road. And so you have better manageability in that regard. The one about does not meet a specific need for a school or community for land. And I think that's absolutely true that the state parcel that we have now does not do that because you'd have to get the eminent domain if you're going to build a school on there. On the other one, you're a mile and a half from a town, and if Dayton does grow, then the possibility is more likely on that traded section than the state section that a school or a building could be built on that. To look at it from the idea of better multiple use objectives, with the proposal that I have, we retain the multiple use objectives. Those rights are retained by the trust. So you have hunting and fishing on that. And so there's no loss of multiple use objectives when you retain the multiple use objectives. And you retain the mineral rights, because we always retain the mineral rights on a piece of land. Plus, we get the mineral rights on the other land. So you have a higher chance of actually getting minerals, if there's any minerals in Sheridan County to get, because you'll have more acres. So in that regard, I think that saying that it doesn't meet the multiple use, if you retain the multiple use rights, there's essentially more multiple use rights because you have more land in which you're using that. I agree there's irregularity in land appraisals and that there is in every appraisal. Every appraiser you get does it differently. And that's just the nature of the beast. And but they don't, all of them do it right and correct, but you're going to get a different answer. So, and as far as the constitutional obligations or whatever, the constitutional obligations I think were directed by the superintendent quite well, is that we have the duty to the beneficiaries as a fiduciary to get the highest possible return that we can get. As to the proposal that we don't have diversification perhaps in our investments. We have some of the most diversified investments in the investment world. We've basically been recognized as a turnaround fund of the year a couple of years ago, nominated for that. We also are, as far as the Peterson Institute has got the highest rating in the United States as far as governance, and third in the world. So as far as the proposal that the investments that we're having, when you look at the diversity that we have in private equity, private credit, and the areas and I think that's a straw dog that's looking for a place to hunt when you say we don't have the diversities there. Now, land is a good investment. You know, we have a lot of land, but we don't manage that land very well. I think what I'd like to see is I'd like to see a lot more money, time, and interest in state lands like we have today in this room, you know, to try to make the state lands that we do have bring back more money and we can do that with investing in our state lands and making them more valuable to both the renters and to the public. And I think that's a possibility that we can all agree on, is that there's things that we can do to make these state lands a lot more for everybody in the state of Wyoming. But it goes right back to we have a fiduciary responsibility. I wanted to make sure that all those things that Rick had in his paper, we essentially provided for him, and to make sure that we had fishing and hunting on this property. And that can happen, but the only way we happen is that we vote this one down and we come in and we actually change that. Now, to the point that it's not enough, that the 800,000 isn't enough, I think that's something I think that Mr. Matthews had said that he might be able to sweeten that pot a little bit to 880 in a private conversation with me. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, Mr. Matthews. But, you know, that puts a little bit more in the pot. But now, we don't have to do this next time, but I can guarantee you it's going to be back. And the alternatives that I see that I want to protect against is the state coming up and being a loser, where this person that doesn't want to take $5 million for 80 acres, at some point in time, him and Harris decides that, yeah, I can do that. But I ran the numbers. Mr. Matthews can come up with $6 million and he breaks even. Maybe that person will budge for $6 million for 80 acres. I don't want to take that chance, because what that does is that locks everybody out as far as the access, that you're always going to walk 2 miles away, and then that's what you're going to have to do. You know, so I don't want to take that risk. So there it is. I don't want to take the risk of basically never being able to have anybody do that if it's totally surrounded by one landowner. And that's what could happen. And all it takes is a $6 million check and somebody saying yes for 80 acres. In my mind, I think somebody's going to blink that sees that $6 million in front of them. And so I think this is a reasonable compromise. And I don't have to worry or lose any sleep that there's never really going to be anybody that can get to that and have public access unless you're walking that 2 miles. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I rest my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I think we've all taken quite a bit of time. If there's something new in the discussion, let's do it, but I think we probably can move to a vote fairly expeditiously.
Mr. Chairman, I do want to clarify one thing. I said diversification across classes. So not that our investments and equities aren't diversified, but you got to diversify across classes, meaning in addition to equities, have land. I think that's a very important thing to know.
I'm going to try to really keep us on point. One more call for discussion. Hearing none. All in favor of the motion, Madam Auditor, I think we're clear on that. Is there any confusion about what the motion is? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? The way I count it, we have 3 ayes and 1 no. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one comment that I didn't want to include with the vote, but I do think that it'd be interesting to look at is the CEP 25% limitation that we have. And I think that that does keep us from reaching full maximum potential of revenue and something that I just wanted to note that for the record, that I think is something that should be looked at because it only allows us to receive so much on that CEP.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Matthews, I apologize. I know it's been a long labor with you. It has been several times. For those that think this is the worst, I would have you go back to 92 when, there was a parcel here on a Casper Mountain which came up and caused a tremendous amount of angst and a lot of conversation. I appreciate this, and I do want to say that for those that think land swaps don't make sense, I would point to Pilot Hill, which now provides uninhibited access from Laramie City to the federal lands. I would also point to Bull Creek up in my neck of the woods, which has provided a tremendous amount. So I don't think that we should get rid of potential land swaps out of hand. I would point out that this process was very, very meticulously spoken to along the way. This board listened, this board voted, and ultimately made a decision. With that, I'm going to recommend, Madam Director, that we take a bit of a break here because I think we're going to be buckled up for the afternoon. Thank you to the people from Sheridan for coming down. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify, is your vote going to be in the minutes?
My vote was a non-vote.
Okay.
And the chairman does not have to make a vote. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. How about 20 minutes? 20 minutes. Just as a comment to all the members of the board, if you'll really make sure that you speak into the microphone, it is, I've heard from several people, it's hard to hear elsewhere unless you're right up next to the microphone, so just as a word to the wise. And Madam Director, what I had anticipated, and you can tell me if I'm off, was that you would present the proposal at first, and then we would have the Department of Environmental Quality, who is here in force, kind of walk down through what all the consequential permitting requirements might be. If Prism Logistics is here, they can present. Then I thought I would go to the commissioners, and then for the members of the public, we'd have it open till whenever.
Mr. Chairman, that squares with sort of my intention. OSLI's presentation is just going to talk a little bit about what trust lands are. We're then going to talk about our leasing process. Then we're going to talk about the consent agendas, how those are put together. And then, as you mentioned, we will turn it over to DEQ and then Prism, and then from there, as you've articulated.
Thank you. With that, we're back in session, and please go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this is F6 on the agenda, sand, gravel, borrow material, and riprap rock lease update, Prism Logistics LLC. This is an informational matter that we've put together based on recent public concerns that we've become aware of related to the sand and gravel leases that have been issued to Prism by the board back in their June 1st, 2023 and October 5th, 2023 meeting. So as I mentioned, we've prepared, Deputy Crowder and I prepared a short presentation. It's just a little PowerPoint. We're going to go into a little bit of background. We will be quick, I promise. Okay, first slide. Okay, just to provide a little bit of history of what trust lands are. Back after just a quick history lesson, back after the Revolutionary War, our founding fathers believed that the key to a successful democracy was to have an educated population. And when they had the 13 colonies, which became the first 13 states, they were pretty well set with respect to how to fund public education. But moving forward through the territories and all, they had to figure out a way to help other states come in on equal footing to also be able to afford public education. So what they did was, with each new state coming into the Union, they gifted state land or lands to be used for education, for revenue generation to fund education. I'm just going to stick with what we have in Wyoming. Wyoming's Organic Act, which was approved by Congress in 1868, that's what was provided when Wyoming became a territory. And in that document, it provided that sections 16 and 36, and each township in the territory would receive those state lands reserved for public education. Next one. Then going through history, Wyoming had a constitutional convention. They put together their constitution, and you'll notice that in the Wyoming Constitution, there's an article and several sections that deal with the state lands. And Article 18, Section 1, the state accepted the grant of lands by the U.S. for educational purposes and also for other public institutions. Article 18, Section 3, that provides for the Board of Land Commissioners to have direction, control, disposition, and care of the lands gifted to the state. So state trust lands, they're owned by the state and held in trust for the benefit of public education and other state institutions. The Board of Land Commissioners is the trustees. Again, a quick slide on the Board of Land Commissioners. That is the 5 of you, the statewide elected officials, and you're constitutionally charged with optimizing revenue from those lands to support those beneficiaries while also protecting, conserving, and maintaining the lands to be used by future generations. So it's not a case of just, trying to do the utmost and destroying the land so that they can't survive intergenerationally. There is an intergenerational purpose of it. The next piece, the Constitution also provides a role for the legislature. The legislature is to enact the laws for the sale, disposal, leasing, or care of the lands granted to the state. And the legislature passes laws for safekeeping, transfer, and disbursement of the land grant funds. So after the Constitution was worked out, the Act of Admissions, which brought Wyoming into the United States, the Section 5 provides, again, that the lands granted are for educational purposes and they can only be disposed of at public sale. But lands can be leased for various things, including mineral, grazing, and agricultural purposes. And for whatever reason, they put a 10-year limit on grazing and agricultural leases. And it provides that these lands are not subject to preemption, homestead entry, or other entry under the laws of the United States. Following that, when Wyoming became a state, the legislature has put into position some statutes that also deal with how state lands will be managed. 362107 gives the land commissioners the authority to promulgate rules, and it also notices and recognizes the fiduciary duties of this office, OSLI. Just to give some perspective, we are managing 3.9 million subsurface acres and 3.4 million surface acres in this office. So it is quite an undertaking. Some other principles via statute, I won't go into detail, but trust lands have to be managed under a total asset management policy. It's intergenerational, which we just talked about. The land must remain a substantial component of the trust portfolio. There were states when they came into the union that sold their state trust lands and then invested the money. That's not what we're doing here. Leases have to provide a fair market value return, and investment policies must protect the permanent land fund from the effects of inflation. So the next one, this is a list of the beneficiaries that we largely serve. You can see the ones we've talked about today. This sand and gravel lease is common school K through 12 education, but the last matter we talked about was the University of Wyoming College of Ag and the Penal Reform Education Fund for the Retirement Center, Honor Farm, Women's Center, and I believe the state capitol. So just quickly, we talked about this with the last matter, but the trust land management objectives, anytime we're doing sales, acquisitions, exchanges, long-term leases, we have to evaluate them with those trust land management objectives. However, that is an or statute. So when the board is evaluating these sorts of transactions, it must meet at least one of those. It doesn't have to meet all of them. The Board of Land Commissioners has prioritized how those trust land management objectives are to be viewed. Their top priority is to meet the beneficiary's short and long-term objectives, and that's obviously going to be through revenue, investment value. The second priority is to improve manageability, meaning blocking up lands. Those are easier to manage than those stranded Section 16 and 36s. Then the third one is to meet the specific school or community need as described there. So one thing, my last slide before I turn it over to the deputy, one thing that we always stress when we do a little educational piece is that state trust lands are not the same thing as public lands in the federal world. So therefore, the Office of State Lands and Investments, we are not BLM or Forest Service. Our fiduciary duty is to optimize revenue and to look for ways to generate revenue for the trust beneficiaries, whereas the federal public lands are managed more with the multiple use and sustained yield perspective. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it over to Jason. He's going to quickly go through our sand and gravel leasing process.
And Madam Director, before Jason does that, I think the secretary had a question 2 slides back, maybe 3 slides back. I think it's
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to see if we had a copy of the presentation. It wasn't in the materials, but did they distribute any of the slides or no?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, we have just been providing these slides for this presentation. However, if you would like a copy, we're happy to send that to you and to anybody else that would like a copy.
Yeah, I always like written. Thank you.
Okay, certainly, we'll do that. Okay. Deputy Crowder, will you please go through the leasing process and then the other aspects of the presentation?
Yeah, thank you, Director. Mr. Chairman, this slide is fairly rough, and the process that we go through for leasing sand and gravel is largely the same process we go through for leasing all other uses on state lands. But essentially, it started with an application being submitted to the office. The way the rules read, sand and gravel can be leased to the first qualified applicant who walks in the door. There's not a competitive auction for sand and gravel leases unless there is a market realized, or we recognize there could be benefit from offering these in a competitive way. But historically, these are just offered to the first person who walks in the office and is a qualified applicant. When the application's received, OSLI reviews the parcel for leasing appropriateness, meaning is it leased to something else? Is it already under a sand and gravel lease? Do we actually own the minerals on this parcel? But can we lease the sand and gravel that's been applied for? Then we run the applicant through our total program compliance review and through the Secretary of State's office for review, for compliance with his office to make sure that the entity can actually do business in the state of Wyoming. TPC, or total program compliance, is important. It's an initiative that the office put in place back in 2012 that says if any applicant is not compliant with any rule or any lease provision within the office, they can't be granted another authorization going forward until they clean that up. So we want to make sure we review each applicant for that. They're required to submit a $50 application fee with their application and the annual rental, depending on what parcel and how much that is, usually $1 an acre. Once that's completed, we send the application to our sister agencies for review. That includes the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and the State Historic Preservation Office typically, and any others that are warranted. They will respond with any possible standard stipulations that they'd like placed on the property for the protection of historic or paleontologic, not even going to be able to say that word, but those resources of importance or any habitat importance or sensitive wildlife species. They'll offer standard stipulations for that. Once that review is completed, we complete a board matter and submit it for Board of Land Commissioner consideration. Each board matter will detail the applicant, the location of the lease, and any standard stipulations that should be applied, and that will be presented to the board in an open public meeting to take action on. At that time, two things can happen. One is board approval and the other is board denial. Quickly, board denial would just mean that we retain the application fee for the work that we've done to date, and then we would refund the annual rental that's submitted and notify the applicant that the board had denied their application. What typically happens is that the board does approve that lease application. We move forward with issuing that lease and presenting the actual lease document to the applicant, and then updating all the records internal to our office, all of our databases, all of our mapping and spatial records as well. What's also important to note about sand and gravel is that it is just for a 2-year term, so there are regular lease renewal matters brought before you and lease renewal applications submitted to the office. We've already reviewed that today, but every time a lease renewal application comes in, regardless of its productive status, it goes through this exact same process.
Mr. Secretary.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk a little bit about the creation of maps. I mean, and I know the response back has been, well, then you can just go into our map system. But like the map you ended up creating for today, I mean, I circled it out for you. That's easy to see. Where the population center is and where the proposal is. So is there a problem the office has in being able to create those maps and if in the future so that we can have that as part of the process, so we could be able to evaluate these beyond just township number, county? I think that's a big part of us trying to, and it was contemplated when I brought that motion last year to reform some of our rules and procedures, because I think for some time we've needed to look at some of this stuff.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, as we're putting this board agenda together, and as you saw in today's agenda, there's over 80 matters in each one. Historically, the board has not asked for how close these leases are to municipalities. They haven't raised that to us as a concern we needed to provide information for you to. If that is a concern the board would like information for, we can start doing that, but understand that the lift to do that is rather large and our staff is rather small. All 70 matters have some relationship to a municipality. It could be a very distant one, it could be a very close one, it could be sand and gravel, oil and gas, grazing, recreation of some kind. So we would want some ability to provide information to you that makes sense, right? We wouldn't give you the ones out in the middle of nowhere. But providing all of that mapping information to our GIS specialists to be able to put that together does take time. The maps that we provided you today for this particular matter and for the one previous were done because that was a very specific topic, and the map showed a very specific story. It helped you understand what the issue was, and so we did spend the hours to do that. Also keep in mind, we are trying to expedite these application processes as much as possible. We would like to be responsive and nimble to the applications and to industry so that when they submit an application, as quickly as we can turn around and do our due diligence and do it appropriately, give them the assurance that they can go out there and do the work, or that they don't and they can make other plans going forward. And that is typically scrunched within 60 to 30 days. Providing 70 to 80 matters, which some of those grazing leases and some of the oil and gas ones have several hundred leases on there, to our GIS staff within 30 days on top of their normal work is an inefficient sometimes and extremely large workload that we would have to staff up to. So appreciate the comment, and we will attempt to give you the information that you request, but those are some of the pressures that we're going to be feeling as we go through that.
Yeah, and I don't want to dwell on this too much. I think, Mr. Secretary, good points made. It's hard to know exactly where this is and all of that. But let's try to keep it so that we have time to hear testimony.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's very important that we build expertise on these issues, not only within the board, but also in the Office of State Lands. And so I guess in this sort of snake chart that you put together, what is the level of sort of discernment in evaluating these in the office? Like at any point on this one, let me cabin it to this one, did you say, hey, this one might be sensitive, we should let the board know beyond township number and county that this is a new one, it's not just a renewal, this is sensitive? At any point, did you think about that, or is it just sort of, hey, application in, application out? But because I think we need to inculcate that within the office as part of our process.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I don't think that we identified anything of significance with these lease applications. That's not to say that there's not something significant here, but what we do know is that we're only offering the opportunity for development, not the obligation to develop. So a lease does not equal development. I have that coming up in a later slide. What it allows is for the operator to have site control that they can then go to, and every lease document has this requirement, go to the regulatory bodies and seek the additional regulatory permitting that they need. And in that, those are intended to determine the important and sensitive topics that need to be addressed with each specific development. So when we offer the board all of the applications that we offer, and when I get into the consent list creation process, it's with the expectation that you understand and we understand what we're providing to you is just that opportunity, that there are required next steps by experts in the field, the regulatory bodies in the state, to make sure those very sensitive and important site-specific, project-specific details are addressed.
And let's move on, because I think we've got to talk about these matters at hand. There are movements afoot to talk about remedies on this that really require statutory, but we'll have a full exposure to what the regulatory requirements are. So I appreciate it. Let's move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had some question about how the consent list get created, so we wanted to provide you and the public with this information. We are required by rule to provide the board, each member, with all of the matters at least 7 days in advance of each board meeting. That gives you an opportunity to review all of those matters before a meeting. We also brief each board member 2 or 3 days before the board meeting. So in this particular meeting's case, we started that on this Monday, went into Tuesday to make sure that each board member knew everything that we identified as maybe out of the norm or need additional attention, and give you the opportunity to find things as in your review to ask questions of us, and we can present additional information from that. Again, the board has the understanding of what it's approving. It is just the opportunity to lease. It does not equal development. And there's a requirement, like I said, in every single lease to adhere to any regulatory requirements from those regulatory bodies. And after those briefings, after all of those conversations, that's when the consent list is created and then presented to you. And then the board votes to accept that as a consent list or not. And at any time, any of them can be moved off the consent list as was done today.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could just add one thing to that. We are also, as we're leading up to the board meeting, speaking with the public as well. So if people contact us and say that they have a concern over an issue that's on the agenda, we are also very diligent about keeping track of that and pulling that off of the consent if we know that people want to appear before the board and speak to that. And we try to also notify the board that there is public interest in that as well.
Mr. Chairman, the next slide simply just shows, for context, some of how we operate. We wanted to go back and look at how this block of land was managed from a mineral perspective previously. On the map that's shown on the screen, the blue squares are surface ownership and the gray squares are subsurface ownership only. Yellow's obviously BLM. But provided you with a list of 9 leases that we've had in the past on these parcels, all oil and gas. There was some mention of a possible sand and gravel lease. Maybe it was on state land, maybe it wasn't. We don't have any record of it. And maybe it was a county sand and gravel permit in this area as well. Again, we don't have any record of it. That's just been discussed. But these are the leasing things that had occurred on the property all back in the 80s. I think the most recent one was 2012. All expired under their own terms because they never reached production. The next slide, I wanted to highlight what the board is offering inside of its lease. And I took a snip of the actual provision within each sand and gravel lease of what the board is allowing its lessee to do. And I'll read that for you. The lessor hereby grants unto the lessee, its successors, or assigns authority to explore for, extract, and remove sand, gravel, rock crushed for aggregate, and borrow material from the following described lands. And each one of the leases has a legal description going along with it. But what I wanted to highlight here is there's only 3 things this lease allows it to do. That is to explore, to extract, and to remove. It does not allow the applicant to process or do anything that would make it marketable. Make the product marketable. If the applicant wishes to do that on site, it would need another authorization from this board, either a temporary use permit or a special use lease, and the board could opine and consider that at that time. But this lease only allows them to explore, extract, and remove the material.
All right. Are there questions? Are there questions?
Mr. Chairman, that would conclude our initial presentation. So if the board is ready, we can certainly bring Director Parfit up with his folks. I believe he's got Mr. Wentland here and perhaps Ms. Veer and Ms. Zygmunt.
Please, Director Parfit and Mr. Wentland. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those that are here that don't know me, I'm Todd Parfit. I'm the Director of the Department of Environmental Quality. And with me here today is Kyle Wentland, who is the Land Quality Division Administrator. And then also here as subject matter experts and the leaders of the specific media programs would be Nancy Veer, the Air Quality Division Administrator, and Jennifer Zygmunt, who is the Administrator of the Water Quality Division. So there have been some questions around what are the regulatory requirements for mineral mining activities with the DEQ. There are 3 regulatory actions associated with sand and gravel operations. Those would be the Land Quality Division, either a limited mining operation notification, a small mine permit application and permit, or a large mine application and permit, depending on the size and the nature of the request. With each of those three different types of mining operations, there is an air quality permit that would be required. And that air quality permit is through our new source review program. And just to talk about the process a little bit, because there seems to be some interest in that. When the application comes into the agency, there is a completeness review that is done, which typically takes 30 days or thereabouts. And then there's a technical review, which would be another 30 days. And then once that's done and a permit is drafted, we would go out to public notice and comment for 30 days. And during that time, a member of the public can request, well, if there's sufficient interest in a public hearing, we would hold a public hearing as well. And then once we've done all of that, then we would review all the comments received during the comment period and any hearing, and we would draft a final permit. And once we issue the permit, then any entity would have the ability to appeal that decision on the permit to the Environmental Quality Council. All of that process takes about 180 days for an air quality permit. The other permit that is required is a water quality division permit through the stormwater program and the surface water discharge permitting program. And that's a general permit. It's a mineral mining stormwater general permit. And so there's a couple of opportunities for public comment and input. First, as we develop the permit itself, the general permit, that is subject to the same public notice requirements, 30-day public comment period, and then we would review those comments and issue a final permit, which would be then subject to appeal to the Environmental Quality Council if somebody had an objection to that. The second piece is that once that general permit is issued, then an entity that wants to operate underneath that general stormwater permit would make a request, and then we would give an authorization to do that. Once we've made that decision and issued that authorization, which takes about 15 to 20 days, then then we'll post that authorization on our website. And from the date of posting on the website, somebody would have 30 days to either provide comments to us or appeal that decision to the Environmental Quality Council. So those are the three.
Director, the Secretary had a question back on air quality, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your worksheet on all three and the statutory and rule references, and I'm all printed out. I wanted to specifically drill down a little more on the air one, and also this applies to all of them. I mean, can the director at his discretion extend the public comment period beyond the 30 days? Has that ever been done before? Is there any precedent for that? And do you think you have the allowance to do that?
So, Mr. Chairman and Secretary, I would say we'd likely have the ability to extend that, but we would be subject to appeal in front of the Environmental Quality Council by the entity that is seeking the permit, because the rules or the statutes specify the duration. And so if we're acting outside of what's in rule or statute, that would be subject to appeal.
Sorry to take you offline. Go ahead.
No problem. So, Mr. Chairman, those are the three basic types of permits, actions or regulatory actions that would be taken by the agency. And what I'd like to do now is turn it over to Administrator Wentland and have him walk through the land quality piece, and then I'll come back and walk through, well, I guess I already have walked through the air and the water. So we'll just turn it over and go through the land.
And the only other thing I would say, and maybe, go ahead, Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Parfit, I just wondered, the governor and I both served on the Environmental Quality Council, but there's a lot of folks that maybe don't know about it. It's not quite as glamorous as some other boards and commissions. But would you mind just for the audience explaining what that council is and who it's made up of?
Mr. Chairman and Madam Superintendent, be happy to do that. So under the Environmental Quality Act, there was created an Environmental Quality Council, and that council is a 7-member council appointed by the governor. And they have 2 basic functions. One is they promulgate the rules that the department brings forward to the council for consideration. And then the other thing that they principally do is they hear appeals or objections to agency actions and can then either approve, deny, or modify the agency action based on that hearing.
And all the decisions are ultimately appealable to the district court, if I remember correctly.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Mr. Wendland.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and members of the board. I would like to just kind of take one step back here to just make sure everybody knows where we are today in our permitting process. Right now, we have had a license to explore for this area that's in question today. That license to explore has been granted. It's in compliance with the state land provisions as well. I know they've reviewed that. But that is the only action that I have in my office today is the license to explore. I do not have an application for an LMO, a small mine, or a large mine permit at this time. So I just wanted to kind of set that basis on that. Going forward, an operator would have 3 options basically for land quality. And those options are a limited mine operation notification. And it's important to understand that's a notification, not a permit. It is an exemption in the statute of 3511-401. The second permit class is a small mine permit, and that's in 3511-401J. And that sets a limit on 35,000 yards overburden, 10 acres of disturbance annually, and it's classed as the small mine permit. And then there is the regular large mine permit. Now, the difference with the LMO is, in summary, is an LMO is limited to 15 acres of disturbance less the access roads. So whatever is within that disturbance boundary, that's a maximum of 15 acres. They must provide notice to the DEQ and the state mine inspector 30 days prior to mining. A copy of that notice must be provided to all surface landowners within 1 mile of the proposed boundary of the LMO at least 30 days before commencing operations. The operator must notify the DEQ of the date of commencement of mining will began within 30 days of the commencement of that operation. The affected lands shall not be within 300 feet of any occupied dwelling, home, public building, excuse me, school, church, community or institutional building, parks, or cemetery unless the landowner's consent has been obtained. And a bond must be filed with the DEQ prior to commencement of the LMO. And for LMOs, the bond is set on a per acre basis. It is $2,000 an acre for just general loose aggregate, $3,000 an acre for quarry, which quarry is a hard material where you would typically see blasting. This operation, if it were ever to develop here, is my understanding it is a loose aggregate operation and would be under the current $2,000 per acre bond, if that's what was applied for. It's important, again, to understand that that's a notification. Therefore, if somebody is, a party would feel they were disenfranchised and they chose to appeal that action, it would go to district court and not to the Environmental Quality Council. But that is a change in venue, but that is a difference between the notification and then the small mine and the regular permit. If the operator chose a small mine or regular large mine permit, they do have to come in with the baseline studies and a full-blown permit. Then we look at that application and we have 60 days to determine if it's generally complete. If that determination is made, it's published for 2 consecutive weeks in a local paper. It starts a 150-day clock for the technical review. Once the technical review is complete, then that permit goes out for 4 consecutive weeks of publication in a local paper. And then there is a 30-day follow-up comment period that we can obtain, that we will receive comments in. And then under 3511-406Q, I make a recommendation to the director to either thumbs up, thumbs down. It's, to approve or deny the permit. It's a thumbs up, it's approve or deny. Once that decision is made, then that decision on a regular permit is appealable to the Environmental Quality Council. Pending the decision on the council, it would then be appealable to district court and through the process. Mr. Chairman, I would conclude with that if there's questions.
Are there questions, Madam Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, so all in, how many days are we talking for that process?
Mr. Chairman, when you talk about for the regular small or large mine permit, the permit action, well, let me back up, I apologize. For an LMO, for the land portion, the land quality portion of that permit, that generally is about 45 to 50 days to get through that. The largest thing there is getting the bond in place and approved. For the small or large mine permit, you've got the 2 weeks of consecutive publication following general completeness. We have 150 days of technical review, and then you have 4 consecutive weeks of publication, or another 30 days plus a 30-day comment. So there's 60 days on that. So you're 150, so you're 210, and 2 more weeks, so 230 days roughly. And that depends, that's what we have control of. Once a permit is approved or denied, and it would be appealed if there was an appeal to the council, that falls to the council's schedule. That timeline is, it's out of our control at that point.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just so I'm understanding correctly, there's no public comment period for the LMO for land quality. We do have it for stormwater and for air quality, but not for land quality.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Great, thank you.
Because the LMO is a notification, it is not a permit.
Thanks. Further questions? Further questions? Well, thank you. And don't go away, because there may be other questions that come up, so. Thanks very much. Mr. Treasurer.
And I'm not sure whether you guys can answer this or not, but if someone wanted to rescind or cancel an LMO or any of the other ones there, is the only reason for a default or the parcel being placed up for sale? Or should I talk to somebody else about that? What was that? That's for the lease. Okay, so that's for the lease. It's the auditor's telling me it's the lease. Okay, so but that's the only thing that you can cancel a lease is for a default if the guy doesn't pay his money or the parcel's put up for sale.
And Mr. Treasurer, I think you may be referring to Office of State Lands.
I
Land
wasn't
as
sure.
opposed to
I thought
DEQ.
I'd ask it if it was up here, and then those guys could tell us, but that's the Office of State Land. So I guess I'd ask the director if that's the circumstances.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, yes, the lease itself has provisions, as well as the board's rules and regulations, that the sand and gravel lease, if in fact there's a violation of the lease terms or rule, it can be considered a default, but then they would be entitled, the lessee would be entitled to notice and an opportunity to cure that default. And then I believe the other provision is that in the event that those underlying lands are sold, that they can cancel the lease.
And Mr. Treasurer, just because everybody says in the other room they can't hear you, make sure you get your microphone. Thanks. I would make a joke, but I won't. Thank you. Yep. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, we did invite Prism Logistics to come to the meeting, and provide any information that they wish to the board. We've got Mr. True and Mr. Fair here, and I've asked them to kind of give them a status update of where they're at.
Thank you. Yep, that'd be fine. Thank you, Mr. True. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
Thank you, Governor Gordon, or Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Thank you for having us. Thank you very much for coming to Casper. I really appreciate that as many people as could be included are included. That means a lot. I appreciate that.
And Mr. True, just as a formality, your name.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Kyle True. I'm a manager of Prism Logistics. We do hold the lease on the state lands in question today. I'm happy to address where we are and what our thoughts are going forward. We have completed the exploration data gathering. We have not fully analyzed all that data, but just from the preliminary results, I can tell you that there is a substantial gravel reserve there that we think is going to be appropriate for the Casper market. That's encouraging to us, and I think should be encouraging to the state. There's a substantial reserve, and I think it can be responsibly developed locally. That's all we've done so far. We have not yet applied for an LMO, nor have we applied for a full mine permit. And I must say, as a homeschooling dad, I wish I had known the presentation you were going to give. I would have made my kids come. That was great. It was history, it was regulation, intent. Thank you. I'm glad this is on YouTube so we can watch that again tonight. So I really appreciate the education process that the whole community, I think, needs to go through. Because while we have the lease, we have no right to be up there gathering rock. We don't think we have right to be up there gathering rock. That would be after a further application. And we would be working with the DEQ thoroughly in that. In addition, one thing that hasn't come up here is we've met with the county land office, or the county commissioners with when they had a fully staffed zoning department. We met with their zoning department. It was actually last year. And we were notified that the exploration activities we did would not need a conditional use permit from the county. But we were told any activity that would be longer than 6 months, which would be a mine, would need a conditional use permit from the county. So we recognize that also as a part of this process going forward, in addition to what we do with OSLI and with the DEQ.
With your leave, I'll have the secretary. Is that okay?
You bet.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's very important, okay? So, and again, I've asked you this twice on the phone, you just said it. You agree that a conditional use permit is required here?
That's my understanding of county regulations.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. True, would you be okay with us amending the lease to make that clear also with the lease? Would you accept that, an amendment to the lease that says that?
If I may finish my remarks, I think my reluctance to that would become clear. In this process, we've come to believe that the state of Wyoming is imperfect, laws need to be changed, modified, et cetera. But I think the DEQ and the whole mining application process is a robust, it is a rigorous, and it is an adequate process for first issuing us a lease to give us the confidence that spending our money to do exploration to assess whether there's anything to go after or not, besides just looking from surface, is worth our time. But then we still have no rights before we come before the DEQ, as has been outlined very well. I think that's a robust process. I'm really hesitant to change that. I've had a variety of people ask, would you concede this? Would you do that? And I really appreciate and respect the process that the legislature over decades has put into place, and I think it's the right process. So at this point, I think we'd like to move forward with that process, and as we complete our analysis, we are working to creatively minimize any cultural and social impacts that may be unique in this situation, while still harvesting the valuable resource that is there, and working with the DEQ, protecting all of the natural resources that are there, water, land, air. And so that's our intention. We look forward to going forward with that process. It seems to me there's quite an education process to happen in this region to find out the impacts of those things. I'm actually confident that as we go forward, a dramatic number of people will say, oh, I was worried about X, but what you're proposing, gosh, that seems rational and reasonable. Let's go forward. I'm projecting that, I'm predicting that. However, we all have to walk it out and live it. And I think that this process is appropriate, and we look forward to engaging in it over the coming months to see where that lands.
Please. Mr. Chairman, Chris Fair, Manager, Prison Logistics, alongside Kyle True. Just to reiterate, as he said, as in the discussion of this, where we sit within the operations is these leases have been available. It recognized as, yes, it does take a keen eye to identify that, but at the same time, there is resource in the state of Wyoming, particularly in this area, that needs to be developed for the good. We recognize the appropriate development, asset diversification across classes is done through mining of state lands. We shall not forget Wyoming's Great Seal and the word mines and the symbolic positioning of where mines is in the top right of the Great Seal. And that's why we've developed a mining company that brings in the expertise, range management, environmental engineering, mining engineering, stewardship of the land and the resource. And to be villainized as for simply following a process and being stand-up citizens and active people within our communities is unfortunate. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Fair, and thank you, Mr. True. Before I turn it over to the Secretary, an understanding, this process can be a long and diligent one, and it can be very frustrating. We try in Wyoming to make sure that business has an opportunity to work expeditiously. That is part of what we try to balance, but nonetheless, you both recognize that. Very good. All right, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. True, how do you plan on reacting if a conditional use permit is denied?
I plan on not putting in a mine.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Mr. True, what would be the issue then with amending the lease to be clear that a conditional use permit is required for any activity to occur?
I don't think on my feet well enough to understand all ramifications of something. I don't think that this is an appropriate venue for negotiating something on a lease. The existing rules and regulations should be respected, complied with at all times. I firmly believe in multiple use. I also recognize multiple governmental agencies who all need to be heard from and spoken to certain issues. And so I'd just be hesitant to change a lease. We like the process that's in place quite a bit. I really respect it. And I think it will achieve all the goals that Wyoming has of developing our minerals, creating economic activity, respecting our local culture, and protecting the environment. I think the current system does that.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
I think we're currently in some lawsuits that are going to flesh out whether or not counties have jurisdiction over state lands. So, from that perspective, I think you're probably correct of, letting some of these things play out. And that's not in all cases. I think it has to do for certain circumstances, which are, I don't want to, get into a discussion now, but I think that's something that we need to understand, Mr. Chairman. But having said that, I'm curious about when your analysis would be completed. And as we toured out there, I saw, I think, a lot of, it looked like the glaciers dropped a lot of deposits, and some places that I'd say they're sweet spots, but you might go a long ways before there's another rock to be found. I didn't know whether you're going to do any more core sampling. Just curious about what your experience in gravel mining, about how deep the cuts might be, or is that going to be wide and variable?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer. Yeah, to speak to that question, the analysis and the planning is incomplete. And that will be, when that is ready to be provided, that's when that timing will be. In addition to speaking about the mine plan, right now is not the time for that.
Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Madam Superintendent, and I'll see the Secretary again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today. As we heard previously from DEQ, we talk about stormwater, which is, more about quality of water rather than quantity. And I think one of the greatest concerns that has been brought to us is about quantity and the depth of water wells for folks living on Casper Mountain. And so wondered what analysis you foresee for that. If you foresee a process, I understand that when we're talking about quantity, that is run through the state engineer, and if that is something that you foresee as part of the process.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fair.
Madam Superintendent, that's an excellent question. And the basis of that would be addressed in the rules and regulation processes of the application and dealing through those matters directly. At present, once again, it's being that the exploration and the feasibility is still in place, you can't speak to a plan that doesn't exist.
I agree, and I think that I apologize, Mr. Chairman and Madam Superintendent. Each of those questions are absolutely valid, and most questions I've heard posed are very valid and should be addressed. And we look forward to having those addressed as we move forward in the process with the mine plan. There are a couple of comments on Facebook that probably will never be addressed, but the vast majority of questions are very legitimate and should and will be addressed, I think, adequately as we move forward gathering baseline data and preparing to protect the natural resources of the area.
Thanks. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I just want to push back a little bit. I mean, we have an individual who's told now 3 times, twice it was on a phone call, but now also here, that he's not going to put the mine in if there's a conditional use permit is denied. And so I think there's nothing wrong with the board mutually agreeing to that with him, which would actually distinguish it from some of those cases. And so that's the reason to do that. And I wanted to respond to that. One question I wanted to ask to Mr. True is, one question I've gotten a lot is there going to be blasting? And I've asked you that before, but I want to, one more time, your answer in the past has been, you don't know, but can you please elucidate that a little more?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fair.
Mr. Secretary. As was provided by the DEQ and Administrator Wentland, this is a loose gravel source. At present, in feasibility review, loose gravel does not necessitate blasting. And then speaking to further as to Mr. True said, regarding the conditional use permit and that component of it is the conditional use permit will need to go through the proper vetting. Emotionally charged and just simply, we don't like this, go away. That's not fair and reasonable. Now, a scientific process, that's fair and reasonable.
Thank you. Just follow up on that, Mr. Fair. As the superintendent indicated, one of the concerns is water supply. What happens to if the water supply is cut off for some reason or something else? So, would your analysis, I would presume, you would want to investigate that and understand what happens and what the zones of influence might be, et cetera.
Mr. Chairman, that's a good question. And that is a component of the regular mine permit process.
Very good. Would you, and I'm curious because, the LMO provides a certain opportunity and some of those are fairly precise sources. Would you look carefully as you figured out where an LMO was, where you were going to put your LMO if you were to proceed to that, since it's a notification? I know you've got all the other permits that you need to do, but you would, I presume, kind of say, we're going to try to avoid that area because we might expect to see a problem.
Mr. Chairman, that's fair and reasonable.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this might be more for DEQ, if you wouldn't mind answering. I think where I still find confusion, and I think where is the vast majority of consternation, is over this water quantity and whether or not that state engineer process is part of the LMO permit process. And if that analysis is provided by the state engineer, I think that that's the biggest concern here. I don't know if you can answer that, Mr. Fair, or if we need DEQ.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fair.
Madam Superintendent, that's not a question for us.
Yeah. Mr. Wendland.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question. And the SEO is not, the adjudication of the water right is not part of our process.
And Mr. Chairman?
Please, Superintendent.
Just to follow that, just would be curious, any comment on that? Like I said, I think that is one of the major issues, right? Mr. True, I know you grew up here. Mr. Fair, we worked together in Gillette. There's people in this room, and I have known my whole life. My childhood home and elementary schools less than 5 miles from where we're talking about. And so the concern is real of these people, our friends and family, losing water supply in their homes. And so I think that is the assurance that has not been out there, as just indicated. And so I'm just curious, any thoughts that you'd offer on that?
Well, Mr. Chairman and Madam Superintendent, I might say we likely would have had an LMO notice in already and an application before the county commissioners if we didn't respect the concerns that people have, and we have wanted to be very precise and not rush in and do something we might regret, that a lot of people might regret. And so in response to your question, yes, the additional public concern, much of which I think will find itself comfortable in the future with our operations. Having said that, we respect it to the point that we have slowed down a bit and are trying to look at this from a lot of different angles before moving forward with an LMO, which I think is likely to move forward. But we want to have the lowest cultural impact that might be considered negative, and of course, the highest economic impact we can for the state and for our company and for the needs of the Casper aggregate industry. So yes, we have slowed down, and we want to be cautious, and we look forward to addressing all of those questions candidly with experts that understand them better than we do.
Thank you, Mr. True. Further questions? Mr. Treasurer.
From what information that I think that we've gotten is that in LMO, there's a limitation that there's only one within a 6-mile radius. So I just wanted to, I see you're nodding your head, so just so people know that, if you do get an LMO, it's not like you're going to have a bunch of gopher piles out there across all of the sections, and so it's a long process. And then you get into the other larger or small mines, then it's another extended process with more rigor. And the LMO is really to see whether there's a resource there that you think might be there. And then, so this is something that's, it's not going to be something that's overnight you see a lot of destruction. I'm curious as to whether or not what you've heard or what you know about the existing gravel pits or mines that exist in these sections, or slightly, I think, actually toward the mountain. I think there's one, and there's another one, but I don't know the location of that. I don't know if you guys know anything about those when they went in, or their yields or anything else.
Mr. Chairman.
Fair.
Mr. Treasurer. Excellent question. Thank you for the dialogue. Understanding and disclosing the operations of our industry or other industries within this area, and the response we've gotten simply by doing the process, it would not be appropriate to try to identify or speak to other operators and their operations and their locations.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Treasurer, I think I may have heard a slightly different question than Chris heard. I think you might have asked historically, had there been mines in this area? And yes, my understanding is there were some mines in this area. I understand that a house is currently built on deeded land that was the remains of an old gravel mine. And so there has been mining activity in this area. It's been recognized as a resource. And so with caution and trying to be as responsible and neighborly as we can, we look forward to going in and beginning to develop this. And we've talked a lot about water. We're going to be concerned about air. The other thing is these trucks that come and go, we want to be sure that they're going slow enough, that they're in a safe way, that they don't have a dramatic impact on the roads. That's a valid question.
Hey, let's have some decorum here, please. Thank you.
But we want to be sure that the roads are maintained adequately and that we don't have a negative impact in a lot of these areas. Transportation hadn't come up yet, but the trucks are something that need to be addressed very professionally and very calmly. So we'll be looking at that as well. And that's a consideration of the LMO.
Thank you. Madam Auditor.
Mr. True, and I apologize, I know there's a lot of trues. Are you associated, because I see this leased land is adjacent to True Drilling and Diamond Ranches LLC. Is that you as well?
Yes and no. Okay. Virtually every True I've met in Wyoming, I'm related to. So yes, in some ways, but True Drilling is owned by my uncles and their families, and I'm not a part of that from a financial and business perspective.
That was my question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Other questions? Other questions? Well, thank you both. We may reserve the right to have you back if that's okay.
We look forward to it.
And really appreciate you being here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Director, I thought at this point it seemed appropriate that we could recognize commissioners maybe, or if there are, I saw some legislators here earlier. I don't see any right now, but Mr. North, Commissioner North.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to come before the board today and just share a little information. It is interesting that you brought up the situation here in 1992 because I remember that very well. And this is the first, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. I think it was interesting that you brought up the situation here in 92 because this is the first time I've seen this community this active about any particular thing since that point in time. And granted, there are different situations, but they did both affect state lands and what we're doing on those. So I do appreciate you guys coming up here. I appreciate you moving the meeting up here today so that so many people could come and sit before you and actually testify. So I just wanted to, let's see if I can bring it up again. There is a conditional use permit that's required according to the county. And true, even if the court rulings say that we don't have authority over some of the state lands, that's a county road that goes into that area. And we do have authority over that. So there are things that the county will still have complete authority over, even if it's not over that particular piece of land. So I did want to bring that up and make sure that everybody was aware of that. We have 6 conditions for a conditional use permit, all of which have to be met, not just a few of them, but the entire slate of them. The first one says, we will grant a conditional use permit if it does not overburden county services. That is a county road. So that right there is something that is definitely going to be taken into account when we go before, if it comes before us, if it gets to that point. So that's something. if there's not substantial or unmitigated traffic, parking, or environmental problems. We're going to be looking at that whole set of things. Coming out on CY, that's a state highway. You also have to cross a portion of city property that has just been paved. So that's all going to be taken into consideration. There's a lot of stuff there that are going to be brought up. If the permit will not impair the use of adjacent properties or characteristics of the neighborhood. I think that's one thing that you're going to hear a lot about today. We've had the last 3 county commissioner meetings have been packed, as well as a couple of other meetings that were presented here of people that are concerned. So you're going to hear a lot of that this afternoon, and I'm not going to go into that. So I'm just going to go into some of the basic details. If it's not detrimental to public health, safety, welfare, or nullify the intent of the land use plan within the zoning resolution. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about zoning and what you can and can't do, and I'm very aware of what's going on with Teton County. We're following that, and I'm aware of what that is. So, but there are other factors that can be involved that it's not like you can just drive in there. It's not just off the highway. There are conditions that we have to look at as a county commissioner if this ever comes before us. Does a conditional use comply all or relevant standards of the zoning resolution, of the county resolution? Right now, MR1, which basically goes to the north side of section 36, is all in MR1. Right now, the only exceptions, if you're going to have any type of mining operation in there, currently, you have to have a conditional use permit. Previously, there wasn't even any mining allowed in there, in that area. So those are things that we're going to have to look at. And I do, like I said, I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail, but I wanted to bring that before you because the commission is going to be looking at all these things. We can't, we've heard already, we can't make a decision because we don't have anything before us to make a decision on. We can't direct people on what to look at or how to look at it because we don't have a proposed plan. And so I know that's very frustrating for the public. I know you guys know that. You've gotten a lot of emails. We've gotten a lot of emails. But that's something that until that happens, but I would request that, if these come before you in the future, that you look very seriously at them and think about those consequences and think about what's out there. So with that, I'll take any questions you guys might have.
Thank you, Commissioner North. Yes, Mr. Treasurer.
I'd just like to say that I wish Goshen County would have had a conditional use permit when the sugar beet factory broke down in Colorado and they essentially ruined a 4-inch paved road across Laramie County and Goshen County. I know one thing that we did when we had that oil rush down in the southeast, we put together a state impact assistance fund, and most of that's probably all gone by now, but that was to make sure that, those oil trucks, which were a problem, that we try to have some way to help the counties out. But I guess you could probably, when you look at a conditional response there, I think there's probably a lot of things that could be mitigated as far as, tons per axle and speed, and maybe if there's a dust problem, having them put some chloride or something down. I think those probably would be available so you wouldn't impact the residents with a whole lot of trucks and no way to mitigate it. Would that be something that the county would consider as far as mitigation in some of those areas there? Picking up some of the burden of it. I know that's what we did with the oil impacts down in the southeast. So I don't know whether you could have that ability to do that or not.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I hear what you're saying. I'm not disregarding that, but we have no idea how many trucks are going to be running, what size, what the operational hours are, or anything else at this point in time. So I don't want to go out on a limb and say, yeah, we can mitigate all that when we don't have the information in front of us. You know, we're shooting in the dark, and it's like I've told people, I said, not only were we shooting in the dark, but we're shooting at something that's in a different building in the dark. We have no idea what's out there. We don't even know what we're looking at yet. And so until we do, we can't answer those questions. I mean, it's just not, you can't analyze things that you don't have in front of you. And so I'm not saying that we can't look at some of that stuff, but the traffic concerns coming out on CY down there, that's going to be a big item that everybody's going to be concerned about. I'm not sure what the answer is to that. I know, you know, I'm a firm believer, you know, that the glass is half full, not half empty. But sometimes you have to look and you see the hole in the bottom of the glass, and that's the reason where all the water's going. So you have to figure out just what those solutions are and figure out how to correct them, and not just say, oh yeah, we can do this. I mean, theoretically, we can fix anything. Realistically, that doesn't always happen.
Yeah, please.
It's real quick. It sounds like what we're learning today, Mr. Chairman, is that this is a very early part of the process, and there's not a lot of, I guess, data or information to really make an informed decision, because PRISM doesn't know those things that you don't know, and you don't know what they can't tell you, and you don't know what it is until you actually know what it is. So it's a premature part of the area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You bet, thanks.
And just a sec, Mr. Secretary. You know, Commissioner North brings up an interesting question, Director. Though there might be an LMO, there would probably need to be an easement for a road to get to and from that LMO, it would seem to me. And I'm just curious about that. So you can ponder that. Because once you enter the state land, you'd still have to have an easement to get across that, I'm assuming. Anyway, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman and Chairman North, one thing I want to comment on and give you a chance to respond to if you want, I think it's very important that we distinguish the Teton County case from this. And I just going to keep repeating this because there are many, many differences between this case and what is going on out there. And I expect there to be many, many, many distinguishing features if there's ultimately a ruling on that case. I expect there to be many distinguishing features from that ruling as opposed to this case before us in Natrona County. So I think it's very important because a lot of people are getting loose with that and saying that this case is being litigated. It's not. It's very different fact pattern, very different things happening there, and I expect the decision to be distinguished in a number of different ways. So, thank you.
Further comments, questions? Yeah, Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I appreciate your comments and point well taken too of in future with these that come about to us. As you mentioned, we're so early in process. A lot of this sometimes is shooting in the dark and dealing with thousands of leases. And I don't think that we had the any opposition or feedback at that time. And I think that's why all of these processes are so important and these checks and balances. And I say that because, again, I served on the Environmental Quality Council where you've got, citizens that are volunteering that check and balance on DEQ, making sure that bad projects don't get through, that our friends and families and neighbors are not losing access to their water. We don't want operations like that in Wyoming. And so I think, but to your point, we're really early on. I hope that we're stressing that and we can keep working together. I don't think it's the end of our conversation today on this as we continue to move forward. So thank you, commissioners.
You bet.
Thanks. Commissioner Laird. Not yet. There you are.
Mr. Chairman, Governor, elected officials on the board. My name is Dallas Laird. I'm a Natrona County Commissioner. I've lived in this community now for 77 years. The crown jewel of Casper and Natrona County is Casper Mountain. And that's, I think, how.
Used to be Shakey's Pizza, but.
Well, I love the people. I love the people. I love the area. I think you're a great governor. I think you're a great secretary. And I know the Curtises who tell me you're really a great woman. I've met Ms. Racines. I talked a little bit to Mr. Meyer, and I think we have great officials. And I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm going to talk a little bit about feelings. And so years ago, I think this was in the 50s, and my grandmother was very despondent and cried. I got a little older and she told me why. My grandfather died before I was born, actually, in the 40s. And he'd given her a ring, a little diamond ring, when they got married. I won't even tell you what she said she thought it cost, but it was probably somewhere around $10, $12. And she took it in to the jeweler, and the jeweler cracked it. That was her crown jewel. And she was never the same. The jeweler said he couldn't do anything about it. Get out of his shop. That hurt me. So I went to Wyoming Law School and I got a degree there. I did very well there. So when I hear people tell me and answer questions very vaguely, I'm really a pretty good cross-examiner. If I cross-examine anybody in here, we may be here for a couple of weeks. So I'm not going to do that. But what I am going to say is it reasonable? They mentioned the term reasonableness. So I want to use the term reasonableness. Is it reasonable to allow a gravel mining pit in an area where there are a lot of really nice houses and a lot of really nice people? And then is it reasonable, let's say, that 30 of them lose their water and they have to haul it up there? And their houses really aren't worth anything because they can't flush the toilets? That's happened up there before when someone has interfered with the grounds and set off dynamite to experience their own mine. They're not answering your question about blasting, but let me tell you about blasting. If there is blasting, they use that when they get to that hard rock, and there's a lot of it up on the mountain, and it's very valuable to them. And so blasting and drilling comes into play. And those vibrations go across that face of that mountain, and it causes damage to people's houses, their foundations, it scares the cattle, does a lot of things, puts things in the air. Now, one thing all Wyoming people are experts at is about the wind. Now, when the wind comes ripping down the face of that mountain, I have a client whose house, the roof of her house got ripped off. She tells the story how her and her husband were laying there in bed and the roof was gone and they were looking at the stars. And then there's an old client of mine sitting in here that lived over here in a subdivision, and the guy behind him graded his land, and that wind came up and it threw dirt into 17 houses to such a degree that it pitted the windows, it clogged the locks up on the cars, the outside doors. It looked like snow packed against their gates. They couldn't open their gates. This all happened in about 2 days. So when they came in to see me, I said, you got to get somebody that's an expert to tell you about the damage. And they all had damage of anywhere from about 25 to 50,000 to their houses from one little 80-mile-an-hour windstorm that comes across here. And we had one not too long ago. So what I decided to do, I don't know anything about mining and what happens. I found a mining expert. Those gravel pits. And I started telling him about this one. I said, well, we got a little gravel road that goes up here. He said, well, stop right there, Mr. Laird. where we are, you can't run these trucks on a gravel road. We have to pave the road at our expense. So I can tell you a little bit about trucks because I've sued a lot of trucking companies that have hurt our people. Now, the average truck in the United States that weighs between 40,000 pounds and 120,000 pounds. This is a statistic I don't think you'll ever forget. One of those trucks on our interstate highway does as much damage to our interstate highways as 28,000 cars per year. That's the difference in what those trucks do. You get trucks that weigh 40, 80,000 pounds coming down that little road, on that little gravel road. I hope you're not driving up there to your house because you're going to have broken windows, dented doors. It can't sustain those kind of trucks. Now, Governor, I understand. They may have to build a road. But this is a neighborhood up here. This isn't something out in the Tules where nobody's worried too much. Is it reasonable to think that when they start hitting some of those areas that it changes that groundwater? Any expert will tell you the groundwater is going to change. And the people then have to go out and drill a well, and then they got to drill a 2,500, 3,000 foot well that costs $80,000. And then they go to Mr. True and they say, you know, your truck went by and broke our windshield. Well, can you prove that? What do they do about liability? I've represented the little guy for many years, having to, you know, they get run over by a truck, somebody in the car gets killed. They don't pay. They say, sue us. Then I'm down in federal court in a lawsuit for 2 or 3 years for people. While they're sitting at home and they don't have a car and their leg was broken, their child died. All of these things have happened in Wyoming. And when you sit on my side of the fence and you see how little people, and I say little people, these people, some of them are very wealthy, some of them aren't. I see the people who come in front of us as commissioners that are afraid they're going to lose their houses because the taxes are going up $700 a year and they don't have the money, Governor, to pay it. And they're not getting relief from the legislature yet. So I sit there, and the older I get, the more the tears come to me. And when I hear a little lady that's lived on her property for 80 years and got it from her mother, and now the taxes went up and they're sick to death because their Social Security check didn't change and they got to pay those taxes. I don't want them to lose their house. I don't want them to lose a night's sleep. When these folks all come into our meeting, one night we had 300 or 400 people there. The thing I noticed was the pain that they're suffering. The worry that they have, that their water gets shut off, that the silica and the dust gets blown by Wyoming winds right through their houses, that the road gets torn up. I've asked our road and bridge guy, what do we do if they don't do anything about paving any road? He says, well, we'll get the graders out there and we'll have to be grading it every couple days. And then when you're disturbing that and the wind comes up, guess what happens in Wyoming? So, as a commissioner, I don't like seeing our people in pain. And they are in pain, and you're going to hear from them. And we have some tough people. They won't shed a tear, but they're going to stand up for their rights. And Governor, I am so happy that you brought this meeting up here. And our people appreciate it, and I know I do. I don't know how I will vote on this. Mr. True is a nice guy, he's an eloquent guy. I graduated from high school with his dad. His uncle's sons were on my hockey team. My son was the best man at Tad True's wedding. I know everybody in one form or another. And I would have never thought that we'd have gravel pits at the base of Casper Mountain with all of the people that live up there. And you know, I didn't hear anything from any of your experts talk about how this would affect the people on Casper Mountain, because you talked to the expert that I did. One of the other things he says, here we have to build an acoustic berm around the gravel pit area. And it's 40 feet on the side walls, and so the wind wouldn't bother it. And they plan it in a way, if you drove up there, you just think it's another hill. And the house 300 feet away can't hear the noise of the mining operations because nobody's talked about the noise. And when you put a gravel crusher up there and you're running it day and night and you're running these trucks up and down, it isn't going to be this tranquil little community that it used to be. And I know Mr. True can find gravel someplace else. Now, if I also know this as a lawyer, Governor, Mr. Chairman. The state ought to run its own show on its own lands. But when I hear state lands, you know what I think? Who owns it? The people in here. We're the state. And I understand how the Supreme Court works. I think in the far future, they're going to tell commissioners, you can't tell the governor what he's going to do with the state lands. You can't tell the board what they're going to do with their state lands. But what we can do with the people is they have votes, they have feelings, they have understandings. And Governor, elected officials, they're in pain and they're afraid, and I'm afraid for them.
Thank you, Commissioner. I was curious. Good job. And Commissioner, did I hear you said you had gone to law school? No, I really appreciate your testimony, and I think there was a point made there that I think both the superintendent and I can reference. Having served on the Environmental Quality Council, it was the forum that was put together by Tom Strzok back in the day when they constructed it to make sure that the people got heard about the issues that were in the regulatory package. And we took, and your service, we didn't serve at the same time, but we took our job quite seriously as citizens. And I think that is a forum that is going to be a very, very important forum. Unhappily, there is no regulation in Wyoming on noise. And every gravel pit that we dealt with some in Riverton, in the city limits of Riverton, some in Hot Springs. Noise was always an issue, and traffic was always an issue. And the reason I brought up the question I did with Commissioner North about an easement was because that would have to be applied for, and we could put conditions on it, I would assume. But that was the reason I brought that up. And so thank you. And Senator Ide, it is so good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'll try to be brief here. I want to hear from everybody else. I'm learning a lot here today, like everybody else. Just wanted to tell everybody that I am paying attention. When this thing blew up, we were in session, had a family loss, kind of out of circulation for a while. I did have a chance last week to tour the foot of the mountain up there, which I'm real familiar, except I'm 2 miles due east, 2 sections from there. But these good folks, we spent 2.5 hours up there like a lot of you did the other day. Bruce Coates knows that ground up there like the back of his hand. Greg Warger was the one that invited me up and brought up a lot of the neighbors, and there's truly fearful people up there. To back up what Dallas Laird said, the biggest thing, and you've all hit on it, is the water. And I'm familiar with that. My place is the same way. It's shallow, it's fragile. You mess with something in one place and it affects it somewhere else. So their concerns are real, in particular on the water. The other concerns are real as well, but the water is life. And without that, home values, what do you do? And, just to bring a little light to it, I always think about it. My uncle used to quote Mark Twain saying, whiskey's for drinking and water's for fighting. And that's kind of where we are on this thing right now. And I'm not a hydrologist. I play with my water all the time. I'm not an expert. I don't know if an LMO would, in 15 acres would be detrimental to that. But if it grows from there, who really knows? And it's almost too late once the barn doors open. You can't get the horse back in. So that's really what I wanted to say. I mean, this is my Senate district. Kyle True, he's a friend. He's a businessman. He's an entrepreneur. I've got a lot of friends up Coates Road that I've known for a long time. Greg Warder and I go back, clear back to college days at UW. Roberto Fars, he lives right next to the road there. So I just want to let my people know they're not just constituents, they're friends, and I'll do whatever I can to help this situation. I'm not really anything but a voice right now. The laws are made, we have to follow the process the way it looks right now, and where it goes from here, I don't know. But thank you for your time and having this open session here today.
Thank you, Senator. Did you have a question? Senator, the auditor had a question.
And Senator, I agree with you that I think the water tends to be top of, not the only concern, of course, but sort of top of mind. What I'm trying to figure out, and I think a lot of us or most of us are on a learning curve right now of all these steps and processes. What I'm trying to figure out is what water concerns won't be adequately addressed by the DEQ process and the permits they have to get. And maybe you can answer that, or maybe you can't, but I think for any future speakers, if they do know, that's what I'm trying to delve into. Which concerns do we think with water will not be adequately addressed by our DEQ processes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Auditor, I'm sure I get it right. I'm still learning on this too. And, hearing on an LMO that really you only have to give notification. Then when you go into a small mine or a large mine, you've got to go through a lot more rigorous process. So, I'm not sure if I can answer your question. I know that system is fragile up there. It's shallow. I mean, there's a lot of artesians. A lot of those wells up there I know at my place, I've got artesians. We've got static water at 6 feet up at our house right there on a couple of wells, some at 15. So I don't know, the DEQ would probably be able to answer that better as far as what's the process of, on an LMO, what you have to do as far as the water interrogation goes. Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, my understanding was that the water and air quality was the same across all, but the actual permit for the mine was just a notification on the LMO, but maybe we need clarification on that, because clearly we don't know. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Parfit. Yeah. Director, thank you.
Yeah, so the clarification then, the limited mining operation is under land quality, and that's the one that is not a permit, it's just a notification. The air quality and the water quality are actual permitting processes that do have public input and public notice. So that's the distinction there. As far as water quality goes, under the water quality division, we would look to that area as being a class 1 water source, which is for domestic use. And so that's what you want to ensure that is protected, is the domestic use criteria. But when it comes to water quantity, that's exclusively under the state engineer's office.
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask a follow-up? So the LMO, if you are still pursuing an LMO, which is just a notification, do you still have to get the water quality permit?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, yes.
Okay, that's what
In all
I-
instances of land quality types of permits, you have to have the air quality permit and you have to have the water quality permit.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, sorry, Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is good to clarify as well. I think, to the auditor's question, and I pose this because if folks come up and speak, would like to hear your thoughts on it, but that it is a matter of the quantity, again, that's not part of that process. It's with the state engineer. So we are understanding that in the current process, we have a process for public input and analysis on quality and air, but not on quantity, and that's a concern. So just as you speak, I see nodding heads, so thank you.
Great.
Hi.
Thanks.
I'm Lisa Ingebretson, Vice Mayor of Casper, City of Casper. I just want to speak a little bit on the city's stance. We are very concerned about this project. We approved a road, and it was in conjunction with the private citizens who also paid for the road in the county. And so we did about a mile of that road. When that discussion had came about, we did not have a discussion about large trucks and things going on that road. It was to help the citizens alleviate dust and things of that nature to make their quality of life better. So we have private citizens' money on that road as well as the city and of the county. And of course, as the city, we're very concerned about what it's going to do to the city roads. We are constantly battling money, trying to fix roads every single day, and we can't hardly get on top of it. And so if the city is responsible for these roads, that's going to be a significant problem for the city of Casper and for us to be able to maintain and treat those roads. So we do have a concern about that, and then for the citizens' health and safety for that. And then I just want to add in, as a realtor and a broker here in Casper, as property owner rights, we all have a right to quiet enjoyment. And so this is going to be a problem for those citizens that live up in there, because then they don't get to enjoy the quiet enjoyment free of nuisance. This is going to be a nuisance for their properties. We have wild turkeys, antelope, deer, all kinds of animals up in there, to which will be displaced. So, I mean, you're talking about a livability kind of a scenario here. This isn't simply just a gravel pit. We're talking about a sustainability and a livability for this city. So that's.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Any questions? Very none. Thank you. Madam Director, have we got anyone else from if not, then we can go to citizens.
Mr. Chairman, how did you wish to handle the public comment? Did you want us to keep people to 5 minutes, 3 minutes?
Yeah,
Should we have
I'll
a
try to
line?
do my best to try to just.
Are there any online folks that are testifying, or is everybody here? I was just curious.
Mr. Bump?
Currently, no hands are raised online, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks.
Okay, please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for hearing our concerns and taking the time today. I'm Carolyn Griffith, chairperson of the Casper Mountain Preservation Alliance. It's difficult for me and others to understand why it's now the responsibility of the homeowners, the city of Casper, and Natrona County citizens to bear the burden of proof that leasing state lands to a gravel mining operation on the face of Casper Mountain is unsuitable. The fragility of our water supply, the proximity to homes, and the safety of trucks exiting Coates Road onto Highway 220 should have red flagged these leases. Yet they were rubber stamped and approved unanimously by this board. And everyone is now in a precarious position, you and us, and even the operator. You're obligated to make money on state lands for our Wyoming schools, but at what price? You also have a constitutional responsibility to the health and safety of Wyoming citizens. I'm going to go back to the schools issue. Our group's calculations indicate a net loss, actually, in revenue for Wyoming schools due to expected loss in property values and property tax revenues. And we had that in the packets that we gave you on Tuesday. In that vein, the lessee, in this case, Prism Logistics, had contractual obligations pertaining to its LMO on state leased lands. Prism was required to post a bond relating to its reclamation requirements with the LQD application. The CMPA, which is the Casper Mountain Group, urges the LQD and this board to scrutinize whether Prism has complied with its reclamation responsibilities and whether its LQD reclamation bond ought to be released if it hasn't been already. I also have about 5,000 signatures right here. I'll pass those on to whoever you'd like me to. And they've attested to the following. We, the undersigned, stand united in our opposition to permitting gravel pit operations on the face of Casper Mountain. Such endeavors threaten the tranquility of our community and poses significant risks to our health, environment, and economic stability. Property value impact. Research unequivocally demonstrates that the establishment of gravel pits leads to a substantial devaluation of properties within its vicinity. Our homes, our investments, and our community spaces could face irreversible harm, impacting generations to come. Health hazards. The proximity of this proposed mine to residential areas and area schools raises grave concerns about dust pollution. Exposure to crystalline silica, a byproduct of extraction activities, poses severe health risks. Road infrastructure and safety. The influx of heavy machinery and increased traffic associated with extraction operations will strain our local roads. This burden not only threatens public safety, particularly during winter conditions, but also imposes significant maintenance costs that our community cannot bear alone. Water and environmental concerns. Many homes on the face of Casper Mountain rely on limited water resources that may be in jeopardy. Furthermore, the disruption to local wildlife habitats and the threat to recreational activities tarnish the very essence of our community. Legal and regulatory oversights. We question the legitimacy of classifying this project as a limited mining operation and the apparent lack of required notifications to local landowners. Such oversights undermine the trust between the community and regulatory bodies. Financial imbalance. The projected minimal state royalties from this operation pale in comparison to the potential costs borne by our community and the environment. This blatant financial imbalance contradicts Wyoming's commitment to the greater good and serves as a stark reminder of the need to prioritize the well-being of our citizens over profit margins. In light of these concerns, we urge all stakeholders to reconsider this ill-advised project and instead focus on sustainable development initiatives that promote the long-term prosperity of our community. And again, I do have these 5,000 signatures. If you could direct me to where you'd like those. I'd like also to just, if somebody would visit at some point, how this lease would be renewed when it does expire, and when you get an opportunity. And then also, if anybody is in this particular room, to take a glance out that window right there, and you'll be looking right at the area. All of Casper can see that. And I think I'm probably not going to be the only person to point that out, but we'll be looking right at it, and from a number of different areas. And thank you for your time.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for your work. Thank you also for the group having a chance to show us around.
You know, we appreciated your visit for sure. I think it's important to be able to see and tour that area to get a real true understanding of the complexities, particularly of the water systems.
Yeah. And just because you did ask the question on a renewal, let's, Jason, would you like to?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we mentioned in our presentation, it goes through the exact same process that a new lease would. So application received, application fee plus rental. Review of the sites for continued leasing applicability or feasibility.
It goes through the same process, you were saying, that the original one would. It would
Mr.
certainly
Chairman,
be outlined at this point.
That's correct. Plus all of the reviews by sister agencies, and then back before this board.
Mr. Chairman.
And Auditor, did you have something? And then I'll see this Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I just think that the term of the lease is 2 years, and it has to be renewed every 2 years.
Mr. Chairman, my question was similar to that. Can you remind us of the date that that will come for renewal?
Mr. Chairman, the leases that we're speaking about today were approved both in June and October of 2023, so we're looking at June and October of 2025.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Sir.
Honor. Chairman, board members, I'd like to speak. I appreciate that you guys came up and took the time to actually take the tour, because it is different to speak of it and to see it on paper versus to see it actual and live. And if you'd have been here last spring, you would have seen it in real live action, flowing out of everywhere. I mean, we had water coming out of every single hill up there. This year, we're at 40% of our water. So you're really not seeing a true water of what's going on up there. So we have two stark realities of last winter and then this winter. So we're all nervous going into this winter just because of where we're at with the snowpack. We haven't even started any of the mining. So the complexities of this water system, and it all ties together because it is on the mountain. It all flows to the river, right? The river takes it all to the ocean. So the mountain stores it, right? It's our first storage. It's our first water storage. We watch it all winter as the ranchers. I'm part of Phil Coates Ranch, or Phil Crick Ranch with Coates, the Coates family. So we watch the snowpack every winter just to see how our water is going to be that summer to deal with our cows and our residents, our houses that we live on that ranch. As that water comes down, it comes down at a pretty fast rate because it's a steep mountain, and then it hits that pediment. The mountain pediment, the alluvial deposits. That is loose rock, so it's all just embedded in this mountain pediment. So they will have to dig up this very, very fine silt to get the rocks. A fine silt's like a talcum powder once disturbed, so it will fly to Nebraska. That pediment is our second water storage. It's not a very deep water storage. It averages between 30 to 10 feet before you get to the next hard layer, which is then brings it to the river. So that entire area is our aquifer. The 30 feet of depth is our second aquifer. It's our second storage. As that aquifer is going to get loaded up this weekend with a lot of water, it moves through that pediment at 2 feet per day. So that's our second storage. As that water comes off that mountain, it comes into that pediment, it soaks it up, it loads it up. As July, as August, and October come around, then those hillsides drain towards us. So that's our second water storage. So if they go in there to start extracting 5 feet, 10 feet, get down to our water level, they are now exhuming, they are taking away our aquifer, our storage level. So the faster the water will get to the river, it'll go past our rent, our operations, our houses at a faster rate, and we will not be able to collect it because you won't have that storage there available for us to keep that water through the dry years. Now, if you were up here and you were living on the side of the mountain from 2000, maybe 97 to 98, 2008, we were super dry. I mean, Pathfinder dried up. We were trying to pull water out of every single hill up there that they want to mine, because that's our second storage. As the years went on to 2007, 2008, we noticed we were running out of water. So we actually created more water rights after that drought years because we knew we were already struggling with water as the system is up there. So you have the mountain as a storage, you have the pediment, the alluvial deposits, which is holding all this rock as our storage, and then you have the gravel that's also in there that is our conduit that brings that water to all of the residents below us. So we have 14 water rights on section 34, 35, which is where they're wanting to mine, operate. Our wells are averaging between 6 to 10 feet in depth. with all due respect, I do believe our water's already been compromised. We were already put in a risk without us even knowing it. The state had already given them permission to go back there and dig in our aquifer. Without somebody there to help them around as they were doing their test pits, they would have dug right into several water that feeds our residents and feeds our ranches. So without us there, we've already probably would have been in a lawsuit. We were already at risk with nobody knowing what they were giving up. When no one knew what they were permitting, when no one knew what they were actually giving permission for someone to do up there. And so just watching that backhoe dig right behind my house in my aquifer gives you a very stark feeling, sinking to your stomach. 2007, we were only allowed to have 1 shower a day. The quantity of water is so short when it starts to get dry. So you start taking away our second storage, and there's gonna be months on these coming dry years that maybe my kids don't get a shower. So there's a stark reality of survival up on the side of this mountain that most people don't have to live with, because you can just drill 100 feet and get water. Up there, if you take away our aquifer, we're gonna have to drill to 300 to 3,500 feet. At $50 a foot, that's kind of tough for a lot of residents to swallow. And so pretty much we're already giving them permission to dig in an aquifer. Would we allow a dozer to go in below the Cody Shale and start ripping through that aquifer? Most likely not. So I do want to have everyone understand that this water up there is extremely fragile. If you move it, if you move one part of that water, you will never put it back in its location. It'll be gone. It'll never go back. You can never get it back, no matter how much deposit money they have for remediating, no matter how much they think they can do it, that water will never come back. It's the most valuable resource that our world actually has. Not the gravel, it's the water. Water is what we survive on. We don't really go around and eat the rocks. Thank you.
Come on up. What? Oh, could you give us your name?
Sorry, yes, Jason Cano.
Jason Cano, thank you. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Bruce Lawson. I'm a 68-year-old native of Casper, Wyoming. I've lived in Casper and Natrona County my entire life. As they say, I have a dog in the fight and I have skin in the game. For the last 43 years, I've lived 900 feet due west of Coates Road in the Skyline Ranches subdivision. I live in the county. And if this mine activity is allowed to be permitted and improved by PRISM, it will have a profound effect on my life, my quality of life, and my property values. I want to add that following graduation from the University of Wyoming in 1979 with a bachelor's degree in range management, I worked in the Wyoming mining industry for 41 years, 6 turbulent years in uranium mining. In 1985, I went to work for a Casper-based bentonite mining company, and I worked there for 35 years. During that 35 years, I was responsible for permitting, mine development, regulatory mine land compliance, as well as mine land reclamation. And I'm not bragging, but I consider myself an expert in permitting and developing mining operations. I permitted thousands of acres of primarily large mine permit areas, as well as large mine amendment areas. I've permitted mining operations in 7 Wyoming counties in those 35 years. You might find it interesting to note, Mr. Chairman, that I permitted 3 large mine amendment areas immediately adjacent to your family ranch on the North Fork of the Powder River where you grew up. I permitted a large mine amendment area on Doug and Jean Cash's ranch. I permitted 2 large mine amendment areas on John Caruch's ranch, and I had dramatic mine expansion areas on the Hanson Ranch adjacent to the Mayor Stock Rest and just below the mesa. I can assure you that I probably know more about permitting mining operations than Mr. True and Mr. Fair. I stayed up late last night producing about a 3-page presentation, but after hearing the testimony provided today by the Trues, much of that is out the window. And what I want people to understand is, I don't think Mr. True was forthcoming in explaining to you his options for permitting. And as Mr. Wendland described, and I have great respect for Mr. Wendland, we've definitely had our differences over the years when I was working in the mining industry, but probably nobody's more knowledgeable about permitting than Mr. Wendland. He also spent a good portion of his career in coal mining operations before he went to work for Land Quality Division. But what has not been presented today that is I think has dire consequences for the local community and the environment if this mining operation is permitted by Mr. True is that under an LMO, there's absolutely no baseline environmental analysis conducted prior to mining to describe the affected environment. And perhaps after I'm done speaking, perhaps Mr. Wendland could speak to the baseline environmental analysis that's required under an LMO or a small mine permit or a large mine permit. But for example, under under an LMO, it's a 1-page fill-in-the-blank form. And as far as baseline environmental and inventories and analysis, there's none. Zilch, absolutely none. There's not a detailed mine plan. There's not a detailed reclamation plan. There's not a detailed mining and reclamation schedule. The same pretty much holds true for a small mine permit application. Very, very little baseline environmental analysis. But under a large mine permit, typically when I started permitting a large mine permit or a large mine amendment area, from the time I started the baseline environmental analysis to the time I submitted the permit to LQD, that took me at least 1.5 years to 2 years. Just the baseline environmental analysis would take me over 1 year to conduct. And what we're talking about there in terms of detailed, extensive baseline environmental analysis on a large mine permit would be, I'd have to hire scientists and qualified consultants, and no doubt it cost tens of thousands of dollars, and it took a long time. But for example, the baseline environmental analysis under a large mine permit application would include detailed descriptions of the history of the area, the climatology, surface and groundwater hydrology is most important. Again, I would have to hire detailed qualified hydrologists and scientists to describe these pre-mining conditions. We talk a lot today about impacts to surface and groundwater hydrology, but under an LMO, there's no analysis of that. So if damage occurs as a result of Mr. True's mining activities to the groundwater, the surface water hydrology, there's no way to prove that he was responsible for it because there was no baseline data collected. So in addition to that, there'd be a section required for topography, pre-mining topography, geology, and overburden. Overburden was very important because I would have to go out with drilling equipment and sample the overburden strata, send that to any number of qualified laboratories in the state, and they would analyze that overburden to see if it was going to produce acid mine drainage during the mining process, and also, if there was detrimental, harmful chemical parameters in that overburden. I also had to make sure that overburden wasn't immediately in contact with the topsoil that I reapplied in reclamation, because that overburden could damage the plants and be detrimental to the reclamation program. And then in addition to that, there would be a extremely detailed vegetation inventory that would be conducted by a vegetation ecologist. That typically took the entire summer, spring, summer, and fall to collect that data in the field. There would be an extensive wildlife inventory that would encompass 12 months because you'd have to examine, the seasonal use, all 4 seasons of the wildlife, not only on the permit area, but with a 1-mile area outside the permit area. But
you are right at 8 minutes now, so I just,
am I done?
Not done. I want to give you an opportunity to finish, but I'm
Okay,
just saying.
I'll be quick. But the most important aspect of it, Mr. Chairman, I'd say is the mine and reclamation plan. Very detailed mine and reclamation plan. And in that, you have to provide mitigation measures to show that if you do damage to the surface water hydrology, how you're going to correct that. And the mine plan reclamation plan is really the piece of the permit that holds the operator's feet to the fire, in addition to the rules and regulation. But also more importantly, another component of the mine plan is there's a section that requires the operator to describe in detail, public hazards and public nuisances and how many trucks you're going to run and when you're going to run them. None of that's required in an LMO. None of it's required in a small mine permit. Now, the DEQ cannot force Mr. True. He can choose whatever options he wants. He can do the LMO, he can do the small mine permit, he can do the large mine. But clearly, he owes it to Casper and the community that he grew up in, as I did, to permit this as a large mine operation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Michael Fernald. Mr. Chairman and board members, standing before you today is an honor representing the Casper Mountain Preservation Alliance. Our discussions have highlighted our mutual concerns and vision for the future of Wyoming, underscoring the shared responsibility towards state resources. Mr. Governor, I know you've heard this story already, so if you'll just forgive me. The story of my late grandfather, a dedicated Army Corps of Engineers servant and former mayor, has been a guiding beacon in my life. His endeavors started out in 1947 while stationed at the post-World War II Hart Mountain internment camp and finishing with his mayoral tenure in Washington State. Having instilled in me a deep appreciation for the difficulty of governing and the delicate balance between development and sustainability. You all have a hard job. My grandfather's style of governance, prioritizing curiosity, dialogue, understanding, and negotiation, shapes my perspective on the challenges of the proposed gravel mine on state land in Trona County. The trajectory of Wyoming's growth from a modest population in 1890 to the vibrant community we're part of today exemplifies the dynamic challenges and opportunities accompanying development. The anticipated project presents us with a critical decision point, inviting us to navigate the delicate balance between revenue and our duty to safeguard the land for posterity, echoing the board's constitutional charge to not only optimize revenue from state trust lands, but to do so in a manner that preserves, conserves, and protects these lands for the benefit and use of future generations. Residents' dependence on shallow water wells for residential and agricultural purposes highlights the broader sustainability narrative. Any impacts are not mere inconveniences, but fundamental threats to the rights and preservation of our community. Amidst the other chapters of air quality, road safety, and property values, the story of a mine on these lands is, first and foremost, a water story. A Wyoming State Senator's assertion, "Water is worth more than gold," underscores the vital importance of preserving our natural resources for the future of state lands and residents. Much like the unforeseen events that life sometimes places in our laps, not by our hands, but by circumstance, the decision regarding the mineral lease came to us under similar conditions. The Sblc approval of the leases, granted with the best of intentions and within the scope of your duties, has brought us to a moment perfect for reflection and redirection. Just as we cannot return to yesterday where these challenges did not exist, we stand today ready to shape a new tomorrow that, although different from expected, can be rich with promise and prosperity, all while honoring heritage and charge. We can forge a future by design and not accept one by default. Recognition of this ability is a testament to our capacity to adapt and innovate, turning unforeseen challenges into wellsprings of opportunity. At this pivotal moment, the CMPA stands ready for partnerships. We are committed to exploring alternative solutions along the lines of the Pilot Hill project that reflect mutual goals, enhancing revenues for the state, county, and city, and preserving Casper Mountain for the enjoyment of Natrona County's residents and visitors. Our dedication to sincere negotiation and joint problem solving underpins our approach, aiming to ensure that our actions today pave the way for an economically diverse, sustainable, and thriving Wyoming. The CMPA aspires to create a legacy with the SBLC, a legacy not defined by a gravel mine at Casper Mountain's base with its scars, its disamenities, and net negatives, but a legacy inspired by those who have successfully navigated the complexities of governance and development with wisdom and foresight, beckoning us to a higher standard of decision-making. I respectfully call on Natrona County and the City of Casper to support this legacy alongside their constituents who are demanding better land use than a mine. Let us draw from the lessons of our predecessors as we deliberate, mindful of the long-term impacts and the legacy we wish to leave for future generations. I extend my sincerest gratitude on behalf of the CMPA for the opportunity to engage in this critical dialogue. The CMPA is here to assist the state in any capacity and is committed to a course of action that honors our heritage, protects our invaluable resources, and secures a flourishing future for Wyoming. Shall we embrace this opportunity to reflect on our shared responsibilities, innovate, and collaborate on solutions that uphold the principles of steady revenue, development, and mutual benefit? Your dedication to Wyoming's legacy and future is a testament to the visionary leadership that will guide us through this challenge. Thank you for your time, your commitment, and your service to the state of Wyoming.
Thank you, Michael. And also thank you for all of this as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Rosemary Saban, a Natrona County resident. I will say that I'm glad to hear that you denied the land swap for Columbus Peak. There's a feeling amongst many of us that though you're elected, you're not representing us in many matters. And this has been going on for quite some time with local government and state government. In 2000, we had a zoning resolution that prohibited mining operations on Casper Mountain, as Dave North stated. The zoning resolution rewrite changed that to MR1, and it can be allowed through a conditional use permit. The rewrite is an illegally adopted document that should be rescinded immediately. It was not given 45 days notice to the people. It was worked on up to minutes before its adoption. And we can thank our previous commission and some that are still serving. It's been discussed for the last 2 years that it needs to be rewritten and it needs to be revised, and there's been a lack of want to do that. These permits for this mine were attained 2 years ago, at the same time that this zoning rewrite was taken up. And it was said that that rewrite had plenty of time. It didn't need to be passed immediately, and yet it got shoved through right at the end of the election and the change of hands. There was over 100 people in that room on December 20th, 2022. Not one person spoke in favor of it, and it was adopted against the people. So the Kelly parcel, that's another parcel that people spoke in opposition to, and you guys did what you did. So what we'd like clarification on is the state with us? Is this going to be a county issue, or are we just going to keep doing this number? If I could get an answer on that.
Sure, I think what you had is what the regulatory process that's laid out in front of you, with the opportunity for citizens to be able to comment and appeal any future permits. I think you heard that there's also the opportunity to take that further to district court, should that be the case. And I think you heard that there are certain obstacles to being able to just categorically renew this permit. So I think all of those things you heard today, that was the point of what are the tools that the citizens have to be able to work on this issue as it moves forward.
You know, we've been hearing that we need to have expert testimony, and everything results in going to litigation. Do we not see that as an issue that the citizenry that pay the way for you guys and this state, that everything has to result in going to court? Whereas I know that this is an oxymoron to say logic and common sense in government, because it doesn't often happen.
I appreciate your comment, but I'm presuming that you would say that I would only go to court if I wasn't satisfied with the results I got beforehand. We don't have a permit in front of us. We potentially have an LMO. You heard Mr. True talk about that. We heard about the requirements for the permits that come with that, with public comment. That does not necessarily suggest that you are automatically going to get that permit. If a permit is granted, you then have the opportunity to appeal that grant, any of those permits, to the Environmental Quality Council, where you then have another time to be able to comment on that permit, and that could or could not, I can't prejudge what that is, that's a separate board entirely. And if you don't like the results at the end of that entire process, there is always that last tool, which is granted to every citizen of this country to be able to present their case in front of a court of law. And what you would rather do, I think, is to say, let's just cancel this whole thing now. Mr. True's rights don't count.
What I'd really like to do is rescind this zoning resolution and have that not even permissible on Casper Mountain.
Well, and that's fine, except we don't have any authority over any of your zoning regulations. That's a county commissioner issue.
Yes, that's for these people, for their knowledge, so they know what path to be taking in the future.
So appreciate it. Obviously, I took up some of your time, so I'll be glad to let you continue.
Okay. Well, I want to be clear that the people are not impressed with self-serving interests of some. And I can speak about a land swap that happened. I'm from Sheridan County, lived in Story. A land swap that occurred in Johnson County that, although it did grant more public walk-in access, sir, it benefited you greatly in access to Lake DeSmet. So having these interests where we say we don't want and we get walked over the top of, that's what we don't want to see in the future going forward. That's what I want to make sure, that these people have a voice.
Thank you, ma'am. And I just want to make sure that you understand, I don't have any land anywhere near Lake DeSmet. You may be talking about Haley Reservoir, and I am adjacent to Haley Reservoir.
All right, Haley Reservoir.
Okay. And I'm not sure what land swap you're talking about, but I appreciate your comment.
It was in 2016, 17, thereabouts. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. But we talked about Rocky Mountain Power too. We asked for reform. I shouldn't say asked. We demanded reform on property tax relief, and we got nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thanks very much for your comments. Ma'am.
Jones, 335 North 8 Mile. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Judy Jones, 335 North 8 Mile Road. I have been up against the government in the past, and I have won my cases. Okay, the fact is what happened, Harry Bondi was my attorney on one of them, and he made a profound statement to me one day, and I never forgot it. Why does everything in this state have to go to court now? Everything. from disputes with your local governments to the big governments. You guys know these people can't afford to go up against the unlimited supply of money that you have. In Tom Reeder's word, you had 80 cans full of money that you don't even really know how much money you got. But yet we got Rocky Mountain Power raised on us. We got that land use plan passed without proper notice to the public. Rob Hendry was head of that. He wanted that as a go out and rah, rah, rah before he ran for Charlie Scott's office. Okay, now this is what goes on in Natrona County. Everybody washes everybody's hands, but I have yet to see one person win against our local government without having to put up, like I did, $250,000. This has got to stop. This is why I say there's 47 of you that need to go. You've lost sight of what you guys are there to do. This is not about making money all the time. And that seems to be all what you care about is money, 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 money. You know? I mean, you raise their property taxes and then you spend it somewhere else, or you stick it in some rainy day fund. Well, it's raining. These people cannot afford to lose their water. That is the biggest part of this. And by the way, has anybody seen any geologicals on what they've drilled up there? I'd like to see them. I really would want to direct me to them. I want to know what they're really digging for. So that's how I feel about it. I think you guys are useless to us. And I think we need to change out a bunch of people because evidently these meetings fill up all the time anymore, all over the state, and nobody wins. None of us have ever won except me. And that's because I had to spend the money to do it. So good luck. I'm disappointed in you, and you get off the phone. People are here. Give them the respect of listening to them.
Thank you, Ms. Parks.
Mr. Governor, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, distinguished guests. My name is Jim Gunderson. I'm a native of Casper, an NCHS and UW graduate. And after living on the East Coast for the last 7 years, my wife and I moved back to Casper a year ago to be closer to the kids and grandkids, and specifically the grandeur of Casper and that mountain that sits behind you. Of course, I'm here to speak about this volatile issue, probably one of the most volatile in memory of Casper and Natrona County. The proposed abomination of a gravel pit and mine proposed by Prism and managed by Kyle True. I could spend time talking about the negative effects of traffic to Coates Road, Squaw Creek, Highway 220, and the surrounding areas. I could spend this time talking about the decreased property values of the affected area and the immediate surrounding areas. I could spend time talking about the negative impacts of the recreation, wildlife habitat, and watershed. I will briefly mention my initial research on aeolian transport. This is the wind transport of particulate matter. This is printed off from 45 minutes of research. I'll be compiling this and emailing my final stuff when it's all said and done. But I want to know, these are all scientific journals. Elsevier, physical review letters, all from scientific published peer-reviewed articles. And all these are valid points, but I want to expand just a bit further on the overall impacts about this proposed travesty, because not only will this abomination affect this immediate area, it will have a devastating effect on Casper and Natrona County and probably Wyoming as a whole. There are many of us here today that remember the old metal recycling business on I-25 between Center and Beverly. One of the reasons it was removed was because it was frankly an eyesore and had a negative impact on the impressions that visitors to Casper had and the negative impacts on businesses both in development and expansion and bringing new businesses to Casper. And as we reach out to people to travel here as tourists or looking to relocate for work, or businesses looking to come here to expand or start a business here, They're looking for good-paying jobs, infrastructure, recreational opportunities, adventure, learning and historical opportunities for their children, and beautiful scenery. When groups like CNFR, NJCAA, and others are looking for venues, they're looking at that infrastructure and, for lack of a better term, curb appeal. Entities like the Casper Chamber of Commerce, Visit Casper, City of Casper, Natrona County, and others use images of our city, and especially the mountain, as a way to entice people to consider, visit, relocate, establish businesses here in Casper. And unless the vision for Natrona County and Casper is to look like the area east of Gillette or near Butte, Montana, allowing this abomination to continue will make their jobs exponentially harder, if not impossible. Imagine being in business or a show like CNFR or an Olympic-level complex, or a family looking to come to Casper either to live or visit, and they see these beautiful pictures on websites, flyers, mailers, or they've heard stories from friends, family, and associates that have been here in the past. And they get here and they see a massive scar marring up what was once a beautiful Casper Mountain. How many people will choose not to stop in Casper other than a quick meal, gas, and a bathroom break because of the unattractiveness of this pit? How many shows will let their contracts expire because of our ineffectiveness to preserve an aesthetically pleasing community? How many events and businesses will just simply not inquire further upon discovery that we've let a natural resource be consumed by greed, blatant disregard for our citizens and their wishes? How many businesses will look elsewhere to expand and relocate for the same reasons? The only winners allowing this pit to continue will be the avarice of Kyle True, his business associates and investors, the handful of workers that will be employed to pillage this mountain. Casper and Wyoming will lose out on millions and millions of dollars because of the myopic greed of Kyle True and Prism, but only if you allow this to proceed. If we don't learn from history, we are doomed to repeat it. I believe someone else earlier spoke about that. This city and county put a good forth effort to clean up the I-25 corridor years ago for all those same reasons. And that was a very small segment compared to this monstrosity that will be the Prism Pit. The city of Casper, Natrona County, and undoubtedly Wyoming has poured millions and millions of dollars into this area to beautify the city, the county, to bring in new businesses, to improve infrastructure and recreational opportunities for those of us who choose to live here. Allowing this travesty to continue will undermine all of those investments. I'm not a tree hugger by any means. However, I'm all for being better stewards of what we do have. There is a place for this type of mining. There is. It's necessary, it's needed, but it is not Casper Mountain. There are other places that this gravel can be extracted from. Kyle doesn't want this pit in his backyard, and we don't want it in ours. We, of all in Natrona County and Wyoming, must be better stewards, and with your help, we can stop this pending catastrophe. As our elected and sometimes appointed officials, your prime duty is the protection and preservation of the people, all the people, not just those with deep pockets and big investors. Hand in hand, you must also be better stewards of the irreplaceable resources that have been placed in your charge. Casper Mountain and its foothills are indeed some of those irreplaceable resources. You have the opportunity here, now, today, to be better stewards. I'm imploring each and every one of you and everyone in this room to oppose this heinous pit being proposed by someone who should actually know better. And Governor, I'm going to quote you in a news article that was on K2. While Wyoming seeks to manage her state lands cooperatively with counties and their land use plans, the state is not constrained by them. State lands and minerals are important to our state's economic well-being and need to be treated the same as other lands in the state. And I agree. But I'm going to ask you this, and I understand fully the necessity of expert testimony by people with hydrology, aeolian transports, which is what this is all about, and other aspects of this. But I'm going to ask the question, at what point does the will of the people no longer matter? You have 5,000 plus signatures already submitted. There's more coming. You've got hundreds of people here today expressing their opposition. When do our voices no longer count? Was that yesterday, or was that tomorrow, or is that today? Thank you for your time and attention, and echoing what was said earlier, we appreciate you coming to Casper rather than having all of us drive down to Cheyenne. We thank you for your time and attention in this matter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gunnison. Representative Harshman.
Good
Good afternoon, Governor and Commissioners. Really, again, I just want to echo the Casper community. This proposed pit is in-house District 37. Appreciate you coming here today, and I appreciate you all touring the area, and you know, you just learn so much when you're on the ground. And so I appreciate your service to the people of Wyoming and the extra that you're doing on this problem, because it's a problem, and we're going to all have to work together to solve it. And I, like many of you, I mean, I heard Friday at 8:30, I was driving home the second weekend of the legislative session, and Jim Harvey called me, and we talked all the way home from, and so again, I just think I want to focus more on the positive side of this, because I think the real beauty of this is it's kind of awoken the whole process, right? We're all awake here now. Everybody knows what's happening, and we're all starting to understand more how this all is going to work. And so there's going to be many more steps, and I think the key will be, I think we're going to need your help. You know, it shouldn't be these people throwing their $20 bills in a cart somewhere to hire attorneys. And so I just think this thing's got to be worked out together. And again, I'm confident, you know, there's 5 smart people here. I think our county commissioners and, you know, and we'll work through and try to fix some of these problems in legislation. I think there's pointed out some flaws in our state statutes that we can hopefully, I tried with Senate File 44, didn't make it to the finish line. But there'll be another day with other legislators to do that. So again, I just appreciate your service, and I hope you're listening, because I think everybody spoke, you know, loud and clear, and I know you are. So appreciate you. Any questions? Thank you.
Sure, Mr. Secretary.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. You know, Representative Harshman, a couple of weeks ago, I spoke at an event, and you were pretty tough on me, and didn't take the same tone today, which I thought was interesting. You said you were at that meeting. We have a long history, and people can just look it up. But you know, I want to ask you a couple things, because there's been a little pointing fingers from you on this. And you know, as you said, you were in the middle session when this came up, and you drafted a number of amendments to Senate File 44. And I thought it was very interesting, as the veto letter from the governor noted, you did not make the provisions effective. You could have made them effective immediately. You could have made them effective April 1st, maybe April 15th, maybe May 1st, to where they could have actually done something in this case. And that became a huge predicate for the veto letter. And so, you know, there's a lot of pointing fingers saying, you know, I'm the word, you know, I'm in, you know, all these things that you've appeared to suggest. But I guess, do you think you made an error in that? Could you have, because you're a seasoned legislator, Representative Harshman, I would like to think that you would have known, I can make this effective April 15th or effective immediately to apply this to this situation, so that we could have had a second bite at the apple. Because frankly, when it first came to the board, there was not, it wasn't clear what was going on here. And so, but it was for you. And so, you know, I've been thinking a lot about this, wanted to ask you this, and in good faith, but why didn't you make the bill so that it could have actually addressed this issue?
But please, Representative.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman, Mr. Governor. Mr. Secretary, I think, you know, it's probably a question whether or not, since the leases were granted in June of last year and October of last year, whether that bill would be kind of an ex post facto law on that. So I don't know, you know, I think those would probably be attorneys or somebody to figure that out. But I think it's a fair question. Never really thought of it. To be honest with you, I never thought of it. And I think, you know, as far as pointing fingers, you know, and I think we were all a little irritated a couple of weeks ago, and I get it. We've all voted for stuff and stuff on consent lists. And I think part of the beauty of this thing, though, I think it's going to improve the process. Just from what I've heard you guys say today, too, I think it'll make the whole process, make all of us better. And I'm really confident this thing will reach a successful conclusion. And that, as you look out here at Casper Mountain, this 4 miles of contiguous state land is going to remain real similar. So I just on the record opposed to to the gravel lease. The money thing is not a big issue. I think it's, as I read the lease, it's $1 an acre, I think, and 60 cents, you know, and I think you think about LMOs, you know, I think there's 340 some of them in the state, only about 40 of them on state lands. You know, it really was about the rancher out there, somebody out there that could get some gravel. And I think we can fix some of the statute, and I think it's probably awoken all of us on some of this. So thanks for the question, but really in short, really didn't think of it. I was scrambling pretty quick on this thing to try to get this fixed and get DEQ rules in statute, so.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you might want to extend that grace as well to at least you knew about what was going on. And so I think you made an error in the way you handled that. And, you know, I think that to say that it's an ex post facto deal, then the whole thing was not going to apply to the situation. And you telling people that it was not accurate.
Mr. Chair.
So thank you.
So I'm, yeah, thank you.
I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you have a?
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just suggesting that we not continue wasting taxpayer dollars with this and take it offline, and recognizing too, I just appreciate so much all of the comments of talking about how we move forward with this, because I think there can be a lot of finger pointing. Every one of us on this table had an opportunity to pull that off the agenda, to recognize that we didn't. We didn't hear the concerns. That's not on you, that's not on us. I'm born and raised here in Wyoming, many of you are here. That's gone. How do we handle this moving forward? Make sure you guys don't lose your water, and that we can responsibly develop in the state of Wyoming. That's what we're going to do moving forward. Thank you.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, that's what we're committed to doing. So we'll have a moment in time here in a moment where we can do that. But I don't think we're wasting any time by asking these questions. So
Okay.
not wasting any taxpayer dollars by asking these questions.
Representative, I just want to thank you, and as you and I have talked, how important it is to really take the lessons from this, give us the tools to be able to help identify some of these areas and make it so that we still can do some business. I mean, you know, that rewrite of that LMO bill was really about the rancher that wanted to have a pit. And we heard earlier about what a rancher would have to do with hiring the wildlife and, you know, the hydrologist and the air quality expert and everything else. And, you know, little did we know that we, you know, potentially had some issues. So I think that's what representative government is about. It's about seeing a problem, addressing it, and not trying to address it in too broad a brush, but trying to make sure that we have the tools necessary. And I just want to thank you, and I thank this board for taking the time. And the superintendent's point's well taken, so thank you.
Yeah, likewise, Governor. Appreciate the board service, and I think we'll get this solved for all of us in House District 37 are not going to look at a multi-year gravel pit across the face of Casper Mountain. Just can't happen. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Just, I haven't spoke a lot today, but I want to thank you for, you know, the service that you have to the state. And I know that the people had some concerns about, you know, whether or not they were being represented. But, you know, as you go through and you know this, and we're beginning to learn a lot more on the board as we work through whether it's this issue or grazing leases or whatever, there's things that always need to be fine-tuned. And you might have a great idea on the legislative process, and it might not get all the way through the process. And I've seen things that it took years to actually get them through the process. And it's not that people aren't represented, but the situation is that in a republic, you have a lot of inputs from a lot of people, and you always don't get it right the first time. You hardly ever get it right the first time. And we found that out with rules and different things. And so, but the one thing that I appreciate with your consistency is that you're always trying to move forward, and you're open to communication, and you're going to get a lot of it. And I appreciate that you're there in the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to address? We have everybody? Please, come on up.
Tracy Lamont here in Casper. On it, I have a quick statement to make, but as I look out that window, I have a real tough time, thinking about almost 5 square miles potentially undermining gravel, and it won't happen in my lifetime, but at 15 acres a shot, that's going to give the True family a pretty good nest egg for years to come to keep mining that, be not the Trues, let's say it was Knife River on the same thing. But this whole focus of this whole room is Casper Mountain behind those curtains. And that gets to my point here that I'm going to make, but I just wrote out something here quickly. Said, please be advised that I stand in staunch and adamant opposition to permitting gravel pit operations anywhere on the face and/or foothills of Casper Mountain. That's from one end to the other. There was one that snuck in, my good friend Mick McMurray, and that was on an LMO, a small mining. He built some ponds out there, and you can't even tell that it was done, but we're talking a different set of aquifer over on the east end, I think, as you are from the west end. But with that said, such an endeavor will, without doubt, destroy the ever-present, aesthetically pleasing natural beauty and tranquil viewscapes of the west face of Casper Mountain and its foothills. We're talking about Prism's proposal here. These scenic vistas are to Casper what the Tetons and the foothills are to Jackson, Wyoming. Simply said, Casper Mountain, its face, and its foothills are Casper's primary natural landmark calling card. That was alluded to earlier by Dallas. Ask yourself, would we ever consider building a gravel mine on state land near the outskirts and city limits of Jackson in plain sight of the majority of its residents? I think not. That's why in the world are we considering it here? And I met Kyle, he's a good kid, but I just don't get it, why you want to destroy all that up there on it. And it's an emotional thing. With me, it's, I go down, I know all the people, but the water is a big issue, the health is a big issue. Everything that's mentioned in that petition, I've got it all right here in the line, no sense in repeating that and being redundant to what everybody else has said today on it. But I just say no to gravel mining, quarrying and crushing on the face or the foothills of Casper Mountain. There's plenty of mountain behind. And there's another site Kyle has out by the 487 and Circle Drive out by Bates Creek School. That's a good place to start. That's a shorter distance than it is from Alcova in or from Glenrock to here. But I think we've learned a lot. I've learned a lot through the process. The rubber stamping on consent agendas, boy, a lot of stuff sneaks by. I think you guys have really learned a lesson from that one on it. You have it pretty well sorted out and have a good director here that she gave you the priorities today and moved the meeting forward quite a bit. But with what I said, Kyle, I'm pleading with you as a longtime family friend. Please back off of this and let these people have their space. I understand it from a businessman's point of view, but the emotions that I've seen, I've been to everyone in the commission meetings. I've been to the 2 meetings at the Ag Center. It's stressing these people to death. We need not do that. Let's find an alternative for Kyle to go mine gravel because we need it. And if he doesn't do it, this is my concern, he could turn around and sell those leases off to Knife River, and they're owned by MDU, and they wouldn't care. So right now, we have a good person to negotiate with on him. But I'm just asking you, Kyle, give it some reconsideration. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lamont. Appreciate it.
So for the record, I'm Kent Sagan, and I'm a local resident. And I'd like to echo, not to be too repetitive here, I just had some of my comments picked up on, so I'll do what I can here. But primarily, we're right up the top, from the very top. I know from many life experiences that nothing beats being there in person. I mean, just nothing. I mean, think of any beautiful landscape picture you've ever seen, and you know the difference between looking at the picture and when you were there yourself. It's just as nice as a reminisce, but nothing substitutes. So we in the community have talked about this at prior community meetings. Thank you very much, one, for coming to see in person what you can't get from a photograph, and two, thank you for moving the meeting and all of you coming up here rather than all of us heading to Cheyenne. So thank you. Again, in reference to those prior community meetings, it's just started to become a comment just recently here towards the end. At the beginning, it was all of the rather emotional, but very, very, very valid comments about water and property and dust, et cetera. In those prior meetings, we want you to know that as the commission, the vast majority of people echoed and nodding throughout the room, we are in favor of mining and resource extraction. Our biggest concern, as you've heard, is not here. And it's not just a NIMBY, no, not in my, do it to somebody else. We think, and if I point you back to the slide, there are so many 16s and 36s on that map. There are other locations, better locations to site a gravel mine. We're not trying to say, go give it to Glen Rock. We're saying, go somewhere more appropriate, like say wherever that specific section might be on the backside of Muddy Mountain, a couple miles over. But don't put it right here in people's backyards where they're having, real serious threats to their wells and literally their ability to survive with drinking water. And looking forward to the future, I would say, and I certainly don't want this to come across, I'm not going to point a finger and say, you, Governor Gordon. I'm saying any executive, because this is going to continue. It's obviously that this is going to continue. Hopefully, you would take this on personally as the executive, since you run that part of that branch of the state, is to tell the committee, or whatever the proper term is. I'm lost my thought there for a moment, but we heard earlier, and I understand we need to find a proper balance. They say we don't have the source to give the resources and personnel, time, et cetera, to give you the maps. I think it would have been pretty obvious, as Secretary Gray has tried to point out so many times, that had you been provided with a map and you could see just how close this is on top of people's property and how close it is to the community, the city in general, that it would have been pretty obvious this is not an appropriate place for this. Yes, it's the job of the committee to maximize the revenue on these trust lands, but nothing says it has to be now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sagan. And I just want to mention, I really appreciate your point. The challenge is I don't know where you can put a gravel pit that somebody isn't going to be affected by it. And having done some in very remote areas, you know, that's one of the reasons why I was talking to Representative Harshman about, and we used to have this provision. Tom Strzok had put it into the Environmental Quality Act, which said that you could set aside areas that could not be mined for gravel. It used to be there. And that provision was overused by conservationists, oddly enough, in the same area that the Rock Springs RMP is. And the legislature reacted to that and made it so that no longer could they do that. The only thing that the Environmental Quality Council could do was to remove that provision. But in a case like this, it would allow a local community and the commissioners to say, here's a place that really ought to be off limits. Because otherwise, the challenge we have is people want to develop resources, and do we substitute our wisdom for that, or do we have a more people-oriented process on that? And to find that balance so that we don't go all conservation, which is what we're fighting in the Rock Springs, and at the same time respect the really precious areas that we can locate, that to me is the challenge that government ought to try to figure out how to get to. So thank you. Any other comments? Oh, is there anyone back there that would like to, is there anyone in the overflow room? And I really appreciate people coming in and participating. I also want to thank everyone for showing us around the property. I know that took time out from people's jobs.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of questions. Would now be a good time?
Yeah, let's just make sure that okay. All right, with that, Secretary, go ahead.
I have a couple motions. I think I'm going to separate them. I move the board direct the Director of the Office of State Lands and Investments to extend an offer to the lessee of leases SG 01992, SG 01993, SG 01994, SG 01995, SG 01996, SG 01997, SG 02003, and SG 02004 to prepare an offer to end the lease.
So, Mr. Peters or Randy, I'm going to look to you to see if that motion would be in order.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, just so I'm clear on the intent, is the intent to prepare an offer to make an amendment to the lease to terminate the lease through an amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the intent is to prepare an offer to negotiate terms to end the leases, meaning that the leases would be terminated. Litigation, potential for litigation may or may not be waived, but hopefully would be waived. And then also maybe some of the costs that have been incurred we could talk about. But I think the board would engage in a negotiation. We could form a subcommittee, but would engage in a negotiation with the lessee to end the leases.
And in particular, on this, I'm mindful of the fact we did not notice action for this meeting.
And Mr. Chairman, I do want to be clear, this would be for expenses that had already been incurred. I was going to ask Mr. True what expenses have been so far. I did not. Maybe he could come up here and answer that if he wants, but.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, I think you're right. No action has been indicated, but this is a regular meeting, which means that the board can do things outside of the agenda. As to the secretary's motion, what it sounds like is that it'd be sort of a direction from the board to the office. And so I don't know exactly what that would mean. In terms of the state gratuitously making payments on a contract, that may have its own set of issues. We'd have to consider those. If it was a settlement or something, we don't know where that money would come from. And so, there would be some issues that would need to be worked out there. But the way that I understood the secretary's motion would be sort of a board directive to the office. If that's not what that is, then I think you'd want to clarify that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the ultimate offer would need to come before the board, I believe, and, but it would also need to waive the potential for litigation in the future, so that would need to be in there. And that's the motion. So basically, the director would engage with you to prepare the offer, and then it would come back to the board. Does that make sense? And then would also negotiate with Mr. True.
Mr. Chair, it seems to me that, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, it seems to me that perhaps the motion would be just to have the office engage with the leaseholder to terminate the lease. I think that's what you're saying. And if they can come to an agreement, it would come back to the board. I don't know what the remedy would be if they don't come to an agreement.
Well, I think what I hear is you say it's in order, and so let me then proceed.
Let me restart the motion, though, and I think that is, I think we can make this shorter. We direct the director of the office to engage with the leaseholder in those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 leases to terminate the lease.
Okay. Is there support for the secretary's motion? Is there support for the secretary's motion?
May I ask a question?
Yes. No, please go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, would your intent be that if the lessee said, no, I don't want to negotiate, that just ends there? I mean, there's no ramifications or
Well, Mr. Chairman,
consequences?
I want the director to prepare an offer, okay? So work with the Attorney General to prepare an offer. She can engage with the leaseholder to do that. This is, what happens in a negotiation. And unfortunately, the board, it's more difficult for us to do that. We're 5 different individuals. Every time we meet, if three people in one place, that's a quorum of the board. So I think that's a good start for us to come to a conclusion on this topic. And I have a couple other motions that I think are going to advance the balls in other ways. I think there's a number of angles of attack on this. It's one of the things I was trying to emphasize in the town hall a few weeks ago. So it's a layered approach.
So I think one of the issues that would concern me, Mr. Secretary, would be where the money would come from. We don't have an appropriation per se for that I can think of off the top of my head. But I suppose we could take it out of operating budget or something like that. I just don't really know what the ramifications of that would be. We don't have that money. It was not appropriated to us by the legislature. But,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I just want to have clarification about what we're actually terminating. So I guess we're terminating the ability of the leaseholder to apply for an LMO, to apply for a small gravel, or apply for a large gravel, or what are we actually terminating? I mean, are there is there another?
I think it's
guess-
the exploratory permit at this point. That's the only
And-
thing we have in front of us.
And they've already finished their exploration, so, I mean, the next thing is, I mean, is there anything that on this current lease that was, I guess, authorized, is there anything left undone on the current lease?
Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, when you mean anything left undone?
Well, I mean, is there anything on this current lease, and the lease was for exploration? And exploration has occurred? No, I'm saying, I guess I need clarification on what we're actually thinking about terminating and what, yeah.
Let's see. Mr. Chairman, just give me a minute. I was looking for that language that Jason had trimmed out of the lease about what we've provided through the lease, the rights under the lease. And I'm assuming that the secretary is seeking to terminate the lease. Do you have that?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, so what the lease grants the rights for is to explore, extract, and remove. Anything that's done up to date, obviously is done, and you couldn't continue to explore, extract, or remove if the lease has been terminated.
Okay, and the extract and remove is on a limited mining operation? Or does it have any?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, it doesn't matter under what next permit the DEQ would grant. You just couldn't do those three things going forward. And I don't want to speak for the DEQ either, Mr. Chairman, but I believe they would require that there be site control, there be a lease in place before they issue that permit.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I mean, similar thoughts as others of, number one, where does this money go from? Number two, what kind of precedent do we set here with lessees? But wondering, I mean, if this could come from the Common School Permanent Fund, or, I mean, what, I know. Thank you, asking staff, please, thank you.
I can try. Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, there's obviously not a clear road for this. It would be hard to find precedent. It would be hard to find precedent of where that money could come from if it's the beneficiaries or the general fund, as the governor mentioned. We would have to look into that as we move through the process.
And Mr. Chairman, my intent would be that it not come from this common school account. But part of this is beginning to explore our options.
Well, Mr.
If you don't start the process, you can't explore that.
Yeah, well, Mr. Chairman, I guess
Mr.
I don't
Treasurer.
have any problems, I guess, necessarily with the office exploring the options. But as far as there's no appropriation, you can't take it from the common school fund because that's guaranteed by other
appropriation.
statutes. So, those I don't think you could expect any damages, and not sure if you could expect a leasee to walk away from something. We can't cancel it because it's they haven't defaulted and we're not selling the land, so we can't necessarily cancel it. I guess you're looking at a voluntary cancellation. If they want to explore a voluntary cancellation, but I don't think there's any money available, and I don't think there's any precedent for the board to authorize any what would be considered damages, or the governor to be 11. That's something else that is kind of, that's possible, but I don't know if it is or not, Governor.
Yeah, I would have to look into that.
Yeah, I think there's more questions than what we have answers, but, I think allowing on a volunteer basis for negotiations or exploration of something, I mean, that's, I guess that's possible, but I don't know how any money would come about from one way or the other, or damages. I don't know what the precedents are. I think that the AG office should probably explore that so we actually know what we're getting into before we open the door. I'm not saying the door can't be cracked, but I don't know whether we want to open it all the way.
Mr. Chairman.
So, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the treasurer's points are well taken, and that's kind of what I just don't want to make a quick vote and decision. I think that's what got us in here in the first place, but I think, I don't even know, I mean, do we need a motion or a vote to have that explored by staff, just to look at options? I mean, I'm never opposed to negotiating, looking at things that we can do here, recognizing that it would have to be voluntary and have to be confidential, I think. So I don't know if there's anything, wrong with that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and to the point that
Mr. Treasurer.
The superintendent mentioned the precedent that we're going and walking down this road. That's problematic in its own. And not to diminish the problem that we have in this community and the problem that we might have on the face of it there. So I hate to say this, but I kind of sound like some of the witnesses up there. I don't know what I don't know.
So I'm going to finish out the call for the second. We've had 2 calls for that, so this is the third. Is there support for the Secretary's motion?
Okay.
That fails. However, I think that the superintendent's point is well taken, and perhaps, with direction, we could ask the Office of State Lands to explore what that might look like.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that's what that motion just did, but I have a couple other motions, so can I move?
Okay.
Or do you want that to be a motion?
Yeah, it's not a motion. I guess I'm asking if that's sort of the intent of this board. If it needs to be a motion, somebody can make it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, as I said before, I don't have a problem with the office looking at the potential solutions to this situation, but knowing full well, I don't think there's any legal precedent or or statutory authorization, or even by rules authorization to do what we're contemplating. So to the superintendent's point, let's figure out basically how to get the toothpaste back in the tube if we can, and then see what's going to be going forward. This is a long, drawn-out process, as we heard, several weeks or months long in all of these different steps. So I think that we don't have to necessarily make a decision today, and I think it'd be ripe to come back in June if we have some information that looks like it's favorable.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I mean, the intent there was to prepare an offer to end the lease. It's what I was trying to do, and wasn't seconded. So I have another motion. I would like the Office of State, I would like to move that the Office of State Lands prepare a letter to the Natrona County Commission on behalf of the board, that the board believes a conditional use permit will be required for the mining operation on these leases.
Okay, so you've heard the Secretary's motion. Is there support for the Secretary's motion? Is there support for the Secretary's motion? Is there support for the Secretary's motion? It fails, Mr. Secretary. I will opine that the challenges of that particular motion might weigh on litigation that we have going on. So I don't think it represents anybody's unwillingness here to address this issue.
Okay, I have one more. I have 2 more.
Hold on just a second. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question that I apologize, I should have asked before. What was the total, do you know, just off the top of your head, what the total rental was paid on all of these leases, or Mr. True probably knows that?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, that note is in the back room, I apologize, but it's roughly $1 an acre, and the total block is a little over 3,200 acres, so roughly $3,200.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, that was my only.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have another motion.
Okay.
I move the board direct the Director of the Office of State Lands and Investments to extend an offer, to prepare an offer to the lessee of the 8 leases in question to amend the leases to require the lessee to obtain a conditional use permit from the Natrona County Commission prior to commencing any mining operations. And the reason this is important, and we just heard from Mr. True that he believes a conditional use permit is required. There's a number of reasons that putting that into the agreement is important. And I don't like negotiating in public, so I'm not sure I want to reveal all of those, but in terms of possible litigation in the future, that is important. And we should do that if we have an opportunity to.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your motion. Is there support for the Secretary's motion? Is there support for the Secretary's motion? Last time, is there support for the Secretary's motion? That motion fails.
Okay, I have one more motion here to formalize what I believe was the request of the governor, which I think was just made, which is that the board directs the Office of State Lands to explore how we could enter into an agreement to cancel the leases.
Second.
And that has been moved and seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's fine. I think my point earlier is I don't think we need a motion or a vote. We ask them to do things all the time, but happy to have it on the record.
Okay.
Chairman, was that cancel the leases?
And I'm sorry, Mr. Treasurer?
Was that the cancel the leases? What?
An agreement to cancel the leases, an agreement.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess the only way we can do that and do it legally is that the lessee's going to have to default. You know, that would be the only way that we'd have authorization to cancel a lease, from what I understand. So,
Mr. Treasurer, are you suggesting an amendment?
I don't want to ask a businessman to default. That doesn't look too good on this record.
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My understanding is it would be voluntary and be confidential.
Mr. Chair, I just want to clear up something real quick, just so that the board doesn't have the wrong idea, which is that this board does not get to have confidential settlements. The state of Wyoming doesn't really get to have confidential settlements. That isn't who we are. So if that is, anyone is contemplating that confidentiality, it's not something we can offer.
Thank you, Brandy. I forgot that.
Ms. Monger, I have a question for Ms. Monger, okay?
Yes.
So the portion of the rule that Treasurer Meyer is pointing out refers to a non-mutual cancellation of the lease, okay? And that appears, and I want to say possibly appears to limit it to a default. Doesn't preclude the board from coming to a mutual agreement and negotiating. Do you agree with that?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, the way I understood your motion was the board asking the office to engage in negotiations to terminate this lease, and that isn't a default I don't know that default is the right word even, but my understanding is a negotiation.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, and
Madam Auditor.
sorry, I know we're getting in the weeds. My understanding of the motion, and again, knowing that this issue is top of mind, but we also know, given the DEQ timelines, that we have a little bit of wiggle room to come up with some good solutions. My understanding was the motion was office, go research what options we might have, not so much to negotiate. And again, because the biggest problem is we need to figure out if there's any legal source of money before we can't send OSLI to go negotiate with no money. I mean, that's not a realistic expectation. And so my understanding of the motion is OSLI let's all put our thinking caps on, see if we have any options, and then we're back together quickly to hear back from that, and maybe have, maybe understand the legal ramifications of some of that more carefully.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's part of why I'm just kind of hesitant to have a formal motion, because I also now I'm having kind of consternation with the word cancel, because I think that sends a poor message to other lessees. And so should I say relinquish? And again, it would be, I don't know. That's why I think some of these things make me hesitant of a motion when we could just do it without. But again, happy to, I mean, at the very least, change that to relinquish.
I'm happy to amend that.
Question.
And Madam.
Can I ask AG a question?
Yeah, Mr.
Okay,
Treasurer.
so my question is there anything specifically authorizing a mutual cancellation, termination, relinquishment, call it what it is, or maybe, or are we just inferring perhaps a possibility, but there's no language that actually authorizes that?
Mr. Peters, Ms. Monger.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, within the lease itself, there are no provisions that specifically address amendments to the lease. But certainly if the parties were agreeable, there's nothing also prohibiting amendments to the lease.
Okay, that's the other part of it, is that in agreement, there's nothing that prohibits it. Okay, all right.
And Mr. Treasurer, I guess I wanted to just sort of weigh in on, I think the superintendent's very good motion that we have. It seems to me a fair amount of consensus around the table here to sort of figure out what ways that we can approach having this lease either relinquished, rescinded, whatever that term might be. But the flexibility that is allowed in a direction as opposed to a specific motion, I think is something that is valuable. So,
Well, Mr. Chairman, I will amend cancel to relinquish, and hopefully the second will be amenable to that.
Madam Seconder? Okay, the seconder has agreed to that. And we have had 2 calls for discussion, so one more.
Mr. Chairman, just a question. Can we just repeat what that motion is? I just want to make sure that it's broad enough that it does not lock us in terms of directing you to start negotiating and that sort of thing.
And so I'm going to ask that, do we have a rendition of that?
Mr. Chairman, are you talking about the motion?
The motion.
Mr. Chairman, I can read back what I said. I wrote it down.
Okay.
The amendment. That we direct the office to explore how we could enter into an agreement to relinquish the leases.
Okay. So that's the motion. You've heard it. It's been seconded, it has agreed to it. We've had 3 rounds of discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're about at the end of the day, but I want to get this idea out there before I lose it.
Okay.
Maybe rather than having a license that could participate clear to a large gravel operation in the future, that we issue a license for exploratory to an LMO. So that would be like the first process. I think that's probably what Mr. True would probably do, is do a little sample LMO to see, really what is the possibility, and then come back again for that people would come back again for another licensure, as a small or a large. I know that gives you 3 different classes of licensing. I don't know whether or not the statute allows that, and we may need some statutory changes.
And Brandy, I think Todd is probably left by now, but my sense is that's probably within the scope of either the law or the rules as described by the Environmental Quality Council.
Yeah, but I think that would
Or
give.
Kyle, maybe you have an eye. I know you were trying to scoot in the back door.
Not quite yet. Mr. Chairman, you know, you have the LMO as a notification again. We go back to that. And then you have the 2 permit classes in statute right now. So they're already segregated. You know, as far as it kind of goes to the prior question too, we have to have a surface use typically in a mineral contract that are valid for us to move forward with any of those actions. Hopefully that clarifies that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm just thinking that you'd have an LMO licensure. Everything else would stay the same. And if the miner wanted to go in and get a license for a larger operation, then that would be a separate license number. And it might be a 1705A and a 1705B, I don't know, you know, but, or C or L for a large one, however you want to do it. But that would, I think, give an interruption or a pause in situations like this where something has come to light that necessarily needs to have a little bit more oversight, but that gives you a break in the process so it just isn't one and done.
And Mr. Treasurer, with all due respect, I think the concern I have is when you're talking about DEQ's process for LMOs, that is pretty well constrained by statute and in rule. If you are talking about something separate for state lands, that's unclear to me what we could do, but that's a possibility. But I wanted to make that distinction because I think if you're doing an LMO on federal lands, you would be constrained by that. If you're doing LMOs on, which is where they were sort of initially intended, was on, you know, your backyard, your own farm, you know, that would be the deal. But you would, privately, you would have that, it would still be the same. So it really would be what you're saying, Kyle, if I understand you, without a valid lease, you wouldn't proceed. And if the lease required a second step, but I think that would have to be done in rule. I'm speculating here, but I mean, that's I think the danger of doing this on the fly, but.
Yeah, and this is something for future conversations. And I guess what my local engineer told me, I can dig any place up to 10 acres on my ground for my use, but I can't sell it. If I sell it, then I got to go through all of this stuff.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just on that note, I just want to share with everyone that's still here at this hour that, you know, I think we still have work to do moving forward in the future for these things. I mean, I say a lot that, you know, our founding fathers never claimed to have created a perfect union. They said a more perfect union, and that's what we're doing every day, working together with your legislators, within our rules to update those and change those. And maybe that's discussion over water quantity, looking at those type of things, recreational use on our state lands. I think we need to look holistically at that. So I think there's a lot more discussion and work to be done. And I know that those of us sitting at this table ran for these offices to work with you to do that. So just please know that we're not, I think, finished with this effort today.
I guess kind of tells the folks when I make questions and do things like that, that's my old legislative body coming in there where I'm looking at unintended consequences. So I want to make sure that we actually have a path paved that we can move forward where, you know, like we do something and we act in haste and we find out, oh, now we're putting the toothpaste back in the tube like we are today. So that's what I mean, I question a lot. It's not that I'm against things, it's that I just want to make sure that things go right.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further comments? I appreciate very much all of you staying here for the day, being part of this conversation. Mr. True and Mr. Fear, thank you for being here. Thank you to the people that showed us around.
I think, Madam Director, that we have a pretty good idea of the direction. The one thing I wanted to leave here is there's still a lot of water to cover before, we have a permit, before we have an LMO, before we have, there's still quite a bit of time on those issues. Meanwhile, I guess you have the motion that we made.
Mr. Chairman, we will get started on that, and as you mentioned, I think we have some time here based on Mr. True's testimony about not wading in too quickly here. So we'll do our best to get some information to the board based on our research as soon as we can.
Very good. Thank you. Is there anything else to come before the board? Any other comments to be made? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. And it's been moved by the auditor. Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.